everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Danmachi, the Multiverse Portal. Chapter 122 to 144, Chapter 122, Xenos on the Street. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. August's face twisted with anger. The Loki familiar was caught off guard by how quickly his mood changed. A few hours ago, he had been confident and relaxed, acting like they didn't matter. Now, he seemed ready to explode at any moment. Beat Loga bristled at the hostility. Ha! Bring it on. Beat glared back. He never backed down from a fight, but even he couldn't figure out what happened underground to make August so angry. Finn Daimler narrowed his eyes, curious. Nearby, Anna Kitty Autumn flared her nostrils. As a cat person with a sharp sense of smell, she had already picked up a strange scent on August and the monsters behind him. Gareth Landrock quietly signaled for her to investigate. He's covered in the smell of monsters, Anna Kitty whispered. He killed a huge number of them. She sniffed the air again, and her face grew tense. Lizard man. These smells are from the 19th floor. Gareth frowned. The 19th. The 17th floor still hasn't recovered from his last attack. How did he get past it to reach the 19th? The implication hit him almost immediately. Did his expedition fail? He didn't just fight a few leftover monsters, Anna Kitty continued, her eyes wide. From the smell, he fought at least 10,000 of them. When monsters died, they gave off a strong scent. August was almost covered in it. Ha! 10,000. Tyon Hiryut balked. Oki, are you sure your nose isn't broken? Do you have any idea how long it takes to butcher that many? Even on their hardest expeditions, the Loki familiar almost never faced 10,000 monsters at once on a single floor. If Anna Kitty was right, the entire 19th floor had come after him. It's possible, Finn said, starting to understand why August's battles were so different from theirs. The dungeon didn't see August as a normal adventurer. It saw him as a big threat. With how strong the smell is, 10,000 might be too low. He could have fought up to 100,000. Gulp. 100,000. Numbers like that weren't just about stamina. Even attacking that many times would exhaust anyone, and one mistake in a crowd that size could get you crushed. August ignored their muttering. He raised his hand, fully prepared to open fire. Sensing he was ready to fight, the Xenos behind him bared their fangs and claws at the Loki leaders. They had just survived a massacre below and were running on adrenaline, exhaustion, and anger. If August fought, they would too. The tension spiked. Watching from the sidelines, Shakti Vamon noticed something important. The monsters stayed calm until August became aggressive. They weren't wild, controlled, or just angry. They waited for his lead, treating him more like a leader than a captor. Xenos. Did the Hestia rookie actually make contact with them? Are these the ones Eiklos was trafficking? Shakti knew about the Xenos. Seeing them willingly follow a human, especially someone as unpredictable as August, was shocking. August, do you know how much panic bringing these creatures to the surface will cause? Shakti stepped forward, hoping to calm things down before a fight started. She respected him and didn't want this to turn into a bloodbath. We got pushed back. Nowhere else to put them, so I brought them up. August met her gaze and answered bluntly. It was the harsh truth. He couldn't get them to the 20th floor, and leaving them in the Daedalus tunnels would have meant certain death for them. Shakti's breath caught. He really doesn't care at all about his reputation. Any other adventurer would have hidden the monsters or tried to sneak them through back alleys. August simply walked them out in the open for everyone to see. If we're done here, I'm going home. He waved her off, ignored the shocked crowd, and kept walking toward the abandoned church in the West District. Hold on. Shakti watched him walk away as if nothing serious had happened. Captain, what should we do? Level 3, Ganesha Familiar Guard asked, rubbing his forehead. They don't look tamed. They also haven't shown hostility toward civilians. But if this escalates, send for Lord Ganesha, Shakti ordered. No need. A booming voice thundered through the street. I am Ganesha. The eccentric god walked through the crowd and struck his usual theatrical stance before passing the barricade. As soon as he saw the Xenos, he noticed the clear signs of real intelligence in their eyes. "Lord Ganesha," Shakti said, surprised he had come in person. "Stand down. I'll handle this." Ganesha waved his familiar back. He wasn't the only god who showed up because of the commotion. Loki and a few others had heard rumors about monsters walking the streets with Hestia's group, and now they watched the scene with interest. "My boy, you really are something else," Ganesha laughed as he approached August. Most people kept their dangerous secrets hidden. August brought his out into the open and dared the city to respond. He lived by his own rules, and Ganesha respected that freedom. August crossed his arms and stared the god down. Meanwhile, Loki and the other gods inspected the Xenos more closely. No curses. No tamer seals. No mind control. These creatures were acting entirely on free will. That made the sight even rarer. "Now that's interesting," Loki muttered, her eyes tightening with fascination. After thousands of years, the dungeon had finally produced monsters that could think for themselves. The gods found them strange, and their intense curiosity made the Xenos uncomfortable. The siren flinched under their gazes. Eiklos had treated them like disposable toys. August saw them as people. But these gods only saw test subjects. "Ignore them," Lily told the nervous Xenos. "They're just bored gods looking for cheap entertainment." When they heard her, the siren and the others deliberately turned their backs on the gods. August helped them stay calm, and Lily's words showed them what to do. Intelligence. That one reaction made things clear to both the Loki and Ganesha leaders. These were not ordinary monsters. They understood language, tone, and social cues. Ganesha smiled, pleased to see Lily calming them so effectively, then turned his attention back to August. "So, what happened to you? You look like you barely made it back alive." He saw how tired August was. His usual confidence had faded, replaced by exhaustion and a mood he could hardly hide. "Try getting jumped by tens of thousands of monsters and see how you look coming out," August said. "Ha ha ha ha. Is that what happened?" Ganesha laughed loudly. The rookie had finally lost a fight in the dungeon, and it was obvious he was upset. All right. We can discuss the finer details later. You all look dead on your feet, so go home and rest." Ganesha clapped his hands and officially ordered his guards to clear a path for the Hestia familiar and their group of monsters. "Thanks," August grunted, signaling the Xenos to follow. The Ganesha guards, Loki's leaders, and the nearby adventurers watched in silence as August led his group away from the barricade. "Lord Ganesha, we're just letting them go," a younger familiar member asked, bewildered. "What else do you suggest?" Ganesha crossed his arms. "Start a war in the middle of the street." The young guard stiffened. The boy is practically radiating anger after losing a fight. "If I step in now, I'd just be handing you over as his punching bags." Ganesha narrowed his eyes. That reasoning made sense. Even Beat Loga had been yelled at directly, and nobody wanted to be the target of someone that angry. With Ganesha's order, the rest of his familiar were happy to step back. On the Loki familiar's side, Finn Daimler watched August's retreating back. "Loki, those monsters." Finn didn't finish his thought, but everyone understood. August was breaking all of Arario's rules. Taking down the Eiklos familiar was one thing, but leading monsters through the streets directly challenged the city's core values. "What about M?" Loki crossed her arms, unusually calm. "You want to pick a fight with him while his blood is boiling?" Finn fell silent. "You know how that kid is," Loki continued. "He already said he's not a good guy. What do you think you can use against someone who doesn't care about the rules?" Finn opened his mouth, then closed it again. She was right. How could they make someone feel guilty if he had no moral limits? Is it that I have too much of a conscience, or does he simply have none? There was no answer. The standoff ended. The leaders left, and only a few scouts stayed behind to watch August's group from a distance. Deep underground, inside the guild's hidden sanctuary, Fels watched the crystal sphere displaying the streets of Daedalus. "Uranos, how do we proceed?" The mage's bony jaw clicked softly. Even after seeing everything through the oculus, Fels still couldn't believe what had happened. To think he would brazenly march the Xenos liberated from the Eiklos Familia straight through the city. I assumed the rookie would escort those children down to the 20th floor and reunite them with LYD's faction, Uranos said, his deep voice projecting through the chamber. I did not foresee this. They both knew why it had happened. He couldn't breach the 19th floor. LYD reported a massive disturbance there today. The dungeon funneled an unprecedented number of monsters to intercept him. August likely intended to reunite them with the others, but the swarm made passage impossible. Uranos sighed heavily. Leaving them in the Knossos would have exposed them to the remnants of the Everless. So, he took the most direct route available. The surface. Fels said. The choice was wild, risky, and very effective. Instead of worrying about politics or keeping secrets, August gave up on the complicated plan, took the Xenos, and just walked out the front door. He didn't apologize or explain. Uranos rubbed his temples. All their careful backup plans had fallen apart. Real life always moved faster than any plan. By nightfall, the remnants of the Everless will undoubtedly exploit this incident, Fels said. They will brand August as an enemy of humanity and use it as an excuse to launch a coordinated assault on the Hestia Familia. The trouble with Eiklos wasn't over yet. The dark groups would take any chance to bring down the Hestia Familia. Should we intervene? Uranos considered his position as the neutral overseer of the city. No. Fels turned slightly. He isn't bound by the same moral rules as the children of this city, Uranos said. And he's far from foolish. He has the strategic support of a whole modern nation's intelligence network. For a group like that, Arario's politics are child's play. Fels went quiet. At first, Uranos thought about helping, but then he remembered how August bent the rules, used bold tactics, and showed great strength during the Antares fight. August wasn't desperate. Bringing the Xenos to the surface was a new kind of strategy. Ho! Uranos, I believe that is the first time I've ever heard you speak of a mortal like that, Fels said. But what about the Daedalus Street situation? Ignore it. Uranos closed his eyes. Let the established rules handle the rest. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, She's a Genius. 2073 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Back at the ruined church, Artemis, Takumi Kazuchi, and their familiar members stared in disbelief as the group returned. When they saw real monsters walking in as if nothing was strange, Rethusa and the other adventurers grabbed their weapons, struggling to process what was happening. Hestia, Artemis warned, turning toward her friend. But Hestia was already gone. She ran across the courtyard and hugged August tightly. I'm home, August said, catching her. He sounded truly sorry. You're back. That's all that matters. Hestia kept her composure. She stepped back and looked at her familiar captain. He usually seemed sharp and confident, but now she could see he was exhausted. Did something happen? You look awful, Hestia said. She glanced at the rest of the group and noticed even the monsters looked tired and worn out. She turned to Lily, trusting her to tell the truth. We lost, Lily admitted, dropping her shoulders in frustration. We were trying to reach the 20th floor. We even beat the floor boss on the 17th. But the 19th floor. Lily dropped to her knees. They fought dirty. There were just too many of them. Defeating a giant irregular like Goliath was hard, but the 19th floor was on another level. There were more monsters, and they were much stronger. The group was completely overwhelmed. Was it really that bad? Hestia winced. She hadn't expected her children to struggle so soon. With August's strength, she thought they could have gone further before needing to retreat. Care to explain? Takumi Kazuchi stepped forward, pointing at the Xenos. Why did you bring monsters back with you? Oh, them. Hestia recognized the group right away. They're the talking monsters the Eiklos familiar took. August must have tried to help them reach the 20th floor to find their own people. Their return meant the escort mission had failed. They had no choice but to come back to the surface. This is my patron goddess. Lily nodded, confirming the theory. Lady Goddess, the siren said. She had met Eiklos before and could tell Hestia was a goddess, so she spoke with respect. This place is a bit of a mess, but if you don't mind, you can stay here for a while, Hestia said, motioning to the ruined church. We don't mind, the siren replied, shaking her head. They were exhausted, and just having a safe place to sleep felt like a blessing. All they wanted was to rest. Let's sit down first, August said, pulling up a chair and sinking into it. He looked at Rethusa. Could you make some tea? I have cups and plates ready. August felt a bit guilty asking a guest to make tea, but he knew Hestia was about to have an important conversation. He pulled out some high-quality supplies from his spatial backpack and gave them to her. Leave it to me, Rethusa said, not bothered. Honestly, she was glad for a reason to sit nearby and watch these strange, intelligent monsters. Hestia set up some magic stone lamps and cleared a space in the main hall, filling the church with warm light. Everyone gathered as Rethusa poured tea. They all took a moment to sip quietly and enjoy the calm. August held his cup and explained what had happened that day. When Artemis and Takemikazuchi learned the monsters were victims of a smuggling ring, they understood why August brought them back. Trying to reach the hidden Xenos village meant facing even more monsters. They were too tired to continue, so retreating was the only option. I get why you did it, Takemikazuchi said with a nod. He thought going that far was risky, but knowing when to pull back showed good leadership. I can't believe the dungeon is going after you this hard, Artemis sighed, frustrated. It was like the dungeon was doing everything it could to take him down. If that had been us, we wouldn't have made it. Swinging a sword that much would turn your arms to jelly, Rethusa said, scratching her head. Just hearing about all those monsters made her feel tired. Every experienced adventurer knew one rule: never let the dungeon see you're tired. If the dungeon sensed weakness, it would send more and more monsters. Getting his team out safely was a big achievement for August. What a headache, Hestia said, rubbing her temples. If you can't get through the 19th floor to reunite them now, they'll just have to stay here for the time being. She turned to the Xenos and laid out the rules. If you see any adventurers causing trouble, don't fight back. Just call for help. We'll handle it. The Xenos nodded, understanding her instructions. Good, Hestia said with a satisfied smile. Are you sure this is a good idea, Hestia? If people find out, the other gods will cause a big scene, Takemikazuchi warned. Taking in monsters was almost asking for trouble. Let them complain. Who cares? Hestia said. Uranos was the one who found them. He's been secretly helping these monsters for more than 20 years. She had no problem blaming the head of the guild. What? Artemis and Takemikazuchi gasped. They had no idea the ancient god was actually helping intelligent monsters. August just wanted to get them home, but things didn't go as planned. It's fine to keep them here for now, Hestia said with a shrug. Besides, my familiar is already in deep trouble. What's one more problem? Bring it on. She wasn't worried. They were already targets, so taking in a few monsters wouldn't make things worse. Lily, sitting quietly with her tea, noticed something. Wait, Lady Hestia. What do you mean our familiar is in trouble? Something felt wrong. Lily suddenly realized that while they were fighting for their lives in the dungeon, their goddess had gotten into a new mess on the surface. Oh, it's just Apollo, Hestia said casually, then explained the chaos at the banquet. August and Lily, who thought they knew what would happen, stared at her in shock. They expected Apollo to start a war game, but hearing he was after the new sisters, Yui and Ui Hirasawa, surprised them. He called you old and ugly, Hestia told August. When August heard that, he almost choked on his tea. Apollo clearly didn't care about him. He was in his 20s and no longer a teenager. But it made sense. Apollo always went after young, tragic beauties. Someone like August wasn't his type. Lady Hestia, why did you accept a war game? Lily cried out, worried her goddess had lost her mind. Why agree to fight if it wasn't necessary? August didn't know much about sword fighting. He could handle a rifle with a bayonet, but swords were a different matter. This wasn't modern combat. Here, swordsmen could send shockwaves with their blades, so a duel would be suicide for him. Because Apollo promised to give me anything I want if we win, Hestia said, crossing her arms and looking completely serious. You know August can open a portal. Apollo basically gave us a blank check, so why wouldn't I take the chance? Apollo keeps a stash of special weapons and artifacts. If we take them, we can make ourselves stronger. Hestia grinned, almost looking mischievous. She was a kind goddess, but she didn't mind a bit of scheming to protect her home. And if we ever face an enemy we can't beat, we'll turn Apollo's best artifacts into bombs, set them off in the enemy's face, and use the chaos to get away. Gahahaha. I'm a genius. Hestia laughed, almost shaking with happiness. A rival god had just given her a free arsenal. Aho! August and Lily started clapping right away. They thought Hestia just wanted Apollo's land or his money. They never guessed she'd planned to use his best weapons as throwaway bombs. It was almost evil. Genius. Artemis and Takemikazuchi stared at Hestia, surprised by how ruthless she could be. That is a solid plan, Takemikazuchi said. Using a rival's weapons to cover a retreat is brilliant. Hestia's cleverness really surprised him. But how do we win? August asked, pointing at himself. I don't use swords. Don't worry about it, Hestia said with a sly smile. If it was just a sword and magic war game, I wouldn't have agreed. But if we change the rules, we have a big advantage. And knowing those guys, they won't let me down. She wasn't foolish enough to accept a fight she couldn't win. The other gods loved drama too much to settle for a simple one-on-one match. They wanted a real show. I get it. The battlefield sets the rules, August realized. If the match had a tricky goal, like a siege or capture the flag, his modern tactics would work well. The odds were in their favor. Hello. While everyone was talking, Mayak and Naza Erisuis came in, carrying several heavy bags. But the moment Mayak saw the monsters lounging inside the church, he froze. Mayak, you made it, Hestia said in greeting. Unbelievable, Hestia, Mayak said quietly. I thought the stories about August bringing monsters through the streets were exaggerated. Seeing them up close is a real shock. This was Mayaka's first time meeting Xenos in person. Unlike the other gods, he quickly noticed the deep emotion in the siren's eyes. These monsters were really intelligent. It was amazing. He saw Naza shaking beside him, clearly scared of the dungeon creatures. Hestia, I brought everything you asked for, Mayak said, quickly changing the subject to help Naza calm down. He patted her shoulder and guided her forward. Naza snapped out of her panic and dropped her heavy backpack on the table. She unzipped the bag and began pulling out dozens of vials, flasks, and special magical tools. What is all this? Lily asked, staring at the pile of gear. Aren't these for breaking curses? Why did you bring so much? That's right, they're for breaking curses, Mayak said, stepping forward and kneeling by the table to help unpack the bottles. I stayed up all night gathering every anti-curse artifact and potion my familiar had. He set them out neatly on the table. I've never seen a case like August's before. I thought it was best to bring everything we had. We're going to do something amazing today. August, take your shirt off, Hestia said. She needed to check his back and Red Falna herself. They had nothing to hide, and she wanted to find the problem right away. If it wasn't fixed, she wouldn't be able to sleep. Hestia, I'm still right here, Artemis said, blushing and covering her eyes. I'm a virgin goddess. Have you lost your mind? She didn't know why Mayak had been called, and now Hestia was asking a man to undress in front of her and her huntresses. Oh, stop being so uptight, Hestia said, waving her off. This is a medical emergency. I need to check his Falna for a curse. The Xenos say August is giving off a dungeon curse, or at least a strong dungeon scent. That's why I called Mayak. Hestia grabbed August's arm and quickly pulled his shirt off. Artemis and Take Mikazuchi froze. They thought Mayak had brought the potions for someone else. They didn't realize August was the patient. Is that true? Artemis asked, lowering her hands and looking at the Xenos. Yes. But I can't smell it, the siren said, nodding and pointing to the younger, smaller monster next to her. Only the newborn can. With several gods staring at it, the small Xenos nodded shyly. I can feel the aura. But the others can't smell it. Take Mikazuchi crossed his arms, thinking back to the day he saw August awaken. I see. It happened during his first contract, didn't it? Take Mikazuchi said quietly, putting the pieces together. That was the only time his defenses were completely open to a curse. I can't believe it. That huge pillar of light didn't just alert the gods. Take Mikazuchi stared at August's back in awe. The dungeon itself noticed him and actually interfered with Falna. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Bonus. 1,763 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. August removed his shirt, showing his back. At first, Artemis protested shyly, but soon she leaned in, drawn to the detailed black script that appeared on his skin. Wait, where are his base stats? Artemis stared in disbelief. The Falna was missing the usual details. No strength, agility, or magic values. 0 stats. Take Mikazuchi muttered, leaning in beside Mayak. Are you kidding? Every adventurer has base stats. None of them had ever seen a status board like this. It skipped the normal growth system and depended only on raw skills. August. Level 2. Magic, Healing Fire, Nirvana of the Undying Phoenix. Skills, Charm Flame Resistance, Temporal Resistance, Spatial Resistance, Divine Possession. Mayak and Take Mikazuchi exchanged shocked looks. The setup was overwhelming. 3 kinds of resistances, a unique possession skill, and 2 spells. Holy shit, you have resurrection magic, Mayak said, eyes wide. Is that even possible? Rethusa peeked over her goddess's shoulder. Resurrection was supposed to be a myth. It exists. A few ancient sages had it centuries ago, Artemis said, her voice quiet with awe. But to see it now. Hestia, your child is an anomaly. This was the legendary magic of immortality. The strangest part was how it worked. It was not a one-time spell. As long as August had some mana left, the spell would activate. With resistance to both time and space, August was almost unstoppable. Take Mikazuchi and Mayak finally understood what true talent looked like. They had thought their own familiar captains were prodigies, but August's abilities broke all the usual rules. Hestia puffed out her chest, proud to show off his unusual build. Since his raw stats were hidden, the board did not reveal his true physical limits anyway. She pricked her finger and let a drop of divine blood fall onto his back. The script lit up instantly. Level up available. A system prompt appeared. August had met the Excelia requirements to reach level 3, but Hestia ignored it and kept his level locked for now. Mayak, your UP, Hestia said, stepping aside. Understood. Mayak uncorked a vial of premium curse-breaking potion and let a drop fall onto August's skin. August felt a brief cool sensation, but nothing else happened. No effect. Mayak froze. That was impossible. A curse strong enough to leak dungeon aura should have reacted violently to the potion. Mayak frowned and tried different test tubes, adding drop after drop. Each failure made him look more worried. Even his best potions, the secret treasures of the Mayak familiar, did nothing. This is impossible, Mayak muttered, starting to lose his calm. My potions are failing. He was not just a healer but also an expert in toxins and curses. Failing like this was a huge blow to his pride. Lord Mayak. Naza stepped forward, nervous. She had rarely seen her patron god so flustered. These were their best elixirs. Total failure made no sense. Could it be shielded? Naza asked quietly. What if the curse isn't on his skin, but buried under his falna? The idea hit Mayak all at once. He quickly changed his approach. Right. If the curse has taken over the falna's base structure, my external treatments won't reach it. I would have to go deeper, under falna, to get to it. Takemikazuchi shook his head. The falna is sealed. Forcing it open isn't just hard, it's dangerous. You could seriously harm his soul. There is a way around it, Artemis said, eyes focused. If two gods try to claim the same mortal at the same time, it causes a break in the system. If two gods tried to override the contract at once, their powers would force the falna to open and reveal whatever was hidden below. That could work, Mayak agreed, grabbing his strongest flask. Artemis, Hestia, do it. Takemikazuchi, be ready to step in, Hestia said. Got it. Takemikazuchi shifted his stance, ready to use brute force if there was any violent backlash. Artemis and Hestia stepped forward and let drops of their divine blood fall onto August's back at the same time. The quiet status board erupted into chaos. The script flickered wildly between Hestia's flame symbol and Artemis's half-moon bow as their powers struggled for control. Now, Mayak poured his highest-grade exorcism potion directly onto the breaking seal. As soon as the liquid touched the seal, the Xenos huddled in the corner recoiled. The smallest monster whimpered, shaking with terror. Something is coming. A third dark aura burst from August's back. A pitch-black mist shot forward, trying to overwhelm both goddesses. Far below the guild, in the underground altar, Uranos snapped his eyes open and looked up. The dungeon's aura, on the surface. And it's clashing with Hestia and Artemis. He recognized that feeling right away. A three-way clash of powers was spreading throughout the city. All over Orario, other alert gods noticed the odd, muffled shockwaves, but no one could tell where they started. At the same time, Hestia was furious inside the church. I knew it. You bastard, hiding inside my contract. Hestia shouted. The dark aura ignored her anger. It surged forward, trying to rewrite August's falna and leave its own mark. Naza, Mayak yelled. Right away. Naza grabbed a bandolier of special anti-curse vials and poured them over August's back. The black miasma hissed and faded a little, but it still stuck to the seal. This curse was designed to target gods. Standard dispels aren't working, Mayak said, frowning. All right. I didn't want to use this, but you aren't giving me any other option. He pulled out a lead-lined flask. August, grit your teeth. Mayak poured the contents directly onto the falna. This time, the black aura didn't just hiss, it shrieked. But the pain hit both sides. August felt as if a blowtorch was melting his flesh down to the bone. Fuck. August slammed his fist into the floor, gritting his teeth. He had taken plenty of hits before, but this burning pain was on another level. It felt like his skin was being peeled off with a rusted knife. The corrosive mixture burned through the black miasma, clearing away the last bits of resentment. As the curse broke, Hestia let one final drop of blood fall, sealing the falna and bringing back her emblem. August collapsed forward, gasping for breath. What the hell was that? August gasped, his back still burning from the pain. It's an experimental exorcism potion, Mayak said, rubbing the back of his neck, looking embarrassed. It makes the spirit inside feel like its flesh is being torn apart, so it gives up. Unfortunately, the host feels it too. I made it 20 years ago. No one ever bought it because the side effects are so harsh. I never thought I'd actually need to use it. A warning would have been nice, August groaned as he pushed himself up. It burned me too. Hestia complained, clutching her chest as her link to her captain flared up. She glared at the ceiling and made a rude gesture at the empty air. Screw you and your cursed walls, you overgrown rock. Hestia, calm down. Artemis quickly grabbed her, trying to stop her before she did something drastic. Wait. Look at his falna, Takemikazuchi said, pointing at it. The swirling script settled, revealing an updated status board. A new line of text shone brightly under his skills. August. Level 2. Magic, Healing Fire, Nirvana of the Undying Phoenix. Skills: Charm Flame Resistance, Temporal Resistance, Spatial Resistance, Divine Possession, Adventurer Killer, Xenos Edition. A new skill, August said, raising an eyebrow. It seemed the exorcism had triggered a system update. Oh, this is brilliant. Takemikazuchi burst out laughing. This skill is the dungeon giving us the finger. This skill was made for a specific reason, and it had both upsides and downsides. With their fight against the Apollo Familiar coming soon, the timing couldn't be better. With this, beating Apollo's forces will be a breeze, Mayak said with a chuckle. Artemis quickly copied the glowing text onto a piece of parchment and handed it to August. He read the divine translation. Skill: Adventurer Killer, Xenos Edition. Effect: grants massive compensatory stat boosts and accelerated combat experience multipliers when engaged in combat against human adventurers. Side effect: the dungeon classifies the user as a monster. The dungeon will permanently mark, target, and aggressively hunt the user. Incredible, August said with a smile. He understood immediately what had happened. Before the curse was destroyed, it managed to leave a permanent spiteful mark on his Falna. It was the perfect boost for fighting other adventurers. In a city where familiars were always fighting for power, having such a big advantage felt almost unfair. The downside was clear: every trip into the dungeon would be brutal. Every floor would treat him like a boss monster. What the hell is this? Hestia yelled, reading over his shoulder. Xenos Edition? It's trying to claim my child as a monster. Let me go, Artemis. I'm going to dig down to the bottom of the dungeon and blow up its core. Hestia thrashed, furious that the dungeon had messed with her precious familiar member. It's a blessing in disguise, Mayak said, handing August a cooling potion for the pain. August drank it immediately, letting the chill calm his nerves. I never would have believed the dungeon could mess with Falna if I hadn't seen it myself, Takemikazuchi said, still in shock. Hestia finally stopped thrashing and took a deep breath, thinking through the details. It makes sense. The Falna isn't closed off. People in the lower world update their status by gaining excelia from their experiences and feats in the dungeon. Everything they face down there helps shape new skills and magic. During his first awakening, that huge pillar of light left his contract wide open. The dungeon took over the connection, filling the Falna with its own resentment toward the gods. She looked at the status board and suddenly understood where his strongest spell came from. That's where the second magic came from, Hestia murmured. Nirvana of the Undying Phoenix. That has nothing to do with my power as the goddess of the hearth. But immortality, rebirth, and reincarnation? That fits perfectly with the dungeon's cycle of death and renewal. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-aturion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 125. Chapter 125. The Reliable Goddess of the Hearth. 1938 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Hestia helped August sit up. He looked down at the freshly updated status sheet in his hands. August. Level 2. Magic, Healing Fire, Nirvana of the Undying Phoenix. Skills: Charm Flame Resistance, Temporal Resistance, Spatial Resistance, Divine Possession, Adventurer Killer, Xenos Edition. It was amazing. Reaching Level 2 had given him a surprising number of new skills. Not bad, August muttered, feeling proud of how much he had grown. His arsenal was expanding fast. His new magic was a mix of Hestia's sacred flames and the dungeon's curse. The Falna really did seem to reflect a person's strongest wishes and memories. Now that the deadly curse was gone, it had turned into a lasting power of his own. August felt a lingering warmth on his back and frowned. I wonder when the dungeon managed to get to me. Even with Falna, it shouldn't have been able to affect my body like that. He still couldn't figure out when or how the dungeon had cursed him in the first place. The four gods in the room looked at each other, confused. This was new for them as well. None of them knew how the curse had slipped past his defenses. "It's not like my future self traveled back in time to curse me," August joked. "If future me shoved something like this into my body, I definitely would have noticed." He dropped the idea. He knew he'd never mess with his past self for fun, and the strange feeling didn't seem like something he would have done. Hestia gasped, completely missing the sarcasm. "August from the future. Are you really going to reach that level of power?" She vibrated with excitement. If August could really control time, he wouldn't just be a top adventurer. He would be evolving into a higher dimensional entity, something akin to a god. Artemis, Takemikazuchi, and Mayak all gasped. They understood the idea of time travel, and with August's unusual powers, the thought of him changing timelines didn't seem totally out of reach. For the first time, the gods saw him as more than just a mortal. As long as he didn't die early, August was on a trajectory toward godhood. Even better, he would be a benevolent one. Everyone understood this, even if they didn't say it out loud. If it really was a future August, what kind of person do you think he'd be? Lily asked, tilting her head in curiosity. "Oh, he'd definitely be good-looking," August said with a grin. "Imagine someone traveling through time just to help his past self. Or maybe a king sitting at the end of time, watching the multiverse unfold." "You joke too much, Lord August." Lily rolled her eyes, knowing full well he was just reciting edgy heroic tropes. "Honestly, it sounds a bit sleazy." "Wait, sleazy?" August blinked, surprised by her blunt comment. "Yeah, it's actually kind of boring," Takemikazuchi said, laughing and lightening the mood. August laughed too, realizing how silly the whole talk had become. He knew he wasn't the type to plan some complicated, self-centered time travel plot. "All right, time for bed. We've got things to do tomorrow." August took out some thick blankets and spread them on the church floor. He picked a spot and lay down right away. It had been a long, tiring day. Hestia let out a yawn as her energy finally crashed. Seeing them settle in, Mayak knew it was his cue to leave. August was safely back, and his job was done. It had been a highly profitable day, and his most prized, long-hoarded potion had finally been put to good use. "We'll be heading back now," Mayak said, standing up. "Same here. We won't get in the way of your familiar bonding time," Takemikazuchi added with a smirk. With his escort mission complete, he stood and followed Mayak out the door. Artemis stretched. "Since everyone is back in one piece, I'll take my leave as well." She was in a surprisingly good mood. Today has been an eye-opening experience. Tagging along with August always guaranteed an interesting, unpredictable time. "Thanks again for everything." Hestia waved as she saw her divine friends out the door. When she came back in, Hestia saw August and Lily already fast asleep, lying close together on their makeshift bed. Their breathing was deep and steady, and all the stress from the dungeon seemed to have finally left them. They looked totally at peace. "You worked hard today," Hestia whispered. She curled up on the mat next to August and softly brushed a strand of hair from his forehead. Her blue eyes showed how much she cared. As she settled in, she glanced at the Xenos resting quietly in the shadows. "Good night, everyone." A deep snore was the only answer, showing the monsters were already asleep. With just the soft light from the magic lamps, the ruined church was perfectly quiet. The night passed peacefully. When morning came, August woke up and quickly brought Hestia and Lily back to his world. The Xenos stayed in the church basement for now. They were smart enough to keep hidden, and even if an adventurer saw them, no one would try to attack the Hestia familiar's home. Back on Earth, August planned to help the rescued girls from the Elso's ruins and officially welcome them into the familiar. But as soon as he stepped outside, he stopped in his tracks. Dozens of huge banners hung down the street, covered with big, bold letters. August stared at them, completely confused. "What the hell is this?" he asked, pointing at the mass of protest signs. The armed soldier standing guard outside his home coughed awkwardly. "Well, Mr. August. It's because of you. Word got out online that some of our deployed soldiers brought back wives from another world. Now, a huge crowd of local women has shown up out of nowhere to protest. The guard described the chaos. This was no small complaint, it was full-blown panic. Bringing back a few dozen women from another world might have seemed harmless at first, but once the news circulated, everything blew up. To the locals, this wasn't just a cultural exchange. It felt like a direct threat to their dating and marriage scene. If August let thousands of beautiful, traditional women from a fantasy world come over, they would take over the marriage scene. The local women were protesting to look out for themselves. Seriously? That's a thing? Hestia blinked, not bothered. To her, love that crossed space and time was beautiful and romantic. She didn't care about the local worries over dating and marriage. Didn't you start this whole mess, Lady Hestia? Lily gave the goddess a sideways look while Hestia pretended to be innocent. Hestia was the one who started the matchmaking. Oh, right, that was me. Hestia laughed. She had nearly forgotten she was the one behind the interdimensional marriages. Leave it to me. I'll fix this in no time. Hestia gave a thumbs up and jogged toward the protest. She didn't use any overwhelming divine power or cast a big spell. Instead, she quietly used a small truth compulsion ability. As soon as she waved her hand, the angry women with signs started shouting their real reasons out loud. The protest fell apart quickly. Except for a few foreign spies who were there to stir up trouble and test Hestia, most of the crowd were just opportunists trying to make themselves look better for marriage. Once the schemers were forced to confess, the crowd turned against them. The local residents didn't wait, they grabbed whatever was handy and chased the protesters out. In this neighborhood, causing trouble could get you hurt. In just a few days, Hestia had become a local celebrity. Anyone who tried to cause trouble on her street was quickly surrounded by loyal neighbors. Married women, chefs, and business owners all adored her. As the goddess of the hearth, Hestia had a passive divine aura that protected the idea of home. Just by being in the neighborhood, she brought peace, stopped marital fights, and even prevented things like kitchen fires or gas leaks. Who wouldn't want to live near someone who made every home safer and happier? No one in the district had more respect than her. When the younger people realized she was really a goddess of the hearth, her popularity soared. The happiness and safety she brought to the community were impossible to miss. August was shocked as he watched the neighborhood rush to defend her. He thought Hestia would keep a low profile on Earth, but the locals treated her like royalty. When did you get your own army of angry neighbors? August asked, still confused, as Hestia walked back after clearing the street. How did she build such a big following so quickly? She'd only been on Earth a few days, but she was already more popular than him. It's the power of my brand, Hestia said proudly, puffing out her chest. Look over there. She pointed at a black sedan parked down the street. Inside, Commander James sat in the backseat, watching the chaos with a smirk. The respected military commander had even moved into a house nearby. What's that old fox doing here? August was stunned. He turned to the guard at his gate. When did the commander move in? Sir, the guard answered truthfully, knowing Hestia would spot any lie. A lot of people moved here. Commander James's wife insisted they relocate. Other officers' wives also bought houses nearby and are fixing them up. My family moved here too. When the guard revealed everything, Commander James met August's eyes. Looking caught, the old commander quickly tapped his driver's shoulder. The car sped away with screeching tires. That slick old bastard, August muttered as he watched the car speed off. He quickly realized the military leaders had used their influence to secure homes in this regular neighborhood rather than their fancy estates. Now it all made sense. The elites weren't interested in August, they wanted to be near Hestia. As the goddess of the hearth, she brought peace and calm just by being there. In only a few days, crime dropped to zero, accidents stopped, and the whole area felt peaceful. For the wives of busy military officers, living near someone who could stop infidelity and family fights was the best perk. It meant a happy, safe home. Her reputation among the elites must have grown overnight. I really underestimated you, Hestia, August said with a sigh. In Rio, She often looked lazy and poor. But here on Earth, even without trying, her divine power broke mind control spells, protected marriages, and stopped accidents at home. If she stayed long enough, August wouldn't be surprised if people built shrines for her in every big city. Of course, I'm not just a freeloader, Hestia said, puffing out her chest. Lily watched everything in shock. She had never seen Hestia get so much respect and admiration before. Lady Hestia, you're amazing, Lily whispered. She never knew that Hestia could be so powerful just by being there. You bet I am. Now let's go, Hestia said, showing a rare, dependable side. We have things to do. She led the way to officially welcome the rescued village girls into the familiar. Right behind you. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The Beauty of a Divine Blessing, 2089 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. When they arrived at the camp, the group led the women from the fantasy world toward Orario. Hestia took them straight to the hostess of fertility. The tavern waitresses froze, surprised to see so many women waiting outside. Mamma mia, are these new hires? Some waitresses coming back from errands looked confused. The number of women crowding the entrance was almost too much to take in. Oh, them? They're just using our place for a while, Mia Grand said with a pleasant smile. Lady Demeter is coming to give them Falna before they get married and leave for another world. Noticing how nervous and restless the village girls were, she stepped forward and clapped her hands. Don't worry, there's plenty of space. Sit wherever you like. Mia noticed the girls were distracted. They were excited about new love, but also anxious about being away from their partners. When August asked to use her tavern, Mia agreed immediately. She never expected to see a group of women preparing to marry into another world. Wait, marrying into another world, Naya? Anya Fromel stared blankly. Mamma mia, what are you talking about? Who's marrying into another world? Lady Hestia, if I recall correctly, Mr. August is the only one from another world, Ryu Lion noted, her stoic facade cracking with shock. You can't mean Mr. August is taking all of them. It was obvious there were too many girls for just one man. Me. Shows what you know. Hestia grabbed a chair and sat down with a smug grin. Pull up a seat and listen closely. She told them about the quest to defeat Antares. She explained that August had brought a modern military team from his country to handle the threat. The waitresses listened in shock, realizing the village girls had met the soldiers during that big event. But when the story reached the part where everyone had to say goodbye, the mood grew somber. Love between worlds was never easy. Hestia described how the soldiers and village girls sat together under the moon, leaning on each other and listening to their heartbeats after the battle. Then she told them how August promised to help them cross into another world so they could stay together. That is so romantic, Naya, Anya said, clasping her hands, clearly touched. She had thought August's mission was just another dangerous fight. She never imagined it would turn into such a touching love story. It really is. That's so romantic. Tiona Hiriute, who had wandered in and gotten caught up in the story, crouched on the floor with stars in her eyes. I had no idea Lady Hestia and Argonaut Boy were involved in something like this. It was a beautiful story, made even better by the fact that it was true. Tyon Hiriute, Ais Wallenstein, and the elf Lefia Viridis sat with the goddess, all swept up in the bittersweet romance. In the end, it was a happy ending. True love won. For girls who had never experienced romance, Hestia's dramatic storytelling and the shy, blushing nods from the village women made the scene feel vivid and exciting. Mr. August can be remarkably gentle, Ryu murmured. The usually stoic elf realized she was seeing the once ruthless rookie in a whole new way. Hestia, we made it. Right then, a familiar voice broke the mood. Several gods and their familiar leaders walked into the tavern. My, what wonderful girls. Demeter's eyes lit up as she looked over the crowd. These were ordinary, hard-working village girls with rough hands. As the goddess of agriculture, she liked them right away. Lady Demeter, Lunoir Faust greeted, surprised to see the goddess. "Ah, Lunoir. It's been a while," Demeter answered with a smile. Next to her, Persephone, captain of the Demeter Familia, crouched to assess the girls, judging their strength and work habits. "What brings you here, Lady Demeter?" Lunoir asked. Usually, the goddess would be busy at her estate in the North District at this time. "These girls are here to make a contract with me," Demeter said proudly. "Since they're marrying into another world, it's my job as a goddess to give them a falna to keep them safe." It was a bittersweet moment. She was welcoming these girls into her familia only to watch them leave soon after. It felt like a mother watching her daughters get married and move away. Whoa! The tavern waitresses were amazed. Seeing a major goddess give blessings just to help these girls have a good life in another world was something they almost never saw. "Hold on, Demeter. Half of them are mine," Hephaestus interjected, stepping up with a smirk. Yes, I know." Demeter sighed, giving in. At first, she wasn't happy about the deal. But when she saw the girls, so happy to have found love but still worried about being apart from their partners, her motherly side took over. She had really wanted to take them all in while Hephaestus wasn't paying attention. "Damn it, I really wanted to contract all of them," Demeter thought to herself. While Demeter was led by her emotions, Hephaestus focused only on business. Hestia should have already explained what's going on. "If you want to join my familia, come forward. If you'd rather, you can choose Demeter instead." Hephaestus knew it didn't make much sense to expect village girls with no training to become blacksmiths. "Don't worry, my familia won't limit your freedom." She glanced at her captain. Tsubaki Colbrand stepped up and took a bag off her shoulder. "I'm Tsubaki Colbrand, captain of the Hephaestus Familia," she said. "To my future sisters, I may not have much, but I never let family leave empty-handed. If you don't mind a gift from a rough blacksmith, these weapons were made by me. Think of them as your dowry." Tsubaki dropped a bundle of flawless, master-crafted blades onto the floor. She wanted her new familiar members to have them as a heartfelt farewell gift. Tsubaki spoke in a straightforward, honest way, which helped the women from the village feel at ease. They relaxed, sighed with relief, and began whispering about which goddess to choose. "Sneaky. Too sneaky," Demeter protested. She thought Tsubaki was just showing off gear, but throwing down a master-crafted dowry was a blatant bribe. "Hephaestus, you are explicitly stealing my kids." Persephone glared at Tsubaki. If Tsubaki handed out such generous gifts while she had nothing to give, she would look foolish. Tsubaki was playing dirty, Persephone thought, staring at her empty hands. She felt like she was letting everyone down as a captain. "It's just supply and demand," Hephaestus said with a smirk, folding her arms calmly. "These girls are leaving home. As their patron goddess, it's my job to bless their future. We might be rough blacksmiths, but we always take care of our own." She meant every word. It was a true show of support from a goddess. After hearing this, Demeter understood why Hephaestus brought so many gifts. Once the girls left, they likely wouldn't return. If Hephaestus became their goddess, she wanted them to be safe and happy for a long time. "I have to admit, Hephaestus, you always outsmart me," Demeter conceded. She turned to her own captain. "Have the compound send over our premium seeds. Since you are my children, I might not have weapons to offer, but I can gift you the finest agricultural seeds in Orario. Consider it my blessing." Demeter asked Persephone to gather their best crops. She didn't have weapons to offer, but as the goddess of agriculture, her gifts from nature were unmatched. Right away, Lady Demeter, Persephone bowed respectfully. She pulled out a communication crystal and ordered the base to dispatch the cargo. Seeing the two goddesses bestow their blessings and gifts in person deeply touched the village women. Having real goddesses wish them happiness was the greatest blessing they could imagine. Earth might have endless resources, but these gifts from the gods meant something special. "Thank you, goddesses," the women wept, overwhelmed with gratitude. Even Anya was moved by the scene. She wiped her eyes and sniffled. I really want to be blessed like that, Naya. Deep down, every girl wished for that kind of complete, loving support from their patron god. Beside her, Chloe Rollo dabbed her own eyes. You could always just marry Mr. August, she pointed out bluntly. Since he's from another world, marrying him practically guarantees you a mountain of blessings. The other waitresses took the idea seriously. Honestly, if they had the chance, it didn't seem bad. August was an outsider, but everyone at the Hostess of Fertility respected him. He wasn't a drunk or a troublemaker. He could be arrogant and a little wild, but that confidence just made him more appealing. But as soon as they all looked at Hestia, the goddess hissed like an angry cat. Back off. Hestia glared, her anti-NTR radar screaming. She wasn't about to let a tavern full of waitresses poach her man. When they saw how protective Hestia was, the waitresses quickly gave up on the idea. Getting close to August would mean facing Hestia, and nobody wanted that kind of trouble. Hephaestus and Demeter led their new recruits into private rooms to start the Falna contracts. Divine blessings were very personal and never done in public. Lady Hestia, please tell us more stories. Tiona Hirayut dropped into a full digeza. Hearing a real heroic story from a goddess who saw it herself was much better than any Argonaut picture book. The Amazon was more curious than ever. She had waited patiently for the contracts to finish, and now she couldn't wait to hear more stories. Oh, you want to hear more? Hestia grinned, surprised by the Amazon's infectious enthusiasm. Excellent taste, young lady. Grab a seat and listen closely. Hestia loved sharing her familiar's legendary achievements. Victories like these shouldn't be kept secret, they deserved to be celebrated. The waitresses stopped what they were doing and gathered around to listen to her lively retelling of August's adventures. August had no idea that his actions were already becoming legends, and someone in the background was even taking notes. Meanwhile, en route to the black market. Achoo! August sneezed violently several times in a row. He rubbed his nose. What the hell? Who's talking about me? A cold shiver ran down his back. With his level 2 body, he couldn't get sick, so he figured someone must be talking about him. He had no idea who it was. Are we there yet, Lily? August asked as he watched Lily scan the alleyways. After dropping off the girls, their main goal was to infiltrate Arario's infamous black market. Be patient, Lord August, Lily said as she carefully checked the area. You destroyed one of their main hideouts and took out a dozen assassins the other night. The survivors ran off to hide. They're not dumb enough to stick around and wait for you to find them. But her sharp eye soon noticed something. Faintly carved into the stone was a special coded marker used only by the assassin syndicate. Found it, she whispered, pointing down a narrow side street. It leads that way. The marker pointed directly toward an unassuming tavern. Let's go. Lily signaled August to follow. They were heading straight into danger. The last hideout was just a cover. Now, Lily was leading him to the syndicate's real headquarters. It looked like an old, quiet pub, so nobody noticed it. Reaching the entrance, August took the lead and pushed past the wooden doors. As soon as he walked in, the mood in the room vanished. The assassins sitting in the booths, drinking cheap ale or half asleep in the shadows, all froze. It wasn't just a threat coming through the door, it felt like death itself. This was the madman who had destroyed their strongest safe house all by himself, and now he was walking right into their main base. The relaxed mood disappeared, replaced by a fearful silence. They recognized him instantly, the monster rookie. The man with the biggest bounty in the underground was standing right there. August. Someone whispered in dread. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https:/p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Bonus. 2,110 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. Well, we finally meet. Assassins. August looked around the dimly lit tavern with a predatory stare. Even just standing in the doorway, his presence made the hardened killers inside break into a cold sweat. They gripped their hidden weapons a little tighter, hoping for some sense of safety. "Ah, Captain August, you've arrived. Forgive our lack of a proper welcome." The bartender plastered a sickeningly sweet smile across his face. Inside, he was panicking. No target had ever been found this fast. The assassins and the bartender noticed his guide, the Hestia Familiar's new supporter, who had once been with the Soma Familiar. They often visited the Soma compound for drinks, but never thought she would expose them so quickly. Despite relocating to 3 different safe houses, she still managed to track them down. The little Paolum was clearly talented. With August's fearsome combat record, even these elite killers knew that drawing a weapon meant certain death. They forced themselves to greet him with fake smiles. If they couldn't calm him down, they might not survive. The bartender stepped forward, nervously rubbing his hands, hoping this monster wouldn't take out his anger on them. After all, they hadn't accepted the hit themselves. August watched the bartender approach. He didn't nod or even look at him with any friendliness. Instead, he stared down at the man with disdain, treating him more like trash than a person. This attitude worked well in the underworld. If you acted nervous, they sensed weakness. But if you showed total confidence, the assassins began to doubt their own chances of survival. "How can we help you today, Captain August?" the bartender asked, forcing a strained smile. "We're just a regular tavern, nothing illegal here." Beneath his polite demeanor, he was angrily blaming the Soma Familiar for revealing their location. TCH. August clicked his tongue in disgust, not even bothering to reply. Next to him, Lily dropped a heavy, clinking sack onto the counter. It held at least 50 million valis. "We know exactly what this place is," Lily said, shaking the bag of coins with a happy smile. "You guys are assassins, which means we can hire you. The client who put the bounty on us isn't going to be showing up anymore. So even if you pulled off the hit, you wouldn't get paid anyway." The assassins cursed her silently. What did she mean, they wouldn't get paid? But as they thought about it, they realized she was right. August had destroyed the Eiklos Familiar. Even their patron god was gone. There was no one left to pay them. "Then, what exactly are you looking to commission?" the bartender asked, his eyes darting to the massive bag of valis. "A bounty," August said, drumming his fingers against the wooden bar. "I want the entire Daedalus bloodline wiped out." The tavern filled with fearful whispers. They never thought he was serious. When he said he would wipe out an entire bloodline, they assumed he was just trying to scare them. But now he was actually offering money to hunt them down. The bartender gulped nervously. Daedalus was one of Arario's most legendary architects. He built the original foundations of this city, and his descendants have deep roots. "If you want us to put a hit out on them, I'm sorry, but the Assassin's Guild can't accept that." It wasn't that he didn't want the 50 million valis. He just didn't dare. Taking a job against August was one thing, but the Daedalus family was connected to Evolus and the city's darkest groups. No one wanted to cross them. "Is that so?" August raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised that an underground syndicate would turn down cold hard cash. "All right then." He pushed off the bar stool. "Let's go, Lily. Right behind you, Lord August." Lily quickly scooped up the money and followed him out the door. The assassins stared at the swinging tavern doors in disbelief. They fully expected August to throw a violent tantrum after being rejected. Instead, he just walked away. "Some monster rookie. He's just a coward. Ha ha ha." We denied his request and he tucked his tail between his legs and ran. What an idiot. Who doesn't know the Daedalus family is backed by Evolus? Only a fool would take that job. The tavern broke out in loud laughter. They realized they had overestimated him. The mood shifted from fear to open mockery. But the bartender still felt uneasy. As he listened to the laughter, he tried to calm his pounding heart. Was I just imagining things? TCH, guess he wasn't such a big deal after all, he muttered. Beep. A faint, high-pitched mechanical chirp cut through the noise. What was that? The bartender frowned. He stepped around the counter and crouched down near the stools where August and Lily had been sitting. Under the oak bar, 4 large, brick-shaped explosives were attached. No one had noticed when they were placed there. What the? His eyes widened in horror. Boo! The shockwave instantly turned the bartender into a bloody mist. The huge blast ripped through the tavern, killing the laughing assassins in a storm of pressure and shrapnel. The entire first floor was destroyed in seconds. But the destruction didn't end there. Outside, a volley of rockets rained down, lighting up the alley with flaming trails. The heavy weapons struck the syndicate's buildings, destroying the whole block in a series of loud explosions. Boom! A safe distance away, August and Lily watched the fire with cold, mocking smiles. Smoke rose from the rocket launchers on August's shoulders. "You don't want to take my commission?" August said, his eyes as cold as ice. "Then die." If they weren't useful, they were just another enemy. Did they really think he was a good guy? Did they believe they could refuse a job and escape their past crimes? They were completely wrong. Residents and merchants stared in shock as the tavern burned. Just moments before, they had seen August go in, then come out and attack the buildings with force. The sudden violence left everyone frozen, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. What happened? A Ganesha familiar patrol squad sprinted onto the scene, weapons drawn to maintain order. When the squad captain saw August standing in the smoke, he stopped in his tracks. Crap! It's August. The squad captain wanted to turn and run. Facing this reckless fighter felt like signing his own death warrant. He would rather take harsh punishment from his own familiar than deal with this dangerous newcomer. Still, he had a job to do as a guardian of Aurario. Captain August of the Hestia Familiar, the squad leader approached cautiously. "Mind telling us what's going on here?" Ganesha had made it clear, August was ruthless. It was safer to fight Otter than to get on this kid's bad side. And since Hestia had beaten the goddess of beauty in public, everyone knew their whole familiar was unpredictable. "I'm clearing out an assassin syndicate," August said calmly, lowering his weapons. "I tried to hire them and give them a chance to live. They refused, so I took them out." He pointed at the damage. "Check if any nearby shops were hit. Send the repair bills to the Hestia Familiar. I'll cover everything, even the guild's fine for causing trouble." August and Lily didn't wait for an answer. They turned and walked away. As they left, the squad captain wiped sweat from his forehead. Heavens! Lord Ganesha never told us he was this insane. "No kidding," one of his subordinates gasped, leaning against a wall. "Just standing near him felt like I was suffocating." "Same here. It felt like he was pointing a weapon at me the whole time." The guards shivered. August's cold, empty stare was really frightening. "What should we do, Captain?" a guard asked nervously. No one wanted to try arresting him. "We do exactly what he told us. He said he'd pay the fines," the captain said, giving up on trying to enforce the law. He thought it over. August was fighting with the Apollo Familiar and the assassins. This wasn't Apollo territory, so August was after killers. If some assassins got blown up, why should we care? It's not our problem. As long as August paid for the damage, the Ganesha Familiar would stay out of it. This kind of familiar war was far above their level. Good point. But what did he mean by giving them a chance to live? A patrolman asked, curious. If someone as ruthless as August offered mercy, it had to be something wild. The Daedalus bloodline, the captain muttered, realizing the truth. He wants to wipe them out. A chill ran down his spine. Calling for the destruction of one of Aurario's founding families showed August wasn't just ruthless, he was a psychopath. Still, those assassins were stupid, the captain said. Someone who fights through monster hordes and defeats top adventurers won't be scared of a few thugs in a bar. They should have just taken the job. Is surviving really that hard? He shook his head in amazement. If someone that dangerous offers you a job, you take it. Saying no is just asking to get killed. Check the area. Make sure no civilians in the nearby shops are hurt, the captain ordered, waving his arm to get the squad moving. Write up the damage estimates and send the bill to the Hestia Familiar. When the local merchants found out the ruined tavern was an assassin hideout targeted by the Hestia Familia, their panic faded. If those people were assassins, they got what was coming to them. After leaving the ruins, August and Lily found themselves at a dead end. Lily had found the main syndicate headquarters in the 6th District's business area, but it wasn't their only base. Arario's underworld was a tangled web of hideouts. Destroying one wouldn't stop them, others would just take over. August wanted to wipe out the whole network. Lily, those guys definitely have other hidden strongholds, August noted. How do we root out the rest of them? Oh, I've got it. Lily's eyes lit up. She didn't know every assassin's hideout, but she knew who did. If we can't find them, we can just buy the info. The Hestia Familia had plenty of money, so they could easily afford the best black market information. Lead the way, August agreed. They made their way deeper into the 6th District and reached Lily's favorite information broker. They didn't bother with disguises. They just walked straight into the underground tavern for everyone to see. As soon as they walked in, all the quiet conversations stopped. The whole pub fell silent. Everyone in the underground knew August's face. He was the top predator in Arario's rumor mill, the one who bombed monsters, defeated Everless captains, and tortured enemies in public. No one met his eyes. Informants and mercenaries stared into their drinks. August and Lily took a seat right at the bar. Lily pulled out a stack of Valis and slid it across the wooden counter. The information broker stared at the money, sweating. Having someone this dangerous at his bar was terrifying. He wanted no part of it, but Lily had paid double the usual fee. In the end, greed won over fear. 2 glasses of water, Lily ordered casually. The bartender quickly made the drinks, slid the cold glasses to them, and quietly pocketed the money. We want the exact coordinates of every single assassin hideout in Arario, Lily stated, her voice calm and authoritative. And the current whereabouts of every living member of the Daedalus bloodline. The tavern, already silent, somehow became even quieter. Everyone knew the assassins had gone after the Hestia Familia. But hearing them by the Daedalus family's locations meant only one thing: the monster rookie was planning a full purge. He wasn't just sending a warning, he was going to wipe them out. The broker sighed. He had never seen a familiar this wild. He glanced nervously at August, who quietly sipped his water. The broker knew if he refused, August might destroy his tavern. 10 times the usual rate, the broker rasped, giving in. He gave up every location without a second thought, trading the city's deadliest assassins for cash. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https:/p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Let the Blood Flow. 2,210 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The information broker spilled everything he knew. For an underground informant, assassin safehouse locations were just trade secrets to sell. He didn't care about making money from their misery. The Daedalus family meant nothing to him. Lily slid another huge stack of Valis across the bar. The broker stared at the small Paulum, surprised by how openly she showed her wealth. He quickly grabbed the money from the counter. He listed every single assassin syndicate branch without missing a beat. He even pulled out crude sketches of the regional captains and handed them directly to August. August carefully reviewed the documents, capturing each face and address with his camera for future reference. All right. Besides the main headquarters we just destroyed, there are 7 active branches left, Lily said as she checked the broker's information. The safe houses were scattered across the city, hidden in the alleys of the 1st through 8th districts. When Lily spoke so casually, the broker and the nearby adventurers flinched. The headquarters they just destroyed. People in the tavern looked at each other in shock. Did this rookie really destroy the main assassin base and then just come in for a drink? The broker gripped his bar rag, trying to process how bold that was. Is the Daedalus family really this small? Lily asked, looking over the remaining documents. The lineage seemed absurdly thin for a founding family. And all these members operate outside Ororio? Those are just the public faces, the broker said, setting down a polished glass. Inside Ororio, the only confirmed members of the Daedalus bloodline are Dix Puddix, the infamous Iklos familiar captain, and his older brother, Barsa Puddix. Both are deeply entrenched in Everless. The broker leaned in, lowering his voice to share freshly acquired intel. According to the underground whispers, those two brothers slaughtered the rest of their own family in the past. As far as the Puddix lineage goes, Dix and Barsa are the only ones left. Is that so? August raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the family tree to be this empty. From what he knew, the Daedalus family had spent 1,000 years growing rich and powerful. 1,000 years is a long time, the broker said. The family became a huge group, but fighting within the family left deep scars. What about their descendants? August demanded. He wasn't going to leave any loose ends. If he was going to wipe out a bloodline, he would go after the roots. Give me the intel on Dix and Barsa's children. The broker froze. A cold sweat broke out across his back. The question caught him off guard. Usually, people who bought hit contracts only went after specific targets. No one paid to hunt down someone's unrelated children. Before the broker could stammer out an excuse, Lily slapped another identical stack of Valis onto the wood. I have it. The broker stared at the money, his greed instantly overriding his moral hesitation. He snatched the cash and kept talking. Based on past reports, if you're looking for their descendants, you'll need to hit Daedalus Street. They hide them deep in the slums. If you want exact coordinates, I'll need a bit more time to dig them up. For the first time in his career, the broker felt truly curious. He just couldn't understand how August could be so ruthless. I have to ask, Captain August, the broker ventured, his voice strained. Why go that far? Wiping out a target is one thing, but how can you bring yourself to target their bloodline? Even the kids? How could an adventurer be so cold? Even the toughest assassins usually had some limits. August paused, his gaze lifting from the intel files. Dix Puddix put a bounty on my familiar because he is terrified of my strength, August stated calmly. He chose to target my supporter and my weak points because he lacks the spine to face me directly. I am simply returning the favor. If he can cross that line, I can do the same. August didn't care about double standards. He fought back with everything he had. If Dix attacked the weak, August would go after his whole family in return. Captain August, you are a very honest man. The broker let out a breath he hadn't noticed he was holding. Suddenly, the rookie's actions made sense. He wasn't just lashing out, he was a captain protecting his own by fighting back just as hard. You would do the exact same thing in my position, August replied dismissively. He looked through the rest of the documents and saw that some targets were linked to different familiars outside Ororio. That meant several gods were involved. But August didn't care. Any god outside the city was just a small problem. He would deal with them if they tried to get in his way. That's enough for today, August said, standing up. Keep digging for the exact coordinates of the Daedalus descendants. I'll be back for them. The broker nodded respectfully. As August and Lily turned toward the stairs, the broker called out one last warning. Captain August. Those talking monsters you've been seen with, the Xenos. They are going to become a massive liability. Several top-tier familiars are already organizing a coalition to attack you over them. August didn't slow down. He paused for a moment, gave a silent nod at the warning, and kept going up the stairs. The tavern doors closed, leaving the pub filled with quiet tension. As soon as the rookie left, the tension faded. The adventurers in the shadows finally relaxed, and the tavern filled with quiet conversation. Hey, why the hell did you tell him that? A mercenary demanded, staring at the broker. Giving away major faction movements for free wasn't exactly standard business practice. The other adventurers at the bar turned to look, just as curious. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, the broker smiled, picking up his rag to polish a glass. I can't bring myself to hate a guy like that. He doesn't pretend to be something he's not. He does what he says he'll do. Most importantly, He fights for his people. The broker pictured the small Paolum walking confidently beside the terrifying rookie. How many captains in this city would fight a 1,000-year-old family, challenge the big groups, and take on Evolus just to get revenge for a level 1 supporter and a few rookies? The broker asked, his voice echoing in the pub. The adventurers looked at each other seriously. Every captain in Orario had their faults. But August's strong loyalty to his crew was hard to ignore. He didn't care about politics, just his mission and his people. His right, a battle-worn veteran muttered, taking a long pull from his mug. If my captain had half that kind of spine, I'd wake up smiling every day. A captain who actually protects his squad. August is a real man, another added. Damn. I wish I knew how to join the Hestia Familia. August's bold moves lifted the spirits of a city burdened by guild rules and divine politics. For adventurers, having a leader who made them feel safe was all they could hope for. Don't bother, the broker scoffed, rolling his eyes. That little supporter drank Soma's divine wine and still forced herself free through sheer willpower, also she could leave her familiar. Unless you've got that kind of freakish mental strength, the monster rookie won't even give you a second glance. Are you serious? The crowd was stunned. Most people saw Lily as just a lucky baggage carrier. But breaking free from Soma's wine took real strength. Rumors about the Soma Familia falling apart had been going around for days, but finding out that this small Paolum was behind it changed everything. All right, back to your drinks, the broker said, waving them away as the tavern slowly returned to its usual gritty pace. Outside, August and Lily made their way through the dark alleys. Information brokers are the best. For the right price, they'd even sell out their mothers, Lily said with a grin, holding the intel files. Now she knew exactly how they could take down the syndicate. But what's our next move, Lord August? Lily asked, looking up at him. Since we bought this openly, the assassins definitely know we're coming for them now. We make an example of them, August replied, his voice devoid of emotion. The main headquarters is gone. The 7 branches left will try to take in the survivors and claim to be the new leaders. We give them a choice. August cracked his neck. If they refuse the Daedalus bounty, I'll destroy another branch. He had them trapped. The assassins could either keep protecting the Daedalus family and risk being wiped out, or turn on their Evolus allies and go after Dix Puddix themselves to survive. August challenged them to stand their ground. If the underworld really wanted a drawn-out fight, he was ready to destroy them. But assassins were like rats hiding in the dark. Once exposed, they usually turned on each other. I kinda hope they choose to fight, Lily muttered, a dark glint in her eye. If the assassins fought back, it would give them a reason to wipe out the whole network and take their loot. It sounded great, but she knew the syndicate was too scared to fight someone as strong as August. Still, I can't believe the other familiars are really teaming up to attack us because of the Xenos, Lily said with a sigh, remembering the broker's warning. Let them, August said, brushing off the threat. If harboring intelligent monsters didn't spark a massive public outcry, I'd be disappointed in this city's survival instincts. He really didn't care about bad press. If the big factions wanted to ruin his name, they could try. His reputation was already as low as it could get. After bombing the slums, executing nobles, and torturing prisoners in public, sheltering a few talking monsters hardly mattered. It's just a short-term PR problem, August said with a smirk. Our familiar runs on pure vengeance. Public backlash doesn't matter. The winners write history, and as long as we keep winning, people will find ways to justify what we do. When you had overwhelming power, morality was just a suggestion. Let the so-called righteous familiars complain. The Hestia Familia was the one actually doing something. Fair point. Lily giggled, picking up her pace to match his stride. They headed for their next target. Another assassin branch would soon have to choose, take the Daedalus contract or face destruction. Inside the Hermes Familia headquarters. While August acted openly, the city's intelligence networks were busier than ever. Lord Hermes. Lulyun Louis burst into the grand office, panting heavily. Lulyun, what's the rush? Hermes asked, looking up from a huge pile of paperwork. As the top intelligence familiar in Orario, They always had a mountain of paperwork to get through. Asfi Andromeda stopped writing and adjusted her glasses. Did something happen? The Hestia Familiar captain isn't bluffing, Lulun reported, dropping into a chair. He just wiped out the Assassin's Guild headquarters. Turned it into a crater. And he just bought the exact coordinates for the Daedalus and Pudix bloodlines from the broker. He's really starting a full-on bloodline purge. I thought he was just making threats, but he's actually hunting them down. Lulun shook her head, stunned. She had never seen an adventurer act with such open malice. Is that so? Hermes set his pen down. He leaned back in his plush leather chair, resting his chin on his steepled fingers. I have to admit, the boy likes to make a scene. A dangerous, fascinated grin spread across his face. He had never seen a mortal act with so much reckless authority. Asfi frowned, her mind calculating the fallout. Lord Hermes, if he actually tries a bloodline extermination, Lord Uranos and the top-tier familiars will have to step in. That level of unchecked slaughter clearly breaks guild law. She knew August was taking a big risk. If he pushed things too far, the whole city would join forces to stop him. Hermes just laughed. But it fits his core beliefs, Asfi. He acts openly, without any hypocrisy or fake justice. Hermes chuckled, his eyes beaming with excitement. This kid from another world is a real force of nature. But as his laughter faded, his face grew serious and thoughtful. I'm very curious. If he goes through with this, he'll turn the entire city into his enemy. How exactly does a mortal from another world plan to fight the world? Hermes had no plans to stop him. The god of trickery leaned forward and looked out the window toward the slums. Right now, he didn't care about the guild's laws or the city's peace. He just wanted to watch the chaos unfold. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, The Gods Also Reap the Benefits. 2071 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Loki Familiar Headquarters, Twilight Manor. Main Conference Hall. Finn Daimner, Reveria Ijos Alf, and Gareth Landrock sat together. Across from them sat several men in extravagant noble clothing. They came from kingdoms outside Orario, but they also held a much darker title, the current leaders of Arario's assassin syndicate. Please, Braver, you have to help us. We are out of options. The nobles wiped the sweat from their foreheads, staring at Finn with desperate, pleading eyes. They needed the legendary hero to step in and mediate. August had already leveled 2 of their bases in rapid succession. Their Orario headquarters? Gone. A branch that tried to put up a fight. Erased. Now, nobody wanted to cross him. Not a single person was stepping up to point fingers at the Hestia Familiar. The reason was obvious. Loki sat nearby, lazily drinking her wine. She watched the groveling nobles like they were circus clowns, a mocking grin plastered across her face. But she didn't interrupt Finn. She left the decision entirely in his hands. He was her prized hero, he wasn't stupid enough to fall for this. Finn considered the pros and cons of intervening. Honestly, the math didn't add up. Why come to me? Finn asked smoothly. If I recall, shouldn't you be crawling to Otter and the Freya Familiar? It made more sense for the syndicate leaders to ask Freya for protection. Her group had a significant influence on Orario. Finn, they know that's a dead end, Loki chimed in. These assassins screwed over the Freya Familiar plenty of times in the past. Freya not actively kicking them while they're down is already a massive favor. Loki explained the situation. She knew these men had probably thought about going to Freya, but aside from Otter's generation, the rest of Freya's old guard had been wiped out back in the day, and this syndicate had a hand in the sabotage. The Freya Familiar wasn't dumb enough to fight August for these men. No one knew how strong he really was. Nobody wanted to mess with a ruthless captain who looked ready to drag his enemies to hell with him. Is that so? Finn understood Loki's warning. Stay out of it. To be frank, I don't pity you, Finn said. With your resources, isn't it highly unusual for you to reject a hit on the Daedalus family? Finn wasn't blind. He saw right through August's strategy. The assassins refused to take the contract against Daedalus, so August was exterminating them instead. Making an example out of them. Finn shifted his gaze, locking onto one specific noble in the group. Am I right, member of the Daedalus family? He studied the man. Finn was sure this person was a key member of the Daedalus family. Coming to the Loki familiar was just a desperate attempt to save himself. With the Daedalus member's identity exposed, the other nobles fell into a tense silence. I can't help you, Finn delivered the final rejection. Their faces drained of color. They hadn't anticipated the braver reading them so easily. Right this way, gents. Beat Loga stood up, hands stuffed in his pockets, gesturing toward the door. The nobles kept stiff expressions, but their eyes showed panic. They didn't want to accept this, but they had no choice. Loki watched their faces twist in despair, immensely enjoying the show. Nice work, Finn. Once the heavy doors closed shut, she flashed him a thumbs up. Her hero always delivered. Still. Finn sighed. Is it really wise to let August run wild like this? Massacring people in broad daylight. It won't end well for him. Truthfully, a part of Finn wanted to mobilize against August. But August himself seemed too unpredictable. After thinking it over, Finn decided to stay out of the conflict. Can't be helped. Everyone wants a slice of that cake, Loki said, leaning back. The syndicate was built by a few old assassin kingdoms. Back in the day, their Orario headquarters got crushed by gale wind from the Astrea Familia. When it was rebuilt, a few gods moved in and took over. Now those gods have been sent back to heaven. To the other deities here, this organization is a prime cut of meat. Loki stretched her arms out. They have a strong group of level 1 and level 2 killers. The gods without a familiar are eager for a chance to recruit those kids. Loki explained the underground politics Finn hadn't thought about. Orario wasn't only controlled by big groups. There were many minor gods, some without any followers. To make a name for themselves, they needed to recruit talented kids first. If they could absorb those trained assassins, their familiars would skyrocket in power overnight. Riveria Ijoes Alf listened quietly. To her, it sounded like the city's underworld was about to change completely. So August's rampage is a blessing in disguise for those gods. Riveria noted. The minor gods get to play savior, taking in the displaced orphans to build their ranks. They're using August as a scalpel to carve up the untouchable syndicate so they can pick up the pieces. They were getting all the benefits without doing any of the work. Gareth Landrock grunted, catching on. An organization that loses its divine backing needs a new patron fast. Or a syndicate that size just dissolves. But if they scatter, they might bleed right into the remnants of Everless. That was Gareth's main concern. The dark factions might take in the survivors. Finn shook his head. They won't. August's targets are the syndicate and the Daedalus family. The assassins know a Daedalus member is pulling the strings. Why would they enrage a psychotic adventurer to protect a noble? Throwing their lives away for a sponsor isn't worth it. Finn guessed the assassins already knew why Daedalus was off limits. A little digging would show the Daedalus bloodline co-ran the syndicate. They couldn't accept a hit on their own brass. It was a dead end. Still, the kid is ruthless, Loki muttered as she lounged on her side. Are all people from his world this crazy? Does he not care about his reputation at all? She had never seen anyone operate with this level of brutality. He wasn't shackled by Arario's morals. If someone crossed the line, he hunted them down to the last man. No monologues or hesitation, just action. The gods found this trait very appealing. I actually love his personality, Loki grinned. Too bad I didn't snatch him up first. That damn shrimp hit the jackpot. Loki ground her teeth. Just thinking about Hestia showing off her new recruit made Loki feel jealous. How did that freeloader get so lucky? Everyone in Orario knew the story by now. August approached the Hephaestus familiar specifically to get an introduction to Hestia. That level of targeted loyalty already put him above 99% of the adventurers in the city. Gods were petty by nature. They all wondered what made Hestia different from them. Finn and the other executives smartly ignored Loki's rant. "We're back." Right on cue, Tiona Hirayut burst into the room at just the right moment, her face bright with excitement. Lefia, AIS Wallenstein, and Tyon followed close behind. "Oh, Tiona, how was the city?" Loki greeted her energetic child. "It was great. But guess what we saw?" Tiona could hardly contain her excitement. She quickly shared what she saw outside. Goddess Hestia was leading a group of women into Orario to make Falna contracts. Loki's cheerful mood disappeared right away. "What? She did what? That damn shrimp. What else is she hiding from me?" Loki gritted her teeth, feeling her anger rise. "If she had premium recruits, why didn't she bring them to me? I run the top familiar in the city. And she bypasses me for Demeter and Hephaestus." Loki was seething. She never thought Hestia would leave her out of such a good opportunity. Her jealousy quickly turned into strong resentment. "Loki, what's wrong?" AIS tilted her head. It was unusual to see her goddess get upset over something as simple as recruitment. From Ares's perspective, partnering with Demeter and Hephaestus seemed normal. "You don't get it," Loki groaned. "The shrimp probably went to Demeter first. But Hephaestus? She's smart. She definitely demanded a cut of the pie. You might not see the angle now, but think about the future. If Demeter or Hephaestus ever asks August for a favor like visiting his dimension to check on their kids, he won't say no. Hephaestus doesn't make investments without a massive payout." Loki understood that Demeter was kind, but Hephaestus was a skilled businesswoman who had built her forge into a worldwide business. She would never miss a chance at an interdimensional trade route. "That does fit Lady Hephaestus's modus operandi," Reveria mused, rubbing her chin. "Besides, when we were drinking at the Hostess of Fertility, I could tell. Lady Hephaestus is in love with August." As a high elf, she had sharp intuition. She noticed the forge goddess often watching August with a gentle, happy look. "Wait, really? Lady Hephaestus in love with August? I didn't notice." Tiona's eyes lit up, eager for good gossip. Even Loki was surprised. She never thought the serious blacksmith would fall for the newcomer. "It's just a feeling," Reveria said, waving a hand. "I don't know for sure, and I'm certainly not going to ask her. But that gentle look. It wasn't the way a patron looks at a child. It was the way a woman looks at a man. At first, I thought I was imagining it, but it seems the goddess of forging really is smitten. Damn. He actually caught Hephaestus's eye?" Loki was shocked. In the divine realm, people often teased Hephaestus about her eye patch and scars. Because of her tough image, romance was rare for her. For someone like her to fall in love was headline news. "Oh, so that's why you support him so hard." Loki practically tasted the drama. Does this kid really have some hidden charm? She made a mental note to inspect August more closely next time. But for now, she wanted to spend time with her favorite child. AIS Tan. Loki launched herself at AIS. AIS smoothly sidestepped, letting the goddess crash into the floor. Still, the chatter about August continued. At the same time, on the other side of the city, August was heading toward the fifth assassin stronghold when he suddenly started sneezing. Achoo. He rubbed his nose and frowned. "Who is talking behind my back?" August shook his head and glanced down at the fresh intel in his hand. Well, that explains a lot. He received the note while heading to the third base. A random god had accidentally tripped in front of him. When August helped him up, the deity handed him a piece of paper that explained how the syndicate worked. The god had smiled, waved, and strolled off. August understood what was going on. The minor gods wanted the syndicate destroyed so they could recruit the skilled assassins for their own familiars. Thanks to Hestia's translation module, August read the note clearly. "No wonder they refused the contract," August muttered. The Daedalus family funded and founded the syndicate. You can't put a hit out on your own boss. That was the core conflict. But these assassins aren't idiots, either, August noted. When we hit the fourth base, it was completely empty. They aren't going to just sit around waiting to get slaughtered. Lily agreed. After the first raids, the survivors scattered. Assassins were still human, and they didn't want to die for nothing. As for fighting back, if they could really defeat August, they wouldn't be hiding. If this intel is accurate, let's call it here, August said. There was no point in hitting the fifth location. They've already gone to ground. Hitting empty buildings is a waste of stamina. Right, Lily nodded. Let's head back. Lady Hestia has probably been waiting for a while anyway. Chasing ghosts isn't going to get us anywhere. They both agreed to end the hunt early and started heading home. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, Bonus. 2,329 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. August and Lily crossed the rubble, making their way back to their base. The Xenos relaxed in the corners, enjoying the afternoon sun. When August came back, they quickly stood up and greeted him. Yo! August waved back, entirely at ease. Lily watched, both amazed and unsure. It hadn't been long, but August was already acting like the Xenos were old neighbors. Only you could pull that off, she muttered. If it were me, I'd still be covered in goosebumps. Lily had grown up in Orario and knew her own limits. Standing near the Xenos without panicking was a big step for her. But August? He was already talking with them through casual glances and nods, seamlessly bridging the gap. August chuckled. He reached the doors of their ruined church and pushed them open, only to find a crowd of young women sitting inside, waiting for him. Yo, he greeted them, keeping the same casual tone. Mr. August, they chimed in unison. Their eyes were bright with a mix of deep reverence and gratitude. The moment he walked in, every single one of them stood up and offered a deep bow. All right, take it easy. August looked around the room. Everything was set. He didn't need to control every detail. These women were his first group of cross-dimensional adventurers. They might not be the strongest, but for his plan, they were enough. He saw that they were holding small gifts. Nearby, 2 goddesses sat together, giving their last pieces of advice. Demeter, especially, was emotional. She had just made contracts with these girls, and now she watched them get ready to leave. Tears ran down her face. Demeter looked gentle and kind, but everyone knew her stories. She loved her children deeply, and nothing mattered more to her. Seeing her familiar members leave was breaking her heart. Hephaestus, on the other hand, played it much cooler. She sat with her arms crossed, looking serious and dignified like an experienced goddess. She didn't cry, but it was clear she didn't want to say goodbye. She kept looking at her children, wanting to speak but staying silent. She was struggling with her own goodbyes. Naturally, both goddesses directed all their pent-up frustration straight at August. August, you'd better take good care of my children, Demeter warned, her tone dead serious. If even one of them gets hurt, I'll kill you myself. Before August could respond, another voice chimed in. Isn't that the speech you're supposed to give the groom? Takumi Kazuchi said flatly from his seat in the corner. August isn't the one getting married. The war god had a point. Dumping the overprotective parent routine on August seemed a bit misplaced. Makes you wonder what they'll do when they finally get married, Mayak added with a soft chuckle. The 2 male gods didn't understand all the emotion. As long as the girls found a better life and were happy, they were fine with letting them go. They didn't see a reason to cry. Heartless. So insensitive. Men really have no conscience. The girls from the Artemis, Takumi Kazuchi, and Mayak familiars quickly glared at the 2 male gods. Outnumbered by the angry group, Mayak and Takumi Kazuchi stayed quiet. August stood nearby and nodded in agreement with the male gods. Lily quickly kicked him in the shin. He rubbed his leg and coughed, trying to break the awkward silence. "All right, ladies. Let's head out." He signaled the recruits to wrap things up. "Yes, sir." After receiving their patron's final blessings, the women stood up. They were determined. Back on Earth, the men they loved were probably waiting anxiously for them. Right in front of the assembled gods, August summoned the dimensional portal. "Ooh, so this is the door." Demeter stopped crying and became curious as she looked at the shining portal. It was her first time seeing it up close. To a god, the portal didn't exist, there was no mana or divine sign. Still, it was clearly there. It was strange and interesting. Mayak and Takemikazuchi studied the gateway. They harbored no ill intent, they were just trying to figure out its mechanics. Visible to the eye, but invisible to divine perception. "Artifacts from other worlds truly are bizarre," Mayak noted. "I suspect forcing our way through would just tear us apart and scatter us into the void," Takemikazuchi reasoned. They were kind gods and not foolish. Risking their immortal lives just to satisfy curiosity was not worth it. The portal possessed an inherent safety mechanism designed to protect its master. If an unauthorized entity tried to cross, the chaotic spatial turbulence within the void would assimilate them. Even a god's consciousness would be shredded and integrated into the dimensional fabric. They would simply cease to be. Seeing something so alien and dangerous reminded the gods that the universe was much bigger than Orario. Mayak suddenly remembered his actual reason for being there. "August, the supplies you requisitioned are ready." He pointed to Naza Erisuis, who brought out several large crates of new healing potions. This was the latest delivery in their trade deal. "Appreciate it." August nodded. He waved his hand and stored the crates in his spatial backpack. Then he turned to the portal, led the women through, and returned to modern Earth. Lily didn't follow them through. She was exhausted. As soon as August was gone, she dropped into a chair and closed her eyes. "Lily, where exactly did you guys go?" Hestia walked over to check on her tired supporter. Lily looked like she had been through a rough time, covered in dirt and ash. Lord August and I went hunting for the Daedalus family," Lily mumbled, staring at the ceiling. "It didn't go smoothly." She gave a straight report. They had gone out on business. Bloody, violent business. Daedalus. Hestia frowned when Lily dropped the name. Daedalus was a legendary architect from 1,000 years ago who built the foundation of Orario. No one would have expected his descendants to become the main target of the Hestia familia so many years later. The real problem was all the political red tape. The Daedalus bloodline had strong historical ties to Uranos. Finding a clear, legal reason to take them out would not be easy. Then again, Hestia shrugged it off. She didn't need to overthink it. August called the shots, and she supported him. "So, how did the investigation go?" Hestia asked. "Don't even get me started," Lily groaned, forcing herself to sit up. She explained the whole frustrating situation. Their first plan was simple, an eye for an eye. They would put a huge bounty on the Daedalus family and let the underworld handle it. But every assassin guild turned down the job. August reacted by storming in and starting a war. Only after pressuring some brokers at the Hostess of Fertility did they learn the truth. The Daedalus family literally funded the syndicate. No assassin would kill their own financial backers. They weren't that foolish. With the bounty plan ruined, August switched to a scorched earth approach. By the time they reached the fourth base, they had to stop. The assassins had figured it out and escaped. No one was going to wait around in a dark room for a tank shell to blast through the wall. And just like that, the trail disappeared. Lily rubbed her temples. All they had done was leave behind burning buildings. They were no closer to finding out who was really in charge of the Daedalus family. They had no names and no targets. "Hephaestus, do you know anything about this?" Hestia asked her friend. She was still new to the lower world and didn't have much historical background. "The Daedalus family?" Hephaestus shook her head. "I know next to nothing." She motioned to Demeter. Hephaestus had only been in Rio for less than a century, but Demeter had been here for 200 or 300 years. If anyone knew old rumors, it was her. "Don't look at me," Demeter defended herself, holding her hands up. The original Daedalus went insane 1,000 years ago. Mathematically, his soul has been recycled through reincarnation dozens of times by now. I've never interacted with his modern descendants. If you want to know who is running in those circles, you'd have to ask the gods of the Everless factions. They're the ones who operate in the dark. Demeter was only the goddess of agriculture. Secret underworld plots were not her area of expertise. Besides, going after the Daedalus family puts you in direct conflict with Uranos, Demeter said, pointing out the huge political risk Hestia was ignoring. The old pact between Uranos and the architect was still technically in place. "But let me ask you something, Hestia." Demeter's tone turned grim. "These rumors about people being forced into artificial monster experiments, are they actually true?" Demeter couldn't believe anyone could be that cruel. An evil god doing something like that for fun? Maybe. But mortals doing it to each other? Hestia didn't answer. Instead, she looked directly at Lily. Lily pulled out her heavy leather notebook and flipped it open. Over the last few years, a string of massacres has plagued the deep floors. Nobody knows the exact identity of the hostiles, so the guild chalked it up to irregular monster spawns. However, based on intel gathered from bores over in Rivera on the 18th floor, we confirmed the adventurers were ripped apart by something monstrous, but the attack patterns didn't match any known species. She tapped a circled name on the page. Furthermore, several years ago, there were reports of specific adventurers faking their own deaths. Everless members. We strongly suspect they used that cover to volunteer for the mutation project. The experiments are real, and they have successfully weaponized human-monster hybrids. I also cross-referenced intel bought from the underground brokers, Lily continued. During the Dark Ages, Everless had a terrifying hallmark. They kidnapped people, implanted explosive magical cores inside them, and deployed them as suicide bombers. That proves they mastered the biological integration of foreign magical elements decades ago. Lily hadn't made up this theory. The terrible history of human bombs was a proven fact, confirmed by both the black market and Shakti Vamo. If they could turn people into living bombs before, then making living monsters now was the next logical step. The groundwork had been set years ago. It goes deeper. Lily flipped to the next page. Years ago, the Astrea Familia was annihilated. We confirmed that Everless manipulated the dungeon to spawn an anomaly, an irregular monster of catastrophic power that wiped them out. Based on environmental data Lord August collected recently, Everless has been trying to replicate that exact incident. Their method? Deliberately causing severe, unrepairable structural damage to the labyrinth. When a dungeon room takes critical damage it cannot heal, the labyrinth's defense mechanism spawns an apex predator to purge the threat. That was what slaughtered the Astrea Familia. Lately, the number of newly generated rooms in the upper floors has spiked. Everless is actively destroying the infrastructure to force the dungeon to birth another apex anomaly. Hephaestus, Takemikazuchi, Mayak, and Demeter sat in dumb silence. All of this had been happening right under their noses. "That's a lot to process," Takemikazuchi muttered, rubbing his temples. It seems the gods of the Dark Ages left behind a massive, ticking time bomb. Or rather, they were the architects pulling the strings the entire time. The war god felt a creeping sense of dread. This was the first time he had heard a full threat assessment of the dungeon's deeper workings. Artificial monsters, biological experiments, and manipulating the dungeon's core spawn logic. These were not just random events. If they were not careful, the remains of Everless could pull all of Rio into disaster. And then there is Knossos, the artificial labyrinth. Lily pulled out a final, heavily classified dossier. Using localized sensor equipment deployed by Lord August, we scanned the underground network. The radar picked up a biological signature of absurd proportions inside the artificial tunnels. Based on the thermal and magical feedback, the entity's baseline power dwarfs that of Finn Daimler. We are looking at a level 7 class threat currently hiding in the upper middle strata. Exterminating a target of that caliber requires a full mobilization from a raid faction. The existence of Knossos was something the gods had learned the day before. When you publicly capture and torture an Iklos executive, the origin point of the ambush becomes obvious. Standing before divine authority, Gran couldn't lie even if he tried. He had spilled everything he knew. Because of that interrogation, the secret of the artificial labyrinth had effectively been confirmed within their trusted circle. But finding out that August's technology had detected a level 7 class anomaly inside that structure was a whole new nightmare. A monster that strong should not exist outside the deepest floors, yet here it was, hiding in a man-made tunnel right under the city. If that intelligence leaked to the general public, it would cause mass panic. It was the kind of news that could drive the guild to chaos. Lily, who else knows about this radar ping? Hestia asked. This wasn't something they could casually pass to the guild. The implications were too dangerous. Just us. And presumably, the architects of Evolus, Lily answered flatly. I see. A heavy silence spread over the gods. The size of the conspiracy was staggering, and the presence of a level 7 class apex predator sitting right beneath their feet was a chilling reality check. We bury this intel for now, Hestia decided. Nobody outside this room hears a word. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 131, Chapter 131, A Confession of Love. 1926 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. After seeing the girls off, August stayed in the military camp. During break time, the young recruits wandered around the drill ground, stretching their necks to see what was happening, looking nervous. As soon as the girls began to step through the portal, the soldiers practically sprinted over in excitement. August, my boy, thanks for the hard work. Commander James came over. The old veteran looked at the girls and noticed the strange mix of things they were carrying. Some had potted plants and herbs, while others held real medieval weapons. What is all this? Commander James asked, surprised. They had left with nothing, but now they looked like a traveling merchant group. Gifts from the brides' families, August said with a casual gesture. The ones with the plants belong to the Demeter familia. The ones with the weapons are from the Hephaestus familia. August crossed his arms. Gods treat their familiar members like their own children. In our terms, the in-laws just sent a wedding gift. Ah. Commander James looked stunned. This is a lot. He scratched his head, not sure what to say. It was obvious these gifts weren't just cheap trinkets or random plants. Anything made or grown by actual gods was priceless. The commander cleared his throat, turned to the young men who were fussing over their new wives, and shouted across the yard. You boys better treat your wives right. If their families come knocking because you've wronged them, don't expect me to bail you out. Yes, sir, the young men replied. They knew these divine gifts were valuable. All right, that's enough. Dismissed. Get back to your quarters, Commander James said, waving them away. The soldiers quickly took their wives by the hand and hurried off to their temporary barracks. Ah, youth, Commander James said with a sigh. He turned to his adjutant. Write up a report. We need to log everything. Have the logistics team do a full inventory tomorrow morning. Even with their divine powers sealed, gifts from the gods were still powerful tools. They had to be accounted for. Yes, Commander. The adjutant nodded, signaling the end of the ordeal. He caught August's eye, leaned in, and quietly said, Commander. There's a situation outside. August noticed the look and glanced at the old veteran. The legal department. Commander James said in a flat tone. They heard about the women from the other world and showed up asking questions. I stopped them at the gate. This isn't their business anyway. Trying to force a diplomatic issue into a legal matter is overstepping, James said with a scoff. Whatever. I'm not going to argue about it. The higher-ups can deal with it. James made it clear that August didn't need to worry about the bureaucracy. August understood the adjutant was just warning him about the political trouble his actions were causing. "All right. I'll leave it to you," August said, waving it off. He opened the dimensional portal and went back to Rio. Once August was gone, the adjutant finally spoke. "Sir, shouldn't we have told him everything?" he asked, sounding unsure. Commander James didn't seem worried at all. "Tell him what? The kid understands politics better than we do. Besides, do you really think Goddess Hestia is just a mascot?" He knew the adjutant's worries didn't make sense. A virgin goddess was basically a lie detector. No one could fool them. "Here's the real problem. A political marriage might look good on paper," James said, his voice getting serious. "But for us, it's actually the worst thing that could happen." "Sir?" The adjutant looked confused, not understanding why his boss wanted to avoid an alliance. "As long as August is a free agent, we can cooperate smoothly. If he gets tied down by political marriages to certain families, we'll have to deal with a mess of conflicting interests. Choosing the wrong side could get people killed. Making a mistake could get even more people killed. My answer is a firm no." James realized the legal department inquiry was just a cover. Some high-ranking official wanted to use it as a chance to introduce their daughter to August. James wasn't about to play matchmaker for a rival group. For the military, having August act on his own was the best option. Keeping him out of domestic politics was the safest play. "Forget it," James said, shaking his head. "August will probably outlive all of us. Forcing our short-lived politics on him will only make him angry. He knew his own people too well. August's chance at eternal life was no joke. He was dealing with things on a much bigger scale." The adjutant bowed his head, taking the lesson seriously. The best thing to do was to stay out of it and let August handle things himself. He decided to ignore any future political games and let the bureaucrats deal with the consequences. Deep down, he understood the real message. Hestia was very protective. Anyone who tried to take August away from the goddess of the hearth would end up catching a divine curse. Meanwhile, back in Rio, August walked into the ruined church. Mayak, Takemikazuchi, Hephaestus, and Demeter had already left with their familiars. The place was empty except for the Xenos sunbathing outside the walls. "August!" Hestia cheered, instantly tackling him and climbing onto his lap as if it were a rocking chair, her legs swinging back and forth. "What's got you in such a good mood?" August asked, catching her legs to steady her as he sat down on the sofa. He cleared his throat, trying to ignore any thoughts about the goddess sitting comfortably on his lap. He was just curious about why she seemed so happy. "Guess what? I finally figured it out. Hephaestus totally has a crush on you." Hestia leaned in, her eyes brimming with gossip. "Huh?" August had been listening quietly, but he froze when Hestia said the Forge goddess liked him. He hadn't expected that at all. Since when did he attract the attention of a goddess? Hestia liked him for his honesty and openness. But what did Hephaestus see in him? He wasn't a naive, pure-hearted teen like the ones Apollo usually liked. August thought about his own traits, trying to figure out what could have attracted a legendary blacksmith. "You don't believe me?" Hestia blinked. For someone who traveled between worlds, he really didn't notice his own charm. "I knew it." Lily, sitting nearby, chimed in with a smug grin. Seeing August's genuine confusion confirmed her theory. "Lady Hestia, I told you he was completely clueless." "Lily, you're telling me you knew too?" August turned to the Pallum. August wasn't clueless. He knew Lily had a crush on him, and pretending not to would just be silly. But Hephaestus? That was a surprise. It seemed even stranger than Apollo being interested. From what he knew, Hephaestus usually liked people who shared her interests and didn't mind her scars. "What does she like about you?" Lily paused, the comprehension dawning on her. "No, I mean, what did Lady Hephaestus notice in you first?" The question left her puzzled. August wasn't warm or affectionate. Except for Hestia and herself, he treated everyone else with a cool, businesslike attitude. Even the Xenos outside got the same practical treatment. She couldn't figure out what made him appealing. August, Hestia pouted. You should be thrilled. Having a goddess fall for you is a huge deal. Aren't you happy? August tilted his head, locking eyes with her. His gaze turned incredibly serious. But I like Hestia. I like the Hestia who treats me with unconditional kindness. The Hestia who accepts all my flaws. The one who gets fiercely jealous over me. All of it. Every single part. He didn't care about impressing another goddess. Hestia was the first person in this chaotic world, outside his family, to give him real, steady support. She had helped him, covered for him, and always stood by his side. They could either discuss big dreams or simply enjoy inexpensive takeout together on the couch like an old married couple. That small, warm moment was what made her special to him. Hestia, who had just been looking for gossip, was caught off guard by his sudden confession. It was romantic, but also very real. "Ah, really?" She leaned in closer, her voice trembling. She hadn't realized just how deeply he valued her. "Yay." Hestia almost jumped into the air, so happy she could barely contain herself. She never thought he would confess his feelings like that. It was simple, honest, and full of love. She ran around the room, bursting with pride. "That's so nice," Lily murmured. It wasn't a dramatic or wild confession. It was a calm recognition of the small, everyday moments they shared, built on mutual understanding. Lily watched from her corner, feeling a stab of envy as she saw their romance. August caught the envious look shadowing Lily's face. "Lily, I like you too," he added casually. "But unlike my feelings for Hestia." August rubbed his neck, not embarrassed. "With you, it's just plain desire." Did he dislike her? Of course not. You really. Lily's self-pity evaporated in an instant. Learning that he harbored genuine feelings for her, even if those feelings were rooted in desire rather than romance, changed everything. Her gloomy expression vanished, replaced by a blushing smile. "Lord August, you can't just say things like that," Lily cried, her face burning as she waved her hands at him. "Honestly, you're impossible. Save that kind of talk for when we're alone. You can't just announce it to everyone." Even as she scolded him, she could not hide her smile. She was happy to be wanted. Desire might not be love, but it was still better than pity, indifference, or being treated as though she did not exist. Sly Tilda Hestia giggled. Hearing him say that his feelings for Lily were just desire actually made Hestia feel better. It meant he wasn't drifting away from her emotionally. A little mortal desire was normal. "I'll give you a pass on that one," Hestia declared, hands on her hips in mock authority. As for Hephaestus's crush, that topic was immediately buried. Hephaestus who? Never heard of her. Hestia was the star of this show. August's confession was honest and all about her. That felt like a huge win. "We are definitely celebrating tonight." Hestia cheered. It had been a great day. She had helped some mortal girls find a better future, and she had found her own happiness too. "Let's go home." Hestia smiled, glancing at the setting sun outside the ruined windows. "It's getting late." "Right." August summoned the dimensional portal. Taking Hestia and Lily by the hand, the trio crossed the threshold and returned to Earth for the night. Outside, the Xenos gazed at the empty church. They had heard the muffled voices, the cheering, and the odd changes in tone. It was confusing. Was this really how people showed their feelings on the surface? The siren watched from the corner, wiping away a moved tear. "That's so beautiful." The radiant affection in the air was blinding. Meanwhile, the rest of the monsters just traded deadpan looks. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 132, Chapter 132, The Hirasawa Family. 1974 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The next day at noon, after a good lunch and some rest, the group arrived in Yui Hirasawa's world. Ah, the smell of spring. As they walked down the street, a gentle spring breeze brushed past them. August came from a future timeline, so the seasons here felt out of sync with what he was used to. Right now, Yui and Ui were still at school. Only Mrs. Hirasawa was home. Lady Hestia. Mr. August. Miss Ard. Mrs. Hirasawa was busy with chores, but she quickly came over to greet them as soon as Hestia showed up. With her daughters at school, she was the only one home. When she saw a goddess arrive, she greeted them with a warm smile. Since both her daughters were in the Hestia familia, she felt deep respect. Yaho. Hestia waved. Lady Hestia, what brings you here? Mrs. Hirasawa knew the goddess usually wouldn't drop by during school hours. Well, we ran into a little situation back home, Hestia sighed heavily. Oh. Mrs. Hirasawa sensed trouble. Give me just a second. She pulled out her phone and dialed a number. The line picked up almost immediately. It was Yui's father. Go ahead. Since it involved the family, both parents needed to hear it. It's about Apollo, Hestia began. She explained that Apollo noticed Yui and Ui during their visit to Orario. The local stories about Apollo made his reputation clear. According to Hestia, once he wanted something, he would do whatever it took to get it. Because of that, he challenged them in front of the other gods, a war game. The prize was the girls themselves. Mr. and Mrs. Hirasawa had no idea their daughters would attract so much attention. Just one sightseeing trip, and they were already in trouble. But when they heard Apollo was involved, their hearts sank. He was the famous sun god, and they never thought they'd have to face a real myth. So, what is the plan? Mrs. Hirasawa asked carefully. Don't sweat it. If it comes to fighting Apollo, our familia will crush them. Hestia waved her hand curtly. She didn't seem worried. Even if Apollo's side had a level 3 adventurer, there was no need to panic. But we need both of them there this time. We ran the numbers. If everything goes smoothly, the Donatus happens tomorrow. The day after tomorrow falls on a Sunday in your world. Perfect timing. We need them to show up as representatives. Because their futures were at stake, they needed to be there. I understand. When they learned their daughters would just be acting as representatives, basically as mascots and the wager, the parents agreed to set it up. Hestia's confidence helped them relax. Mr. August, please do your best, Mrs. Hirasawa said, bowing deeply. She hoped August would defeat the Apollo familia. The thought of her daughters being forced to join them was frightening. Apollo was known for chasing after both men and women, which was a scary idea for any modern mother. I've got it handled. August nodded. It was obvious the parents knew exactly who the real muscle of the group was. Thank you so much. The Hirasawas expressed their gratitude. Meanwhile, at Sakuragaoka High School. Yui, this is a rare sight. Studying hard. Nodoka Manabe, Yui's childhood friend, noticed that Yui was acting a little different today. I don't know. I guess, it just feels easier today. Yui put her pen down and tilted her head. In the past few days, she felt like her mind was a bit sharper. Not by much, but things seemed to make sense faster when she studied. You usually only crack a book at the very last second. Starting this early is a miracle. Nodoka thought Yui had grown up a little since junior high. She was maturing, and Nodoka almost felt like a proud mom as she watched her friend finally take things seriously. It's probably because of the contract, Yui mused. She didn't think it was maturity at all. She slumped forward, resting her face on the desk and returning to her usual lazy self. Contract. Nodoka blinked. That was a new word. Yeah. Because of it, learning feels a lot easier. Yui felt like she had gotten some kind of boost. There weren't any flashy lights or status screens, but she could tell the benefits were real. Her usually single-minded focus seemed to have widened. Yui was about to say more when a sudden jolt, like static electricity, ran through her. Lady Hestia is here. In Orario, divine power was sealed, but here, Hestia's aura was free. Because of their contract, Yui could sense her patron goddess right away. Hestia was here. Yui shot up, practically thrilled. She didn't expect her goddess to drop by the house today. Lady Hestia. This was the first time Nodoka had heard about any Olympian gods. Yui, who is that? She was curious. My goddess. The goddess of the hearth from Greek mythology. I'll introduce you to her. You'll see. Yui figured it was easier to just show her best friend. Seeing is believing. Is that so? Nodoka was honestly worried that Yui had joined a cult. But when she looked closer, Yui was still her usual self. She didn't act like someone brainwashed, she was just as lazy and easygoing as ever. Nodoka decided she wanted to see this supposed goddess for herself. The school bell finally rang. Nodoka found herself dragged by the hand toward Yui's house. Wait, Yui, slow down, there's no need to run. Don't you live right around the corner? Why are we sprinting? Nodoka realized they were just heading to the Hirasawa residence. That was a relief. At least it wasn't some shady compound. As they stepped into the entryway, Nodoka noticed 3 unfamiliar pairs of shoes sitting by the door. Lady Hestia. Yui dropped her bag and scrambled up the stairs to the second-floor living room. She burst through the door and saw Hestia, with her twin tails, chatting with her mother. Her younger sister, Yui, was already there. Yui had sensed something and rushed home early. Yui ran over and threw herself into Hestia's arms. She looked just like a child reuniting with her mother after a long time apart. Nodoka came in after her. She saw that Yui's mom and sister were both safe. But as soon as Nodoka saw Hestia, her mind went blank. She could feel it right away. The small girl with twin tails sitting in the living room was a goddess. She didn't know how she knew, but her instincts told her the truth. Her mind recognized the girl as a real goddess. Yui acted like a little kid, holding on to Hestia the same way she would with her own mom. Nodoka, welcome. Mrs. Hirasawa smiled, noticing the guest. And they are. Nodoka stared at the strange group. There was a goddess with twin tails, a small girl in light gear who looked sharp and efficient, and a calm man who seemed very dependable. Oh, you must be Yui's best friend. How nice. You seem like a good kid. Hestia noticed Nodoka and, after a quick glance, seemed to approve of her. Nodoka gave off an air of competence and responsibility. I'm Hestia, she introduced herself with a bright smile. Nodoka remembered Yui talking about the Greek goddess of the hearth. She never imagined she would meet her in person. Even more surprising, she could feel the girl's divine presence. Nodoka, this is Lady Hestia's familiar. Yui cheered. This is our captain, August. Yui was excited to finally introduce her new friends. And this is Lilyruka Ard. She's our tactician and logistics officer. Yui looked Lily over from every angle, then introduced her with pride. I see. Nice to meet you. I'm Nodoka Manabe. Nodoka gave a polite bow. Nodoka could tell these people were nothing like regular civilians. What set them apart? August was calm, but there was a sharpness to him, like a drawn sword. Lilyruka Ard reminded Nodoka of herself, very organized, but she seemed much tougher. Hello. August looked at Nodoka, who was known for being responsible. She was the classic mom friend. With his senses, August could tell she was a lot like Lily, a natural leader and planner. Nodoka looked back at August. He didn't seem strange or threatening at all. Instead, he nodded at her in a calm, almost fatherly way. She couldn't explain it, but he felt very trustworthy. The biggest sign was that Yui ran straight over to him without hesitation. Captain, what brings you to our house today? Yui walked over and hugged August's arm, acting like a loving daughter trying to win over her dad. Nodoka watched them. Yui always seemed to know who was trustworthy. If she trusted August this much, he had to be a good person. We're here because of you too. August reached out and patted Yui's head, towering over her. Because of us. Yui looked puzzled. What had she done? When we were in Orario, you didn't just catch the attention of the local assassins. It turns out, God Apollo took a liking to you. August held her shoulder, making sure she was listening. Ah. Apollo. Yui stared blankly. The famous sun god. Wait, you mean that Apollo? Nodoka was stunned. He issued a challenge to Hestia, August explained with a dry smile. If his familiar wins the war game, both of you will be forced to join his ranks. Yui frowned. She was a bit flattered that a god liked her, just normal teenage pride. But the idea of being a prize in a forced fight, or being made to join someone else's group, was awful. She hated that idea. Chemph. There's no way they can win, Yui said, crossing her arms. To her, August was unbeatable. Apollo's group seemed like no threat. Well said. That's my girl. That's the kind of confidence I like. Hestia smiled brightly, happy to see Yui so sure they would win. That was all she needed to hear. Of course, our captain is the strongest. Who cares about some random scrubs? Anyone who picks a fight with him is going down. When Hestia praised her, Yui pumped her fists and started shadowboxing, pretending to take down the Apollo familiar herself. Nodoka watched her friend. It was unusual to see Yui so excited. As she thought about everything, she realized these three were not from this world. Orario. What was that place? Yui had talked about it before, but now Nodoka understood it wasn't just a city in another country. It was a different world. Suddenly, everything Yui had said made sense. Nodoka found a seat. She was still worried. Yui, how exactly did Apollo spot you? Do you remember doing anything? If we're dealing with an enemy, we need to understand their motives. Nodoka decided she needed to question Yui carefully. How had Yui made enemies without even knowing? Apollo. Yui tapped her chin and looked over at Yui, who was pouring tea. Catching her sister's eye, Yui quickly shook her head. She had no clue either. We were just sightseeing around Babel. After we finished shopping, Lily led us out, and then those assassins jumped us. But we never saw anyone looking like Apollo. Yui searched her memory, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't remember seeing a god anywhere. She had no idea how any of it had happened. The whole incident was a blur. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Bonus. 1972 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Yui Hirasawa looked completely confused. She had no idea how she ended up attracting a god like Apollo. Who knows? Apollo's methods and personality are terrible, but the guy does have an eye for talent. Hestia replied. Hestia sat and rubbed her chin, trying to think of all the things wrong with Apollo. If Apollo singled out Yui and Ui, he must have noticed something special about them. Yeah, that makes sense. Hestia knew Apollo always chose people based on his strange tastes. That was just the way he did things. But this is also a prime opportunity for us. If we crush his familiar, we can take over his estate. A brand new headquarters, with our own private rooms. Hestia's voice rose with excitement. She didn't mention her real reasons. Talking about the stress of a war game would just make everyone worry, so she focused on the rewards instead. A new base. Right. Apollo has a terrible personality, but his taste in real estate is top tier, Lily chimed in, crossing her arms. If we win, we seize his headquarters and all his assets. A massive, luxurious, standalone mansion right in the middle of Orario. With our current income, we can easily afford premium renovations. A private, all-natural hot spring bath. A massive private library, and any custom rooms we need. With the crafting skills of the gods, they can build whatever we want. Divine craftsmanship was no joke. With enough Valis, the gods could make almost anything happen. Ooh. A brand new house. Yui and Ui's eyes sparkled. Even Mrs. Hirasawa's eyes lit up. A private hot spring and custom rooms, all built by real gods. It sounded like a dream, and everyone was immediately excited about it. Captain, I almost never ask you for anything, Yui said, dropping to her knees in a sudden bow. Please win. She pleaded with August to win. After all, her dream hot spring was on the line. Sure. As long as they don't give us an unfair handicap, we can handle it. August flashed a confident thumbs up. The Donatus is tomorrow. If the Donatus doesn't throw some absurd condition at us, we're fine, Hestia said. She wasn't popping the champagne just yet. It was a critical moment, but they were far from losing. We'll celebrate after we win. Hestia was itching to throw a huge party. They had enough money, and it felt like a waste not to celebrate a little. She really is a gentle goddess, Nodoka thought as she watched Hestia act so down-to-earth. She felt relieved that her childhood friend was in good hands. Oh, right. Hestia suddenly remembered something. She turned to Nodoka, studying her closely. You seem like a good kid. Do you want to join our familia? Hestia offered the invitation with genuine sincerity. Hey! Nodoka was surprised, not expecting the goddess to pick her. Hestia was well aware of Nodoka's talents, immediately recognizing her skill in logistics and management. The Hestia familia really needed someone to handle paperwork and organization. Having Nodoka around would help keep everything running smoothly. Really? Lady Hestia, you're inviting Nodoka too? Yui hadn't thought her best friend would get an invite. Her eyes shone brightly. She is smart, kind, and clearly knows how to manage things. That's a great talent, Hestia said. Plenty of people could do paperwork, but finding someone with a truly good heart was much harder. Managing the familia and keeping track of everyone's needs. Apart from Hestia, they really needed someone new to handle logistics. Plus, Nodoka was a maiden, which fit perfectly since the virgin goddess liked to keep her group pure. Me? But I might want to get married in the future, Nodoka hesitated. If she remembered right, Hestia was a virgin goddess. That might mean strict rules, and Nodoka still wanted a normal life. You're misunderstanding something. I'm no Artemis. Her familia only accepts maidens, and she expects them to remain pure and avoid romance. Mine is different. If you fall in love with someone, you're free to marry them. Hestia realized that Nodoka had mistaken her for someone else from the myths. If her familia banned romance, they'd just be copying the Artemis familia, and Hestia didn't want that at all. Nodoka didn't realize her mistake. She assumed all virgin goddesses enforced the same strict vows. Then, please take care of me, Nodoka bowed gracefully. Deep down, Nodoka thought making a contract with a god sounded pretty cool. Her best friend had already joined, so it just felt right to go along too. Ooh, good girl. Hestia smiled, thrilled by the ease of recruitment. It felt like their lucky day. With a new administrator on board, the familia was getting stronger. Come on, let's get you contracted. Yui, I'm borrowing your room. Hestia led Nodoka to the bedroom to bestow her falna. Nodoka wasn't sure how it all worked, but she trusted the goddess and followed along. This is great. We're all together now, Yui smiled happily. Mrs. Hirasawa saw how happy her daughter looked. As the adult, she figured it was best to stay quiet. With Lady Hestia there, she trusted things would be fine. Speaking of which, Captain, I feel like I've been studying really hard lately. Even Nodoka praised my studying. Did I unlock some hidden talent? Yui was honestly curious. Maybe she had awakened a special power or magic. She looked at August, hoping for an answer. We won't know until we update your status, August replied. When you grow, your stats increase. If you have a strong desire for a miracle, a new skill can manifest. But with you, August thought about how Yui was a genius in her own way. She had perfect pitch and could focus on one thing better than anyone. Thinking about her abilities, the pieces suddenly clicked. I think I know why Apollo targeted you. August looked at her. Apollo had definitely sensed her latent talent. Apollo cared about more than just appearances. He noticed true talent. Hey! Yui tilted her head. She had just been wondering why a god would want her. Apollo is the god of music. And you? August reached out and gently tapped her cheek. You might act silly, but you learn incredibly fast. It's just focused on certain things. More importantly, you have perfect pitch. To Apollo, you're a musical prodigy. Of course a god of music would be interested in someone like you. Perfect pitch meant being able to tune an instrument perfectly just by listening. Even experienced musicians rarely had that kind of natural talent. If the older sister was a genius in one area, the younger sister, Ui, who was great at multitasking, was just as important. Seen from this perspective, both sisters were ideal choices for Apollo. Am I really that amazing? Ui, and Mrs. Hirasawa all looked surprised. When explained this way, it was clear why a god would be interested in them. In a way, it really does make sense, Lily agreed. When you considered Yui's unique traits, she really did match what Apollo liked. I'd bet Valis on it. Hestia and Nodoka came back downstairs to the living room after finishing the contract. Hestia heard the last part of August's explanation and nodded in agreement. Apollo's power over music was serious. As the god of light and music, he could easily sense talent like that. So, I really am a genius. That's awesome. Yui lit up at the praise. For her, being called a genius was the best compliment possible. With Nodoka joining them, the mood became lighter. Now that Nodoka was looking out for Yui, it would be harder for anyone to push her around. Yui had pretty much gained another bodyguard for her daily life. While things were cheerful here, the situation in Orario was getting worse fast. Orario. The ruined church serving as the Hestia Familiar's base. Who are you? The Xenos rested quietly. The siren knew August didn't live at the church, so she stayed behind. She stared at the masked figure in front of them. The intruder looked human, but the Xenos' instincts said otherwise. This was no surface dweller. It felt like a dungeon monster, no, something even stranger. The weaker Xenos huddled at the back. The stronger ones, like those at levels 2 and 3 and the siren, moved to the front to form a defensive line. They could feel it. The intruder was very strong. Still, walking right into their sanctuary was a bold move. I only came to observe you. To see exactly what kind of existences you are. The masked figure stood completely still, watching the Xenos with a cold, analytical look. Our existence. Then what does that make you? The siren replied sharply. This being was something out of the ordinary. Who knows? The figure replied cryptically. The figure avoided the question. Is that so? The siren knew she couldn't wait any longer. The enemy was too strong, so she had to act first. Whoosh! She immediately unleashed a sonic screech directly at the masked figure. The destructive sound wave tore across the courtyard. Too slow. The figure easily sidestepped the blast. It hadn't expected the Xenos to attack first. The difference in strength was huge. Now that the Xenos had attacked, the figure had no reason to hold back. It was here to carry out its master's orders and Evolus's mission. Drawing a slender steel rapier, the figure dashed toward the Xenos. It was time to send these strays back to the dungeon. The other Xenos tried to fight back, but the intruder was unbelievably fast. They couldn't keep up with its movements. A huge Xenos jumped in front of the siren to protect her. In an instant, both its legs were cut off by a flash of steel. Bang! Shielding your comrade? How amusing. The figure taunted the fallen monster for protecting someone from another species. The words were mocking, but the tone was icy cold. It raised its rapier for the killing blow. Suddenly, a thwip echoed from the rubble. A bullet tore through the air. The bullet was too fast. The figure twisted desperately, trying to block the deadly shot with its shoulder, but the heavy round tore through the left side of its chest. What the hell? The intruder stumbled. There was no mistaking that attack. It was the signature weapon of the Hestia Familiar's captain. He had set up hidden sentries all around the area, treating the ruined church like a military base. Several quadrupedal, canine-like machines crawled out of the debris. The robotic dogs locked their mounted weapon systems onto the target. Click-clack. The sound of chambering rounds resounded across the yard. A hail of bullets ripped toward the masked figure. The intruder scrambled for cover. Its chest was already blown open. Taking another volley of high-caliber rounds would be disastrous. No matter how tough its body was, modern armor-piercing rounds ignored any fantasy logic. Unless it was hiding behind top-grade orichalcum armor, the force alone would break bones and destroy organs. He left backups. Damn it. The Hestia captain really turned this place into a kill box. The intruder had thought the church would be an easy target, but it was completely wrong. Now, retreat was the only choice. A combat drone launched from the roof of the ruined chapel, its targeting laser painting the fleeing figure. Whoosh! A guided rocket ignited, leaving a trail of smoke as it locked on and dove straight toward the intruder. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 134. Chapter 134. Who demolished my house? 1,612 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. A rocket streaked through the air, flames trailing behind it as it aimed for the masked figure's escape path. The intruder tried to launch itself into the sky. As soon as it jumped, the rocket turned sharply, following it as if it could see. No way. The figure hadn't expected the weapon to follow. There was no time to block it. The rocket quickly closed the gap and exploded just before hitting. Boom. The thunderous sound of artillery resounded throughout the district. The automated weapons stayed in place and returned to standby mode. The heavy drone kept hovering above. People noticed the huge explosion right away. Adventurers all over Ororio heard the blast. What was that? Gods at the hostess of fertility paused. The sound reached across the bustling city. Ororio was a noisy city, so sound usually didn't travel far. Still, people quickly figured out where the blast came from. Members of the Artemis, Ganesha, and Loki familiars converged on the perimeter of the ruined church. No one had the courage to get closer after seeing the strange hovering weapons guarding the area. Everyone felt the tension. The gods soon arrived at the scene. What's the situation? Loki asked as she walked up to the front line. August's weapons have started moving, Finn Daimler reported, analyzing the perimeter. Is the shrimp not here? Loki blinked. She figured Hestia would be on site managing her own turf. She isn't. Hephaestus rolled her eyes. What did you expect? Hestia has been staying in August's world lately. That's their actual headquarters. The weapons seemed to be in self-defense mode. Getting close without a plan would be dangerous. Damn it, the shrimp really left a whole arsenal lying around. Loki swore. And some idiot actually went and triggered it. It was clear someone had attacked the church. Now the hidden defenses were active and dangerous. Loki's frustration made sense. The real question is, who wants to go in first? Ganesha sighed nearby. Those weapons were deadly. No one knew if more traps were hidden nearby. Rushing in without knowing the situation is just throwing our children's lives away, Ganesha added. Inside the church walls, the massive Xenos lay motionless on the ground. The bleeding had stopped, but the damage was severe. Without proper healing, it wouldn't survive. What do we do? We're out of potions, a smaller Xenos panicked. They had run out of potions days ago. They believed they were safe from humans in this place. Humans hadn't attacked them, but whatever that masked figure was, the surface was as dangerous as the dungeon. I'll go. A tiger-like Xenos with zebra stripes struggled to its feet. It had been injured just by the shockwaves of the fight. It was one of the few who could speak human language. I can sense humans gathered just outside Lord August's perimeter. I will talk to them. The group needed help. The humans were holding back because of the weapons, but talking to them might help. Be careful. The siren nodded. The tiger Xenos limped toward the exit. The automated weapons scanned it for a second but didn't fire, maintaining their overwatch. It moved faster, wincing as pain shot through its wounds. The beatings from the artificial labyrinth had made it tougher. The tiger Xenos stepped out of the ruins and approached the gathered adventurers. A monster from the Hestia base is approaching, a scout shouted. People drew their weapons, and the crowd grew tense. Do not fear. I am Ganesha. Ganesha, who secretly looked after the Xenos, stepped forward and took charge. Artemis, Loki, Hephaestus, and Mayak followed close behind. "You're injured. I think we've met before," Ganesha said, observing the beast as the adventurers remained watchful. The tiger Xenos nodded in acknowledgement. "What happened in there?" Ganesha asked. "We were attacked. Everyone is hurt. We only survived because of Lord August's weapons," the tiger Xenos explained, bowing its head slightly. "Attacked?" Ganesha frowned beneath his elephant mask, surprised to see the Xenos attacked above ground. He then pointed at the hovering weapons while the tiger Xenos looked toward Mayak, Artemis, and Hephaestus. "Lord August's weapons are careful. Because you know him, they shouldn't attack you," the Xenos explained. "The systems probably recognized friendly signals." "I see. Let's head inside and take a look." "Tsubaki," Hephaestus said, catching on. With facial recognition in place, there was nothing to fear. She motioned for her captain to go ahead. "Right behind you, boss." Tsubaki stepped up. "TCH. I'm coming too," Loki announced. She then paused and said, "I'll go in alone. The rest of you stay here for now." Loki knew August might have whitelisted her, but her familiar members were probably still classified as unknown targets. "Finn, keep everyone in line and hold the perimeter." "Understood." Finn watched the Xenos, knowing it was smarter not to rush in. Ganesha, Mayak, Hephaestus, Artemis, and Loki followed Tsubaki and Naza Erisuis into the church grounds. Upon entering, the mechanical turrets turned towards them, briefly scanned, then resumed their normal positions. "At least the kid has some decency," Loki muttered. Inside the main hall, they saw the mid-tier Xenos badly hurt. Only the weakest had managed to get away from the first attack. "They're all hurt." Mayak took out his potions and started treating the bleeding monsters. Naza stayed behind, still frightened of dungeon creatures, offering aid from a safe distance. "What exactly happened here?" the gods asked. They suspected Evolus would attack, but specifically target the Xenos. "It was very strong. We couldn't even fight back. We were almost wiped out," the siren explained, pouring a potion over her wounds. The enemy's blade stopped their usual monster healing. Only high-grade potions could help. Tsubaki inspected the cuts. These were made by specialized anti-monster weaponry, forged to suppress regeneration. She knew the work. Only the Goibnu or Hephaestus familiars could make weapons like these, and they were uncommon. "Did you see its face?" Tsubaki asked. "It wore a mask." The siren shook her head. "Its scent, it smelled like you, but also like us," a smaller Xenos added. "An artificial monster," Loki realized. This was an assassination attempt. Evolus wanted to stop the Xenos from revealing more about the Knossos and the Eiklos familiars' activities. Silencing witnesses, Ganesha agreed. Just how many of those things were hiding down there? "How strong was it?" Loki asked. "Very. Much stronger than her." The small Xenos pointed a claw at Tsubaki. "Oh, stronger than me? That makes it at least a level 7. Was it the anomaly from the artificial labyrinth, Knossos?" Tsubaki mused. Tsubaki wanted to complain. How many level 7s were hiding in the city? Her level 5 rank suddenly seemed not good enough. "I don't know. But Lord August's weapon shot it through the chest from behind," the siren explained, pointing to her own torso. "The attacker was definitely wounded." "Wow. The kid's weapons are ridiculous," Tsubaki said with a grin. A weapon strong enough to hit a level 7 hybrid was a relief. "It was injured. That means it left behind blood or tissue samples." Mayak looked highly interested. "Mayak, reel it in." "That sounds dangerous," Loki warned him, noticing his mad scientist gaze. Ganesha and the others looked at him. Mayak cleared his throat and quickly switched topics. "But when Hestia gets back?" Mayak looked around. The church, recently fixed by the Goibnu familiar, was now a bloody wreck again. The door was missing, and the walls were damaged. "She is probably going to kill someone over this," Ganesha said solemnly. Even without thinking about repair costs, having your home destroyed twice in 1 week was a huge insult. Hestia would definitely want revenge. Speak of the devil. After dinner, August, Hestia, and Lily stepped through the portal back into the church. As soon as they landed, they heard the commotion outside. They pushed past the threshold. What the hell? Where is my front door? The wooden doors she had just paid to have fixed were lying in splinters on the ground. Inside, the Xenos were battered and bloody, receiving medical treatment. Who demolished my house? Hestia screamed, stamping her foot. She had just brought in new familiar members and was feeling great. Seeing her home destroyed ruined her mood. August looked over the scene. Most injuries were not life-threatening. Is everyone all right? He asked the Xenos. We'll live, the siren said, glancing at the massive Xenos that had lost its legs defending them. I've got this. August moved forward. He didn't need to chant, he just channeled his magic. The miraculous flames enveloped the severed stumps. Flesh, bone, and muscle rapidly regenerated. His magic heals monsters too, Loki said in amazement. The magic worked on everyone, no matter their race or species. Damn it. Tell me exactly who wrecked my house, Hestia demanded. The Xenos quickly described the masked attacker. Unbelievable. A level 7 came here just to bully us? Hestia knew exactly which faction was responsible. She was stunned that the Xenos were the target. Attempting to silence witnesses by assaulting her territory was a blatant insult. Lily frowned. She wasn't fond of monsters, but attacking their home meant attacking the familiar. You couldn't let something like that go without fighting back. So, what's the plan? Lily asked, drawing a finger across her throat. Do we go wipe out their base tonight? Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 20 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 135. Chapter 135. Isn't this bullying honest people? 2,159 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. For once, Hestia didn't let anger cloud her judgment. She crossed her arms and scoffed. HMPH. This has Apollo's fingerprints all over it. That jerk, sneaking a coordinated attack on my base while I was out. I am definitely crushing him at the Donatus tomorrow. The other gods stared at her in disbelief. Was she really blaming him so openly? Apollo was a scumbag, sure, but pinning an assassination run on him out of nowhere was a stretch. Whatever makes you happy. They stayed quiet and watched the drama unfold. No one really knew who was behind it, so blaming Apollo worked well enough. And honestly, if Apollo Familiar really had a level 7, they wouldn't still be a mid-tier group. August, however, knew exactly who had come knocking. Dionyse Familiar? Or hired outside help? They're after the Xenos to cover their tracks. People like this always seem to show up when you least expect it. It was clear the attack was meant to silence witnesses. Other than him, only the Xenos knew the layout of the artificial labyrinth, and Evolus wanted to keep that hidden. The tunnels probably still had members of those dark groups lurking around. One problem at a time. I'll handle things my way and on my own time. August had no intention of picking a fight with the Dionyse Familiar tonight. With the Loki Familiar acting as the city's vanguard, he didn't need to jump into the fray just yet. Once August finished treating the Xenos, Loki and Ganesha withdrew with their squads, leaving Hestia Familiar to secure its own base. Both Familiars increased their patrols throughout the city. With a level 7 on the loose, everyone had to take it seriously. Myak, Hephaestus, and Artemis soon departed the ruined church as well. The Xenos who stayed behind tried to get some rest. Hestia found a sturdy piece of debris and sat on it, making the wood creak beneath her. What's the plan with the Xenos, August? If the monsters stayed, it was only a matter of time before another attack happened. No cover-up could change that, and fighting off assassins every night just wasn't realistic. Lily looked over at the monsters resting nearby. Keeping them here made the Familiar an obvious target. I say we send them back to the main Xenos community in the dungeon, she said. They have a few level 5s down there who can actually protect them, and they have Fells backing them. It made sense. If they wanted to keep the Xenos safe, sending them back to the labyrinth was the best option. They had a much better chance of surviving there. I was thinking the same thing, August admitted. He didn't see himself as a hero, and he didn't want to be anyone's babysitter. Still, the whole situation made him angry. TCH. He clicked his tongue. It just rubs me the wrong way. Why am I the one who has to back down? He wasn't upset with Hestia or Lily. What bothered him was the idea that he was supposed to be the good guy and just ignore the problem to keep things quiet. Backing down wouldn't stop Evolus from targeting them anyway. Hestia and Lily were just repeating the practical advice from Hephaestus and the others. If they kept sheltering monsters out in the open, the city would eventually order the Hestia Familiar to be wiped out. August hated being pushed into a corner like that. Ah! Lily blinked, surprised by his frustration. She looked to Hestia, hoping the goddess would be reasonable. But Hestia just crossed her arms and agreed. Exactly. I'm annoyed too. Why should we be the ones packing up and running when someone else broke the rules? We're constantly on the defensive, August grumbled. First the Eiklos Familiar, now the remnants of Evolus. They picked the fight, but the second we hit back, we're the ones who have to compromise. Isn't this just bullying honest people? He had not gone looking for trouble. They were the ones who had brought the fight to him. None of it sat right with him, and the longer he thought about it, the more it gnawed at him. Lily saw the flaws in his argument, but she had to admit it was convincing. She glanced at the Xenos. They looked lost. After finally experiencing life on the surface, sending them back into the darkness of the dungeon would be hard for them. Screw it, she said. If they want to back us into a corner, fine. We stop playing nice. Now she was getting angry too. When she was weak, she had put up with every insult, hoping for a better life. Now that she had finally made it, was she supposed to keep backing down? What was the point of getting stronger if she still had to accept defeat? Lady Hestia. Captain. Let's double down. Let's drag the entire Xenos community up to the surface. In for a penny, in for a pound. Let's see how Evolus likes dealing with a heavily armed monster syndicate sitting on our front lawn. Lily flashed a wicked grin. Things had already gone this far, so there was no reason to hold back. No more compromises. The two mortals and the goddess were on the same page, they weren't going to just accept this. If someone wanted to force the Xenos underground, they'd have to deal with the consequences. Let's do it. Hestia fully endorsed the chaos. She raised both hands in agreement, then pointed at the siren. You guys are going to the dungeon with August tomorrow. Find the main Xenos settlement and lure them all up here. They planned to bring up the rest of the monsters, even if it meant dragging them along against their will. Hey, us. The siren blinked and pointed at herself. Obviously. Did you really think we were just going to roll over and accept a bad ending? If we're doing this, we go all out. Hestia grinned. If she didn't strike back hard, the rest of Aurario would write the Hestia Familiar off as pushovers. Yes, The siren didn't fully understand Hestia's reasoning, but it felt right. They were already involved, and backing down now would go against everything they stood for. The other monsters agreed. Deep down, they knew Hestia truly meant them no harm. Hephaestus, Artemis, and Myak fully expected Hestia to quietly sweep the monsters back into the dungeon and avoid the conflict. Hestia was already prepping a counteroffensive that would blindside them all. The next morning, Lily told the bigger Xenos to clear away the rubble and set up the defenses again. They reloaded the automated weapons used during the raid and added even more firepower this time. Now, the base was ready for any new attacks. The next goal was to head down to the 20th floor and meet with the main Xenos group. Alright, move out. Don't come back until you've recruited the whole lot of them, Hestia ordered. Yeah, August said, then gestured for the siren to follow. Let's go. Yes, Lord August. The siren fell into step beside him. Because she could fly, the siren was great at dodging attacks and wouldn't hold August back in a fight. She kept her features hidden under a heavy cloak and followed closely as they stepped onto the street. The locals avoided them completely, stepping aside as they passed. No one tried to greet them. Word of last night's violence had already gotten around. Is that one of the monsters? Why are they still hanging around here? This is really scaring me. Is that August, the captain of the Hestia Familia? People in the West District didn't bother hiding their worry, and street vendors quickly packed up their stalls. Still, with August ahead, the fear only surfaced in whispers. Tension hung in the air. The siren heard every word. It was her first time facing such open hostility from the surface people, and she drew her cloak tighter around herself. Unsure how to respond, she looked to August. Lord August. He noticed her distress. Ignore them. It's just Evelus playing games. He understood what was happening. The sudden rise in hostility was no accident. Evelus was using rumors to turn people against the Hestia Familia or even make them look like they supported the dark factions. In this world, humans and monsters had fought for centuries. Just one rumor could cause chaos. But August just crossed his arms and called out the whole thing as a cheap Evelus trick, right in front of everyone. The crowd was shocked. Some adventurers walking by heard him and exchanged glances. Accusing the public of being used by Evelus was a bold move. But when they realized who he was, they quickly looked away and hurried off. August had a reputation. Everyone knew he had wiped out the assassin syndicate in broad daylight just days ago, without any hesitation. Captain, it's August. He's strolling around like he didn't just wage a turf war. Guy's a monster. He literally made Goddess Ishtar cry. Of course he's strong. Civilians feared the Xenos following August. Adventurers, however, were more interested in the man leading them. No one doubted his strength. Even Loki Familia and Ganesha Familia had little interest in provoking him. August had already crushed several factions, humiliated Ishtar Familia single-handedly, and wiped out Iklos Familia. By himself, he possessed enough power to rival an entire B-class Familia, perhaps even an A-class one. In Aurario, strength was everything. If you couldn't back up your words, you stayed quiet. The scariest thing was that August was only level 2. He had reached that level in less than a month, breaking every city record. No wonder people had such mixed opinions about him. August and the siren eventually reached the hostess of fertility. Aho, heading out, kid. Mia Grand called. She was impressed by how calm he seemed. She'd heard about the attack, and the way he acted as if nothing had happened showed he was tough, almost like a god. Yes. Heading down to the 20th floor, August replied, crossing his arms. He wasn't keeping anything secret. He openly shared where he was going, since no one in the city could stop him anyway. A deep dive, huh? Mia nodded. Right, here are your rations. Lily had placed a massive catering order with the pub to supply the expedition. A descent to the 20th floor demanded serious logistics. Thanks, August said, waving a hand and storing the stacked crates of food directly into his spatial backpack. Such a convenient trick. Time stops inside that void. A premium spatial inventory, Mia sighed, openly envious. If her old raid team had a skill like that, they never would have had to give up on deep expeditions because of hunger. Going hungry in the dungeon was why she cared so much about food and hospitality. Having a bottomless, time-frozen pantry was every raider's dream. That's right. With enough supplies, I could probably fit all of Aurario in here, August said. He checked the time and cut the chatter short. I'm off. We've got important business down in the labyrinth today. He waved goodbye and signaled for the siren to come along. Together, they headed toward Babel. Watching them go, Anya Fromel sighed in awe. So cool, meow. As expected of Mr. August, meow. He's literally parading a monster through the streets and doesn't care at all. Is this what it means to be a reliable adult, meow? The moment the words left her mouth, Mia's fist came down on her head. Watch your mouth, Mia glared at her. Sorry, meow. Anya quickly apologized. I forgot Mama Mia is still here. Mia was, after all, considerably older than August. But is it really going to be okay, meow? People are saying terrible things. Anya watched them walk away. She honestly couldn't understand August's thinking. Showing off a monster in public was just asking for trouble. Ryu Lion paused her sweeping nearby and stared at August's silhouette. He doesn't care about his reputation. If he cared about saving face, he wouldn't pick fights in broad daylight. Don't try to judge him by normal logic. Ryu already knew that August never backed down. For him, giving in to public pressure was the same as losing. She remembered his words, "Who told you I was a good person?" He was driven by a mix of harsh justice and strong revenge. Ryu could tell he wasn't going to let the harassment slide. He was getting ready to strike back at the whole city. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Bonus. 1,622 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. An emergency donatus. These meetings had become common lately. There were interrogations, the usual 3-month gatherings, and now a session to approve a war game. Almost all of them involved Hestia. She barely had a break. But this time, Apollo was the one causing trouble. The other gods entered with excitement. They were looking forward to a good show, and nothing was better than a close fight. Hestia and Apollo sat facing each other. When I win, those 2 sisters are mine. Apollo had his usual confident smile, and for good reason. The rules were strict, only swords and magic, fought in a closed arena, with no modern artillery or heavy weapons allowed. Everything worked in his favor. And if we win? Hestia prompted. Then I'll agree to any demand you make. Apollo said. Deal. This was the second time Apollo had made an open promise like that. It was exactly what Hestia wanted. She smiled to herself. If I don't take full advantage, I won't be doing this war game justice. And the battle format? She looked toward the scribe representing the Adventurers Guild. As I said, an all-out group battle, Apollo declared. The gods saw through his plan. With the rules set, his bigger familiar had the clear advantage. It was a bit unfair, but they were here for entertainment, so they wrote down their battlefield ideas without arguing. Hermes was asked to draw the lot. As long as there was no big story at stake, he always stayed neutral. He wouldn't cheat in a draw like this. "You're sure you want me doing this?" he asked with a helpless shrug. "Even Lord Uranos trusts you to oversee things." "I trust his judgment," Apollo said. No one disagreed. Everyone remembered that Uranos had sent Hermes to help the Hestia familiar during the Antares subjugation. Nobody doubted his fairness. Draw it. The theme choices were limited, but Hestia didn't care. Nothing was going to stop August. "All right, if you insist." Hermes picked up the lottery box, shook it, and drew a slip of paper. There were no tricks. When he opened it, his neutral look disappeared. "It's an urban siege." He stared at the slip. Urban combat. Fighting with swords and magic in tight alleys sounded like a nightmare. "Brilliant, isn't it?" one of the male gods said, crossing his arms and laughing loudly, clearly pleased with himself. Urban warfare? Hestia hadn't expected a simple siege. Narrow streets, choke points, and magical defenses made this a real surprise. A city brawl comes down to numbers. With heavy artillery band, that's terrible news for Hestia. They were right. With only swords and magic allowed in such tight spaces, Apollo Familiar's numbers would make a big difference. Ha ha ha. Well done, Hermes. Looks like luck is on my side, Apollo cheered. This is a sacred draw. Don't go back on your word, Hestia. He could already imagine winning. In close combat, having more people almost guaranteed victory. Mph, Hestia said nothing. She still had the advantage. Sorry to interrupt. Hermes raised his hand, and the gods turned. I'm not protesting the result. But if it's an urban siege, we need to define the battlefield's exact boundaries. A few blocks. An entire city. We need hard parameters. He was right. If they didn't set clear limits, the match could turn into a full city battle, and the rules would get confusing. The gods agreed, even the one who suggested the idea. 100 meters would be a small fight, but a square kilometer would be a real war. And that was the problem. August was still a rookie, while Apollo Familia was an experienced mid-tier group. If the map was too big, Apollo's numbers would overwhelm him. We need to make this fair. If the area is too small, Apollo wins. If it's too big, his numbers win anyway. Why does Apollo get all the advantages? The gods frowned. A one-sided slaughter was boring, and they hadn't gathered for boring. Set a clear boundary, Loki called from her seat. Then she turned to the god of blacksmithing. Goibnu, this is your area. The arena had to be the right size to balance both sides, and Goibnu was the best one to design it. Goibnu thought about it. I can create a controlled perimeter. But building an urban layout from scratch will need materials. He expected to be paid. I'll pay for it, Hestia said with a smile. Money wasn't an issue for her anymore. Compared to fixing up a mansion, paying for a temporary battlefield was nothing. Wait, Hestia. If you pay for it, it will be built the way you want. I can't let that happen, Apollo interrupted. Of course he couldn't let that happen. There were lots of abandoned ruins outside the city, but if Goibnu built a custom arena with Hestia's money, he would follow her design. That would ruin Apollo's advantage. Then what do you propose? Hestia glared at him. He refused to pay, but he wanted to keep every advantage. We use an abandoned town that's already there. It won't take up much space, Apollo said, his tone serious. A sacred war game shouldn't depend on a specially built divine arena. We have to trust the wisdom of the lower world's children. It was a front, and everyone knew it. Taika Mikazuchi and Mayak saw right through him. Towns like that were hard to find. Apollo wouldn't give an inch or spend any money, and he made it sound so noble that no one could object. It was frustrating. Fine. Hestia gave up arguing with the miser. Apollo hadn't changed a bit. We'll pick an abandoned town and use it as the stage. She could let this go. She would win anyway. The important thing was making sure he couldn't back out later. Goibnu watched his chance at extra pay disappear and sighed. Still, he nodded. He would handle the site selection using regular guild funds. Then we shall see. Apollo smiled, almost certain he would win. No one would ever call him generous. He was always scheming. Hestia's lingering annoyance faded. Sorry, Apollo. But I'm going to take everything you have. With his weapons and property off the board, her victory was certain. Just as the Donatus concluded, deep inside the dungeon, August and the Siren reached the 17th floor. The Siren watched August carve a path through the labyrinth. Lord August, you've worked hard. She had never seen a human fight like this. From the 2nd floor to the 17th, he cut down the red-eyed dungeon monsters without hesitation, breaking creatures she would have struggled with as if they were nothing. Even with all his strength, the monsters kept coming. It's fine, August said. His new anti-adventurer skill made him much stronger against other Falna users, so fighting tougher opponents was easy. It was ironic that this skill was meant for fighting his own kind. What I didn't expect was how aggressive this power would make the dungeon monsters toward me. They used to at least try to run. Now they don't even hesitate. He picked up the magic stones. Instead of running from his attacks, the monsters now rushed at him in waves, as if they had become even more aggressive. Is that so? The Siren didn't fully grasp the mechanics. As an older generation of Xenos, she thought in her own terms. Let's go. The 18th floor is next. We rested there last time, but today we're searching. August knew that bringing a Xenos here would draw attention. Fells would come looking for him. He planned to use the Siren to start talks with the Xenos and bring them to the surface. Yes. The Siren followed obediently. While August and the Siren made their way to the 18th floor, Uranos's top agent was already there. Fells didn't need to fight his way down. As a level 4 mage, he could skip the upper floors easily. He arrived early, went to the hidden areas of the 20th floor, and called LYD and the other Xenos together to talk. Oh, Fells. The Xenos broke off their sparring to call out greetings as the mage appeared. They were divided into two groups. The friendly ones wanted to reach the surface and hoped humans would accept them someday. The hostile ones, after suffering at the hands of humans, saw people from the surface as liars and thought they should take territory by force. Even with these differences, both groups lived together peacefully. LYD, leader of the friendly faction, stepped forward. LYD. August, captain of the Hestia Familia, is descending to the 18th floor with one of your comrades. It's time to make contact, Fells explained. Oh, that familiar. LYD's eyes lit up. He hadn't thought August would really bring their kin back. He figured the man was keeping them as hostages, but now it looked like he wanted to negotiate. Still, LYD knew August's story. He was from another world, and he didn't think like the humans of Rio. That made it even more important to meet him in person. Who's coming with me? LYD asked the group. I'll go. Ray the Siren stepped forward. She was the calm center of the group. Gross. What about you? LYD glanced at the gargoyle. ChMPH. I'm going too. Gross sneered. He wanted to see what kind of human this really was. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, We Have a Dragon Here. 2,165 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. Delicious. The siren sat on the ground, nibbling on bite-sized pieces of her ration. With wings instead of arms, she needed August's help with anything harder to manage, such as noodles or soup. Even so, she seemed delighted with her first proper human lunch. I never knew humans had such wonderful things, she murmured, a hint of awe in her voice. Lord August, can I ask you a question? She had been feeling curious for a while. Why do our memories show our predecessors reaching the surface, flying out into the sky, but never experiencing days like this? Because of sapience. August paused and looked at the siren sitting in front of him. You carry inherited memories, and those memories are tainted by the instincts of your predecessors. The data is in your head, but you never stopped to actively question it. Now that you possess intellect, have you ever asked yourself why you exist? Who are you? Where did you come from? Sapience dictates those answers. He avoided complicated explanations. Instead, he put it simply, everything started when she got a mind of her own. From that moment, she began choosing her own path. That was where it all began. As for why your memories lack food, August reached into his pocket, pulled out a tablet, and queued up a video file. This is. The siren recognized the metal device. She had seen Lily with one before. But what really caught her eye was the video on the screen, which August had recorded himself. Antares, a monster birthed by the dungeon in the distant past, designed specifically to kill gods. Look at it. August tapped the screen to show more footage. The video showed a landscape full of rot and decay, with everything behind the monster turned to dead ash. Is it dead? The siren knew Antares came from the dungeon, just like she did. But when she saw the ruined, empty land, she understood something new. The hungry memories in her mind were from a time when everything was rotting. Of course, there had been no food then. Her wish to fly in the sky was just that, a natural urge built into her mind. Are we all destined to end up like that? Her voice dropped. She desired the sky just as much as her predecessors had. No. Not even close. August quickly lifted her spirits. From what I've gathered, normal monsters can't corrupt the natural environment like that, not even when they swarm in massive hordes. There's only one explanation. The closer a monster is tied to the dungeon's core intent, the more it warps reality. But you guys. At best, you're a bunch of grunts. He laughed. The Xenos were not the main anomalies. Most of their leftover urges were just broken instincts from earlier generations. Really? Is it okay to look at it like that? Her sadness disappeared. She had thought she was part of some big, tragic fate. Finding out she was just a grunt made her feel much better. Based on everything I've seen on the way down, grunts don't have rights. They get bossed around by the big guys. Take the 17th floor boss, Goliath. That thing can summon and command monster swarms across the whole floor. That's a dominant trait. But you guys clearly have a rebellious streak, you don't take orders. In a way, you're the monster equivalent of a rebel army. You didn't like your boss, so you shanked him. August started laughing. It all made sense. If Goliath could control the monster swarms, then the Xenos were probably the ones who broke away and formed their own group. Lord August, you have a wicked sense of humor. The siren imagined a rebel army made up of grunts. She started laughing too. Suddenly, coo coo coo. Another laugh joined theirs. The joke had reached someone listening in. High above, a siren Xenos circled and laughed with them. Finally showed up. As expected of a level 5 monster, you hide your presence well, August noted, not sounding surprised in the least. He shifted his gaze toward the tree line. Since you're here, step out. No need to hide. Ray, I told you to keep quiet. A figure draped in robes stepped out of the bushes. Greetings, August, captain of the Hestia Familia. Fells bowed deeply as a sign of respect. Sage Fells. August looked at the robed figure. I am the fool now, Fells corrected. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the siren sitting beside August, confirming she was one of the missing Xenos. I never thought I would live to see a human bring our brethren out of the dungeon to live on the surface. Granted, you are a human from another world. But the sentiment remains. A red lizard man walked up next to Fells. Beside him was a stone dragon, a gargoyle-type monster found past the 20th floor. Both were just under 3 meters tall, smaller than the young dragon August had fought before, but still impressive up close. I'm LYD. The grumpy guy next to me is Gross. The lizard man seemed very friendly. Watching August feed the siren by hand was enough to earn his trust. Hello. Gross grunted a greeting after LYD nudged him in the ribs. He was not very hostile toward August either. Watching a human feed one of their own made even the tough Gross relax. Ray, circling above, finally landed. I'm Ray, she introduced herself. Hello. It's a pleasure to meet you, human. Ray had watched August from above. He treated the siren kindly and even fed her, which made Ray trust him right away. Is this everyone? August was surprised. He thought Ray, the fastest, would scout ahead. He did not expect Fells to bring all 3 Xenos leaders right to him. It caught him off guard, but he reacted quickly. He moved incredibly fast. In an instant, he drew his weapon and grabbed Ray, who was both the quickest and the most physically vulnerable. The siren moved at the same time, jumping up and holding her bladed wing to Ray's neck. You! LYD and Gross jumped back right away, putting space between themselves and the others. Only Fells, who knew a bit about August's unpredictable nature, sensed that something was very wrong. A standoff. LYD, I told you. These humans can't be trusted. Gross roared, glaring at LYD. But LYD wasn't swept up in the anger. He drew his weapon, but something felt off. The siren was actually helping August keep Ray hostage. August, what are you doing? Fells demanded sternly. This man was definitely up to something. There was another issue, Ray was quick. At that distance, August shouldn't have caught her unless she allowed it, or he was impossibly fast. Fells felt a headache coming on. What was this human after? Because I'm pissed off. August answered bluntly. I brought this group up to the surface due to unforeseen circumstances. Now, the consensus among the gods is that I should quietly return them to the dungeon. I get the logic. But why the hell should I be the one swallowing a loss? He glared at Fells. Why should he be the only one to pay while everyone else got off easy? The Eiklos Familia was poaching Xenos and selling them to nobles. I put a bounty on the Daedalus family and the whole city played dumb. No one stepped up. Then the job goes sideways, and suddenly I'm expected to clean up the mess and eat the deficit. I don't play by those rules. August pressed his weapon to raise back. You. Fels saw that August had no intention of giving in. Uranos's plan was simple: return the surface Xenos to the dungeon and maintain the status quo. It was the unspoken agreement among the gods. Even though Uranos had cut ties with the Daedalus family, the bloodline still held deep roots and connections among the city's gods, making it a bureaucratic nightmare to hold them accountable. Arario's gods wanted August to return the Xenos and let the issue fade. August wouldn't accept that. He refused to be the one sacrificed. You plan to hold Ray and the leaders hostage? And drag the entire Xenos community up into Arario? Fels looked at him as if he were crazy. Are you out of your mind? There were over 40 intelligent Xenos down here, the equivalent of a mid-tier familiar, including 3 level 5s. Unleashing them on the surface would cause an unprecedented, citywide panic. It would amount to forming a rogue monster syndicate in the middle of Arario. Only a sage would catch on. August said with a grin. He enjoyed talking to clever people. They always figured things out for him. Gross, who had been furious just moments ago, was shocked by how bold the plan was. Using hostages to storm the surface, what kind of crazy genius was this human? Gross was speechless, but he had to admit it was brilliant. LYD was thrilled. He had never imagined things could get this chaotic and work out so well. August, do you have any idea what the fallout will be? Even Fels was amazed by how big the plan was. It took a special kind of madness to come up with something like this. Bringing LYD and the others to the surface would turn Arario into a war zone. Still, Fels felt a strange sense of satisfaction. If he were in August's place, always told to compromise and take the losses for everyone else, he might want to tear the system down too. Fels remembered having that same rebellious spirit. If this place won't have me, another will. Worst comes to worst, I take Hestia and leave for another world, August said assuredly. He had a good point. If Arario turned against him, he could just leave for another universe. This guy, he really is a menace. Fels finally got it. August always had a way out. He wasn't scared of the gods because they couldn't control him. If they didn't play by his rules, he'd just leave and let them handle the fallout. Sorry, Uranos. I like this kid's style. Fels made his choice. He turned toward Gross. Sorry, Gross. Ray is important, I can't let her get hurt. If August is pushed, he really will kill her. Fels put on a tragic voice and pointed his armored gauntlet at Gross, taking him hostage. What the hell? Gross couldn't believe how quickly Fels had betrayed him. The sage just switched sides. And what did he mean by Ray is important? Wasn't Gross important too? Was he the only honest one getting pushed around? Fels, you bastard. Gross cursed loudly. Did they really think he was clueless? LYD watched as Gross was taken hostage and realized the Xenos had just gotten incredibly lucky. This was perfect. Gross. Ray. Hold on. I'll bring everyone. LYD yelled, then turned and ran toward the 20th floor as fast as he could. If he stayed any longer, he would burst out laughing. Things had gotten out of hand so quickly. He had come to pick up his friends, but now it wasn't a rescue anymore. If he didn't use this chance to bring everyone up, he'd be letting August down. That guy is laughing. He is definitely laughing. Gross watched LYD flee in an exaggerated panic. He could practically hear the lizard man laughing to himself. Fels. Is this your plan? Gross wanted to know if the sage had orchestrated the whole thing. If so, Fels was rotten to the core. Everyone stared at Gross. He was just too literal. He had already figured out what was going on, but he was still asking if it was planned. Fels said nothing. Honestly, even he hadn't expected things to get out of hand so fast. He was just going along with it. But the results spoke for themselves. Is this guy an idiot? The siren didn't get Gross. She was younger and hadn't spent much time with the older group, but really, couldn't he see what was happening? It was clearly a spur-of-the-moment plan to cause trouble. Damn it. Damn it. For the first time, Gross felt like his younger peers were making fun of his intelligence. Who was calling him an idiot? August ignored their arguing and started calculating his next move. Follow my lead. He pulled Ray along, heading back to the 17th floor. With LYD's speed, the lizard man would reach the main group first and gather them on the 17th floor soon. Understood, Mr. Gentle Otherworlder. Ray could tell August didn't mean any real harm. She leaned against him and let herself be led along. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Bonus. 2077 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. New week, let's push. There was a hidden room on the 20th floor, a place no one had explored yet. LYD ran back as quickly as he could. No, I need to hold it in. I have to look serious. The plan had changed too quickly. LYD felt his face stretching into a big grin, so he bit his cheek and forced himself to look serious. He rushed into camp and saw everyone already gathered. LYD, why are you back so soon? Asked Fear, a harpy born on the same floor as the siren, though from a different race. Everyone, grab your weapons. LYD swept his gaze over his brethren. Ray, Gross, and Fells have been taken hostage. August, the captain of the Hestia Familia, is dragging them to the upper floors. We're going after them. LYD's voice turned grim as he reached for his weapons and began fastening his armor. Like most lizard men, he handled both with the ease of a seasoned warrior. His call to action worked right away. What? Gross was taken? Ranye, an Arashan from Gross's group, sprang into action. She didn't hesitate, Gross had been captured, so she was determined to rescue him. Her group quickly followed her example and retrieved their gear. More than 40 Xenos filled the camp, and all of them armed themselves, ready to head out. Only Fear looked at LYD with clear doubt. She noticed the obvious problem: if Ray, Gross, and even Fells had all been captured, their group had no chance against August in a direct fight. Then she saw LYD wink at her. So he had a plan. She didn't know what it was, but she trusted it was about keeping them safe. That was enough, no need to ask questions. Just go along with it. The whole group picked up their weapons and started moving toward the upper floors. The Xenos took their secret paths to avoid the usual monsters and quickly made it to the 18th floor. Monsters! Adventurers in Rivera shouted in alarm as dozens of armed creatures rushed out of the tunnels. A moment later, the shouts changed. Wait, they're heading toward the 17th floor. An archer with sharp eyes saw LYD's group turning quickly toward the upper levels, and the whole town erupted. A monster horde heading up was never good news. But LYD and the Xenos didn't want to fight the adventurers. They just wanted to meet up with August, so they rushed past Rivera before anyone could stop them. While LYD was gone, August's group moved slowly on purpose. By the time they reached the 16th floor, a huge battle had started. Why are there so many of them? Gross swung his claws, forced into the fray. What is going on with you? He stared at the thick crowd of mindless minotaurs and liger fangs coming at them. Monsters from the 17th floor were rushing up in wave after wave, way more than usual. The dungeon's animosity, Fells explained, firing magic missiles from the flank. August carries a unique aggro mark. Whenever he enters the dungeon, every monster in the vicinity targets him with extreme prejudice. That's why the Xenos rescued from the Eiklos Familia were ambushed on the 19th floor. They were forced up to the surface. That was why the Sirens group never made it safely to the 20th floor to meet up with LYD. Still, this is ridiculous. Gross punched a Minotaur and sent it flying. There had to be more than 100 monsters. This is nothing compared to when we first came down. The Siren flew by, cutting through the horde with her wings. And this is just the respawn wave after Lord August already cleared the floor. Are you serious? Gross realized she wasn't exaggerating. If this was just the cleanup, the main wave must have been overwhelming. When Lord August tried to escort us down to you, the numbers were much worse, the siren recalled helplessly. The entire 19th floor spawned tens of thousands of monsters to stop us. We had no choice but to run. She had been terrified that day. Even when hunted by her own kind, she had never seen such a huge swarm. If August hadn't been so strong, they would have died then and there. So that's what happened, Gross muttered. He remembered the chaos from a few days before. The 19th floor had gone wild, attracting monsters non-stop. He had tried to scout it himself but was forced back by the number of enemies. He hadn't known his friends were trapped in the middle of it. Now he saw the dungeon's hostility for himself, and the sheer number of monsters was intimidating. But when he looked at August, he saw someone treating the horde as if it were nothing. No panic, just calm, steady fighting. It was clear this human wasn't going to hold back against regular monsters just because the Xenos were there. That's probably for the best, Gross admitted, feeling a reluctant respect for the human. Sparing monsters at the cost of your own life was nothing but foolishness. After they cleared the monsters on the 16th floor, they moved upward together, staying close. Gross. Gross. A voice resounded throughout the floor of the dungeon. Ranye. Gross turned to the tunnel entrance and saw the whole Xenos group rushing in. What was going on? LYD, you idiot. Gross thought angrily. What was that lizard man thinking? Did he realize how dangerous it was to bring everyone up here? Gross. Ranye hurried forward, then stopped suddenly. She stared at Gross, confused. He didn't look like a hostage at all, he was walking casually at the front. This wasn't what LYD had said. The rest of the Xenos noticed the difference too. LYD, you lied. Ranye started to complain. He wasn't lying, August cut in. I am holding you all hostage. So keep your mouths shut and follow me. He narrowed his eyes and studied the Irration. This type was rare, usually appearing only on the deep floors, never above the 20th. He hadn't expected to see one here. He pointed his rifle at Ranye, the red laser sight fixed between her eyes. The Xenos, who had just begun to feel tricked by LYD's lie, froze. Maybe he hadn't lied after all. This really did look like a hostage situation. Keep moving, August ordered, motioning to the rest of the group. Gross, what? Ranye wasn't stupid. She knew this was a trap, but it didn't feel like one, and the contradiction was making her head spin. Where had things gone wrong? He plans to hijack us to the surface, Gross said flatly, leading the way. The Xenos from his group stared at him. Going to the surface was a dream for some, but also felt like jumping into the unknown. No one knew what would happen once they stepped outside. Gross, are you crazy? Ranye hissed. She had rushed up here to save her friends, not to get marched onto the surface. She turned to the sage. Fells. Take it up with August, Fells replied calmly. We are being coerced to the surface against our will. He didn't explain further. The three leaders and the siren understood the plan, and since they were going along with it, the rest of the Xenos just had to follow. Fells had made sure they had a good alibi, they were being kidnapped. If anything went wrong, August would take all the blame. You. Ranye looked around the group. The confusion faded, replaced by an odd acceptance. LYD walked next to Fells, and seeing him go along, the rest of the Xenos followed. Deep down, they all wanted to leave the dungeon and see the sun. Even if it meant going as hostages, they couldn't pass up the chance. What is going on in your head? Ranye demanded, clearly frustrated. She couldn't understand how this human thought. Who would ever decide to hijack a monster group and march it into the city? August didn't answer. He just motioned for her to keep moving, and the other Xenos followed. Let's go, Ray said, more gently. This might not be so bad for us. Our friends are already up there. They tried to come down, but the 19th floor went wild and trapped them on the surface. Are you really going to refuse to see them? Rescuing their lost kin was the Xenos' top priority. Ooh. Ranye fell silent and gave in, her spider legs clacking against the stone as she joined the march. A strange yet clear agreement spread over the group. As the armed monsters moved up through the upper floors, the adventurers they passed panicked and rushed toward the surface. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Guild, Misha Flott and Aina Tuel were posting notices on the quest board when a mob of adventurers burst through the doors. Emergency! We have a massive emergency! The adventurers were clearly terrified. What happened? The guild advisors rushed over. Mobilize the raid teams. Hurry! Middle tier and deep tier monsters are breaching the upper floors. They're marching straight toward the surface. They're completely ignoring us and just heading up. There's a gargoyle type and everything. Understood. We are dispatching the emergency summons now. The guild jumped into action, and the Loki and Ganesha familiars were quickly called in. Dozens of powerful monsters, including rare ones like a gargoyle and an Arashan, marching together was a huge threat. The whole city was thrown into chaos. Adventurers were supposed to hunt monsters. That was how things worked. So why did it now feel like the monsters were bringing the fight to the surface? August's group didn't care about the panic they were causing. The Xenos just kept climbing. As for the adventurers who tried to get close and play hero, August raised his rifle and put a bullet into the wall right in front of them. "Stay out of my way. Take one step closer, and I'll kill you." He shouted the threat for everyone to hear. The adventurers, initially thrilled at the idea of a raid, suddenly froze. None dared to confront August. By the time the Loki and Ganesha familiars assembled at the entrance on the first floor, a new report hit before they had even stepped inside. Emergency! It's August. The captain of the Hestia familiar, his inside the monster horde, a fleeing adventurer screamed. The Loki and Ganesha leaders stopped in their tracks. They knew August had gone into the dungeon that morning with just one Xenos. Why was he coming back with a whole group? What was he trying to pull? The members of the Loki familiar turned to Finn Daimler. Finn bit his thumb, a strong sense of foreboding washing over him. This just escalated into a massive headache. He had a hunch. The unspoken consensus among the gods was to pressure August into returning the surface Xenos to the dungeon. Instead, August had marched down and grabbed the rest of them. Nobody had predicted this scenario. Is he actively rebelling against the will of the gods? Gareth Landrock muttered, voicing the truth underneath it all. August was throwing out the quiet compromise everyone had agreed to, just because it made him angry. Would he really go that far? Reveria Ijos Alf stared at the border between the surface and the first floor in disbelief. Was he really going to do this? In all her years as a high elf, she had never seen a human act this recklessly. He was ignoring all of Arario's rules and pulling everyone into his chaos. If he pulled it off, the political mess would be huge. August, what kind of person are you? For the first time, Finn felt he couldn't read the man at all. August truly had the nerve to execute a plan like this. "They're here," someone in the crowd shouted. Every eye locked onto the gateway leading down to the first floor. A horde of monsters stepped out of the shadows. But they weren't brandishing weapons in a feral rage. They emerged with their hands raised in a clear gesture of surrender. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Destruction or Protection. 1958 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Shakti Vamo, captain of the Ganesha familiar, couldn't believe her eyes as a group of Xenos walked out of the dungeon, hands up in surrender. The strange hostage situation left her stunned. Monsters being marched out at gunpoint. It felt unreal. The other familiars were just as shocked. For some adventurers, especially those deeply afraid of monsters, their nerves finally gave out. Last time, when the Iklos familiar brought Xenos to the surface, people had someone to blame. This time, August was unleashing these beasts himself like a runaway train barreling toward calamity. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" A man grabbed his head, his eyes red with anger. All the fear and frustration from surviving the dungeon and from feeling weak burst out at once. When people find someone to blame for their hidden anger, they let it all out. August became his target. Standing behind the armed Xenos, August heard the wild scream. He looked at the man but didn't answer. Instead, he let his actions speak for him. Crap. Finn Daimler realized what was happening and quickly stepped in. But August reacted even faster. Bang! A bullet hit the man's thigh with perfect accuracy. Ayug! The man's scream silenced the crowd. They realized August was serious enough to shoot them. August moved to the front and met the infant dragon's gaze. The creature seemed to understand and crawled over, lowering its head so he could climb on. As August got on its back, it lifted him above the crowd. "Idiots," August said coldly. "Screaming at me won't change anything." He shot a cold look at the wounded adventurer, who was now being treated with potions by his friends. "As for where these guys came from, that's not your concern. I'm just following the rules." "Rules? What rules? How the hell is this playing by the rules?" The adventurers in the crowd nearly lost control. What kind of rule was this supposed to be? Kidnapping and smuggling monsters to the surface is an unspoken rule you all tolerate. I hunted these monsters. I brought them to the surface. Completely within the rules. August ignored the chaos. From his high perch, he used a megaphone to make sure everyone heard him, twisting his actions to reflect the city's own double standards. Bullshit. Letting monsters loose in the city? Beat Loga's eyes went wide. Was this guy crazy? What familiar would allow that? If monsters destroyed a settlement, would that just be called adventurer businesses? Beat was the first to protest. This was bad. Only the captains understood August's real plan. When he talked about rules, they knew exactly what he meant. August crossed his arms and looked down his nose at them. "Oh! Did you all forget about the Daedalus family and the Eiklos familiar that quickly?" He sneered, as if they had all forgotten the past. The Eiklos familiar captured and smuggled monsters. And the Daedalus family, the financial backers connected to Dix Puddix, facilitated the surface trade. Since every familiar in this city turns a blind eye to the Daedalus family, you all clearly agree that smuggling monsters isn't a capital offense. Worst case scenario? I'll pay a fine. He explained everything clearly. Then, he mocked them without mercy. Impossible. The Ganesha familiar will not permit this. Shakti Vamon knew that if she said nothing, her familiar might be forced into a bad situation. The Ganesha familiar tamed monsters because they hoped people and monsters could one day live together under the gods' ideals. But that didn't mean they supported illegal monster smuggling. If this problem got out of hand, what would the other adventurers think? More importantly, Shakti understood what August was really trying to do. He was forcing the whole city of Orario into a dangerous situation. He was pushing the familiars down a path that could only end badly. When August saw her take charge as the city's protector, he realized she understood his plan and was trying to fight it. Not my problem. He respected her, but right now they were on different sides. There was no point in talking more. Let's go. August signaled the siren to lead the way. Shakti watched him walk away, feeling a heavy weight in her chest. She couldn't argue with him. Her words meant nothing without action. Then AIS Wallenstein broke from the Loki familiar's ranks. Drawing her indestructible weapon, desperate, she blocked the path of the Xenos. "You can communicate with us," she addressed the monsters. "Tell me why you are cooperating with August." AIS didn't get the complicated politics. She was direct and wanted answers. Why would monsters choose to work with August, even if it meant being shown off as hostages? LYD tried to step forward, but Gross took flight and landed directly in front of AIS. It was the gargoyle's first time standing face to face with the Sword Princess. Beat, Tyon, and Tiona tensed instantly, ready to jump in and protect her. "To be honest, I never trusted you surface dwellers," Gross glared at AIS. "You capture our brethren. You torture them. None of you are trustworthy." He sensed that AIS was a true warrior who deeply hated monsters, but Gross wasn't afraid of dying. It was the usual problem, blaming everyone for the actions of a few. The Eiklos familiar's crimes couldn't just be forgotten. "As for that guy, I don't trust him either." Gross pointed at August. He made it clear he didn't see anyone as a savior. If he couldn't trust humans, he definitely didn't trust someone from another world. But Gross clenched his fists. While the rest of you surface dwellers were trying to hurt our brethren, he actually saved them. I can't deny that. He spoke honestly, and even AIS hesitated at his words. Compared to what August had done, the other familiars hadn't earned the Xenos' trust. These monsters were surprisingly direct. To the more honest adventurers, Gross seemed like someone you could have a drink with if he wasn't a monster. Gross glanced back at August. If what he says is true, if you surface dwellers really do tolerate the smuggling of dungeon monsters, then for us Xenos, public existence only means endless hunting and death. Rather than sitting in the dark waiting to be tortured, we might as well roll the dice and go crazy with this guy. At least we're fighting for a chance at the light for the Xenos who come after us. He was exactly right. If Orario ignored the Daedalus family, the nightmare would go on. Waiting quietly meant a slow death. It was better to take a risk. At least August was honest and showed all his cards. A hero, huh? Finn Daimler muttered his own alias. He was called the Braver, a hero who hunted monsters. But if humanity fell because they allowed monster smuggling, he would be blamed in the town square. The Paulum race could be wiped out by monsters that got loose. He wouldn't be a hero. He would be the world's destroyer. August's intelligence was frightening. Finn realized he had lost. August made every familiar in Orario look like they were helping destroy the world. Now, they were seen as the real villains, and that was a serious problem. Loki familiar, hear my orders. Commence an immediate citywide hunt for all organizations and businesses associated with the Daedalus family. If you encounter a direct or branch member of the Daedalus bloodline, kill them on sight. Finn stood firm. He couldn't let the title of Braver be stained. He still felt responsible for restoring the Paulum race's honor, and he refused to simply wait for disaster. Captain. The Loki familiar members were dumbfounded. A hunt. An open public hunt in the streets. Shakti saw Finn give an order that sounded wild but was completely right. Then she spoke up herself. Ganesha familiar, hear my orders. As captain, I am issuing a citywide kill order. Send the Daedalus family back to heaven to face divine judgment. She gave the order directly, knowing her team didn't fully understand how serious the situation was. Now she saw why someone like Gross, who was always direct, was valuable. There are only two paths forward. Path 1, we continue to tolerate monster smuggling, and the races of the surface get hunted to extinction by monsters deliberately released by conspirators. The Ganesha familiar goes down in history as the world's destroyers. Path 2, we reject this trade, protect the lives of the surface, and prevent extinction. That is our duty as the shield of Orario. Destruction, or protection. Make your choice. Shakti roared. Protection, obviously. Defending Orario is our mission. The passionate young members answered her call. The choice was clear, destroy the world or protect it. Anyone could see the right answer. The other adventurers heard the announcement and knew they faced a big decision. If they chose destruction, the two biggest familiars would kill them right away. If they chose protection, everyone would be safe together. The Loki familiar understood too. They were supposed to be the heroes, and picking the wrong side would bring shame for generations. AIS Wallenstein hated monsters. But if she were forced to take the blame for destroying the world, the choice would be clear to her. She put away her sword and rejoined her group. I'll be watching you. Always. She glanced back at August. Every choice he forced her to make was agonizing. His ways were harsh, but the results kept moving toward something she couldn't fully deny, and that made her angry. I couldn't care less, August said. He motioned for the Xenos to follow him. LYD and the others looked at the adventurers, then moved forward. The crowd split to let them pass. August had completely outplayed them. A few moments later, the Loki and Ganesha familiars moved out with all their strength. Both groups, claiming to fight for justice, were giving their all. Inside the guild's hidden altar, Lord Uranos, what should we do? Royman Mardial looked sick. He was watching the live feed transmitted by Fells. A literal hunt for the Daedalus family and their affiliates was underway. Uranos sat on his altar, looking down at Royman. He didn't judge Royman for his flaws. Instead, he felt a fatherly affection. He returned the question to him. Royman, do what your heart tells you. Royman had his faults and spent too much, but deep down, he wanted the Adventurers Guild and Orario to do well. Yes, Lord Uranos. Royman bowed. He would follow his heart. Truthfully, Royman had supported August's actions in secret from the start. He knew that if this Pandora's box stayed open, countless adventurers would repeat the sins of the Ichlos and Daedalus. Daedalus had once been Uranos's child, and now that bloodline walked the path of ruin. Royman had suppressed his own hand purely out of respect for Uranos. He had always known the rot was there. But August had turned everything upside down, and nothing was the same. Now that Uranos had given him full authority, Royman didn't have to hold back for the gods' sake. He could finally do what was right. I will bring a new dawn to this beautiful city of Orario, Royman declared, eyes burning with resolve. He left the hidden altar and went up to the surface. In that moment, nothing could shake his conviction. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 140, Chapter 140, Confidence. 2,102 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. When they reached the Hestia Familiar's base, the group saw their friends stretched out on the ground, enjoying the afternoon sun. Lord August. Lily showed up first. She ran over, gave August a quick hug, and then looked at the newcomers. She already knew where the Xenos came from and had met the Siren before, but seeing so many intelligent monsters together was still surprising. There were 40 of them. Some were the same species, while others were completely unique. LYD soaked up the sunlight. The warmth on his scales felt completely different from the cold, fake light of the crystal ceiling on the 18th floor. So this is sunlight. It's so warm. This was the first time he really felt the sun's heat, something the dungeon could never copy. The other Xenos found places to sit in the ruined courtyard and closed their eyes. For the first time, they were experiencing the bright surface world they had only known from memories. Now they understood why those memories were so dazzling. Fear the harpy flew up with the other bird-like and insect monsters. As soon as the breeze touched their wings, their natural love for the outdoors took over and they became excited. August, thanks. LYD looked at him with real gratitude. Without August, he never could have brought his people safely to the surface. This was their lifelong dream, the biggest hope for monsters who wanted to see the sky. Wah! Hiya! Fear cheered as she flew around the yard. Since this was Hestia familiar territory, as long as she stayed inside the walls, no adventurer would come after her. Fells, who had followed the group to the surface, stepped out of hiding. The sage watched the fierce monsters running around the courtyard like excited kids. Their happiness might not last, but this was the life they had always wanted. It seems you all get to live on the surface for a while, Fells noted. He understood the politics. Right now, no one in Orario would dare attack the Xenos. They were under the strong protection of the Hestia Familiar, and anyone foolish enough to try would face modern weapons. It showed that this unusual human really didn't care about the city's usual rules. Oh, Fells. I didn't see you earlier. LYD turned to the robed mage. He remembered Fells hiding himself with magic and blending into the crowd on the second floor. Now the sage had joined them at the base. I am the ghost of the Adventurers Guild, Fells explained smoothly. The guild represents absolute neutrality. I cannot expose my identity so carelessly. Fells knew that showing himself openly to the city's gods was very risky. He couldn't let them see he was undead without raising questions. I see. LYD, Ray, and Gross understood the situation. If the neutral guild openly supported monsters, the adventurers would revolt. Uranos had secretly sent Fells to help them, giving them a safe place out of the public eye. But is it really safe for us to stay here? Ranye the Irashan hadn't relaxed like the others. She still liked dark, damp places. She didn't hate the sun, but the situation felt very unstable to her. Fels noticed her anxiety. It's all right. In some ways, you were always targets. The dungeon is deadly, but the surface has its own dangers. Last night, Evelys sent a level 7 artificial monster to kill your friends here. He spoke plainly. Your being here gives them important backup. Is that so? LYD frowned. He had heard rumors about artificial hybrids, but never thought they would be used as assassins against his own people. A level 7 killer. A level 7 is no joke. Gross crossed his arms. The gargoyle had survived 15 years in the dungeon, making him one of their strongest fighters, but he was still only level 5. Being 2 levels lower was a death sentence. Even worse, they knew nothing about the assassin's skills or magic. Then we made the right choice coming up here, LYD noted. He looked at the younger Xenos, who were only a few months old. Without protection, a level 7 enemy could destroy them in minutes. Ray fluttered down to the ground, keeping a level head. The edge of this base is set up with heavy weapons, Lily said, pointing to the ruins. We moved the whole defense system this morning. We thought some angry adventurers might attack, but instead, we got an artificial monster. Thank you. When Gross heard that the Hestia Familiar's defenses had saved their people from being killed, he walked over to August. For the first time, the usually grumpy gargoyle showed real gratitude. Don't worry about it. Just focus on staying alive, August said. Like Fels said, no adventurers will bother you for now. If you want to fight for your place here, the Hestia Familiar won't stop you. Fighting to survive just makes sense. August didn't look down on LYD and the others. In fact, he respected them. Surviving the dungeon without losing hope and always searching for others like themselves took real strength. They chased their goals without hesitation, even if it meant risking their lives. Gross's honest attitude earlier had impressed him. Is that so? I thought you hated us, August. Guess I was wrong. LYD grinned widely and threw an arm around August's shoulders. This human's attitude was just like his own. August was always open about what he did. He might be shameless, but he stuck to his beliefs and never regretted his choices. LYD respected someone like that. Do whatever you want, August waved him off. He wasn't going to waste the whole day hanging out with monsters. His plans were moving along just as he wanted. If he didn't put some real pressure on the locals, they'd never realize who was really in control. He was from another world. Did these people really think they could hold him back with old-fashioned morals? Trying to make him feel guilty was pointless. He hadn't spent years learning in the modern world just to get fooled by fantasy politics. Fels. Daedalus belonged to Lord Uranos's familiar. What is his stance on this? August brought the conversation back to business. There was no way to avoid involving Uranos, and August was willing to show the guild's god a basic level of respect. After all, he was the city's top god. Uranos does not care. Fels shook his head. Daedalus died centuries ago. A millennium has passed, and time has long washed away his true legacy. No matter how grand the bloodline, it has decayed into rot. The current generation are not Daedalus. The genius architect who gazed upon the dungeon and went mad with inspiration abandoned Lord Uranos long ago. Fels had looked into the family in detail. The first architect became obsessed with building the Knossos and lost his mind, and even Uranos had given up on the bloodline. When a mortal leaves their god, the god must consider their other followers. No neutral god would risk the whole guild for one family's madness. Furthermore, the remaining members of the Daedalus family have pledged themselves to other gods. Most notably, to the gods of Evelys. Their actions have nothing to do with Uranos, Fels stated flatly. If the Daedalus family disappeared, so be it. Fels actually preferred that they go quietly rather than drag the city into chaos. Good to know. August was a bit surprised. He thought the bloodline might be protected by divine favoritism, but Uranos had already let them go. August mainly wanted to hunt them because they led Evelys, so he already felt justified. Now that Uranos had stepped back, he had political approval to move forward. Fels nodded, then looked back at the Xenos. However, this peace is only temporary. The Hestia Familia is currently locked into a war game with the Apollo Familia, and Apollo actively maneuvered the rules to ban your primary methods. A strict sword and magic format renders your heavy weaponry useless. I believe you are going to lose. Fels had figured out August's weakness. August depended on modern firepower to compensate for level differences and achieve quick kills. Without his heavy weapons, he wasn't unbeatable. Apollo had gone after that weakness. Did August even know how to use a sword? From his stance, it was clear he had no real training. The strict rules gave Apollo Familia a big advantage. Is that so? I wouldn't be too sure about that. Sword and magic. Honestly, August wasn't concerned. With his Nirvana resurrection skill, he could fight them without much trouble. Once he beat them, he could set his own terms in Orario. You've offended half the city, Fels pointed out. Given your reputation, I doubt any of Orario's master swordsmen will be willing to train you. He made it clear August had no chance to prepare before the match. August had upset too many people to find a local teacher. Don't worry about it. I have plenty of teachers. August almost laughed. He didn't know classic fantasy sword fighting, but in his world, martial arts and blade combat were well studied and documented. All he needed was to return to Earth, get top military instructors to teach him the basics quickly, and then practice. To him, a sword was just a tool, winning was what mattered. Oh, you seem remarkably confident. Fels was honestly surprised by how confident August was. He thought August would need to ask a friendly god for a blessing or a weapon skill. But it seemed like August's world had its own master swordsman. If August could learn the basics quickly, maybe facing the Apollo Familia wasn't impossible. HMPH. Just watch. I already wrote the script for my victory. August knew exactly how he was going to play this. Of course Lord August is going to win. The Hestia Familia is the best. We aren't going to lose to the likes of the Apollo Familia, Lily said proudly. Aho, confidence certainly isn't your problem. LYD was impressed by their swagger. If you need to prep for a melee brawl, I don't mind acting as your sparring partner. The offer was real. The Lizard Man was a true master of weapons. With 2 blades, he could fight on par with a level 5 adventurer. The other Xenos, even the rabbit-like ones, were powerful monsters around level 3 or 4. Thanks. August didn't expect LYD to offer help so soon. These Xenos were loyal to anyone who treated them with respect. When August thanked them, LYD, Gross, and Ray's faces softened. They didn't think the practical human would ever say thanks. It showed he had a heart, so they chose to stay and watch him a bit longer. I'm back. Hestia's voice rang out from down the street. She ran up to the church and quickly saw that her base was full of monsters. Ooh, what a fine group of Xenos. Seeing them up close, Hestia was impressed. Her acute senses, trained by using her divine power on Earth, let her spot the special skills these Xenos had gained from years of hard fighting. They weren't just random monsters. Veterans who survived over 10 years in the dungeon were top fighters. They might not have the teamwork of the Loki or Freya familiars, but their basic strength was excellent. Lady Hestia. The first group of Xenos bowed with respect. They knew this goddess had given them sanctuary and was the heart of the Hestia Familia. Hey everyone, I'm home. Hestia greeted them with a warm smile. It was the first time Ray, LYD, and Gross had met a real god in person, and they were stunned by the overwhelming feeling of her divine aura. Even with her power sealed by Orario's laws, the pressure she gave off was enough to shake their instincts. Greetings, Goddess Hestia. The 3 Xenos leaders bowed. This was the goddess August followed and the one protecting their people. They felt no anger toward her, only respect. Oh, hello. You guys are full of energy. I already know everything about your situation. Don't worry. As long as you don't start a massive turf war, you're free to roam the grounds here. Hestia was very generous, easily giving them full access to her sanctuary. Thank you. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 141. Chapter 141. Bonus. 2,263 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Earth. Military base. Inside the camp, several white-haired men in their 50s and 60s stood on the dirt, each holding a different kind of sword or blade. Get up. Is that all you've got? One of them barked, gripping a dagger-like short sword as he glared at the young man sprawled on the ground. The other veterans watched closely, each holding a different weapon. Besides the short sword, there was a gentleman's straight sword, a bronze longsword, and a flexible whipsword. 4 curved blades, they had a heavy executioner's broadsword, a katana, and a short tanto. All of these old men were weapon masters. Old man, you should be asking yourself that, August retorted. He pushed himself up and spat out blood. As he wiped his mouth, fresh cuts on his skin stung. Training in close-quarters swordplay like this had left him covered in wounds. Without his healing magic, he would not have survived such intense training. These men were national weapon masters brought in by the military. Except for the old man with the heavy broadsword, most had never killed anyone before. Today was the first time their blades had actually drawn blood, even if it was just August's. That experience made their strikes sharper, smoother, and more dangerous. Without his magic or any physical advantage, and using only his custom rebar long sword, August still could not keep up with them. That was the difference between years of training and someone just starting out. You've still got plenty of breath to talk trash, kid, the short sword master chuckled. He was not bothered by the taunt. A master of the short blade needed total patience, channeling any frustration into his weapon. Good spirit. August was here to learn how to counter swordplay, not to spend years perfecting forms. The veterans liked that he could stay focused under pressure. Now that they had drawn blood, they stopped holding back. Every attack was meant to kill. If August missed a dodge, a blade could pierce his heart. Looks like you've finally figured out how to evade our strikes, the short sword master noted, pleased with the progress. They all saw it. August was now reading and dodging their attacks. After 2 days of constant training, they were happy with his progress. I appreciate it. August dropped his bravado and gave a genuine thank you for the tough training. 2 days earlier, when Hestia returned that night, she had outlined the parameters of the war game. Urban combat. The guild would choose an abandoned town where the Apollo and Hestia familiars would battle in a free-for-all siege. It was not a set attack and defend match or capture the flag. It was a brutal fight in narrow alleys. The only allied god with sword expertise Hestia could ask was Takemikazuchi, but messy urban brawls were not his specialty. So she turned to August's world for help. When Commander James learned the war game only allowed swords and magic, he gave them the military's full support. He quickly called in blade masters and weapon experts from across the world. They lived in peaceful times, but their deadly skills had been carefully preserved. At first, they were not interested. But when they heard it would be a real, full-contact course where they did not have to hold back or worry about hurting anyone, they changed their minds. For those who had never faced a real fight, the chance to fully test their skills was too tempting to pass up. They agreed right away. At first, they hesitated when they saw blood. But once they learned August could heal instantly, they used their full strength without holding back. They taught him through pure violence. Nothing makes you remember a lesson like getting stabbed. Our curriculum here is finished. How you apply it moving forward is entirely up to you. The master with the bronze sword said their part of the training was over. They had shared all their skills and ideas about fighting. Now, August had to rely on his own instincts. The masters knew August was not normal. When they first met, he wanted to learn flashy, anime-style sword moves. But real life was different. On Earth, real swordplay had no flying energy slashes or wild spins. It was close, fast, and brutally simple. How August used these basics in a fantasy world was up to him, but the core skills stayed the same. Fancy long-range sword attacks needed energy that just did not exist in the real world. After they finished, the masters looked at the man sitting quietly nearby. He wore a faded olive uniform and rested his hands on a heavy executioner's broadsword. He was the strongest of them all. Unlike the others, who had only learned their skills, this man was a real war veteran. He had killed before. August followed their gaze. "Kid, you've survived 2 days of classes. Now it's time for mine." The veteran with the broadsword stood up. Unlike the others, the old soldier could sense the violence in August. Anyone who had killed before and could still joke while bleeding was a true fighter. "Yes, sir." August gripped his sword and offered a respectful nod. This man was his final instructor. "Let's go." The old soldier led August out of the building to the open training field. The other masters followed, eager to see what kind of tough training the veteran would give him. At the dirt field, 2 soldiers approached, leading a pair of massive, muscular roan horses. "My curriculum is simple. You're going to fight from the saddle." The veteran walked over to one of the horses, stepped into the stirrup, and vaulted smoothly into the saddle. Hey, Owen, do you have a death wish? Mounting a horse at your age?" The other masters grew worried. They had taught a lot of theory in the last 2 days, but fighting on horseback was different. It wasn't only about swinging a sword, it took real riding skill, and at his age, a fall could be deadly. "What do you know?" Owen scoffed, skillfully handling the reins to keep the big horse calm. He glared at the others, then looked back at August. Urban combat isn't just crossing swords in an alley. The enemy might use throwing knives or light projectiles to stop you from moving. If you underestimate the chaos of a street fight, you're a dead man. Owen drew his heavy broadsword. The blade looked worn and dull, but its dark finish made it seem deadly. This was not just practice. It was a real combat drill. August had not expected to train for fighting on horseback. Honestly, he knew nothing about riding a horse. But the old man was right. The Apollo Familiar had skilled leaders who were experts in tactics. Commander James had told him that a blade is a blade, whether sword or saber. That was why they brought in masters of different weapons to teach him many styles. Now, learning to move better was the next step. "Let's do this." August tried to copy the veteran's easy jump onto the saddle, but he couldn't. The horse moved, his foot slipped, and he almost fell. "Looks like you need to learn how to steer before you swing," Owen sighed. "Hey, you boys, get this kid on the horse." He called the nearby soldiers over. The kid couldn't even get on the horse right. Owen got it, most city kids hardly ever saw horses. "Yes, sir." The soldiers rushed over and helped August get settled. While Owen sat calmly, August's tense grip made the horse uneasy. "You're gripping the reins too tight. You're hurting the animal," Owen barked. "Right. Got it." August tried to loosen his grip and connect with the horse. When he got used to the movement, Owen rode ahead and lifted his broadsword. "Kid, you know how to sit in the saddle now. So spare me the chatter. Draw your sword and charge me." Owen held his broadsword upright in his right hand and kept the reins loose in his left. August nudged the horse's sides with his boots. "Go." The horse began to gallop. August grabbed his rebar-long sword, held it tight, and stared at the veteran. He had no plans to hold back just because his opponent was older. Young. But he's got fire in his blood. "That's enough," Owen muttered. He spurred his own horse into a charge. The 2 riders met in the middle of the field. August's rebar-long sword struck the broadsword, but the heavy blade held firm. The force caught on the grooves of August's sword and pulled it from his hand. Off balance, August lost the reins and was thrown back, landing hard in the dirt. Gah! He hit the ground and coughed up blood. His healing magic started working, mending his broken ribs and damaged organs. Is this old man really that strong? August was stunned. He had spent 2 days learning from other blade masters, but he couldn't last a single round against this veteran. The other masters watched from the sidelines as August was knocked down and nodded in approval. As expected of Owen. Those brutal wartime broadsword techniques haven't rusted one bit. He perfectly bypassed the kid's downward slash, caught the sword's structural weak point, and disarmed him. A crash course only takes you so far. The kid isn't transferring his momentum properly. His horsemanship is sloppy, and his one-handed grip is worse. He needs more drilling. The masters talked about August's mistakes, their voices carrying across the field. He heard every word. If a one-handed grip won't work, I'll switch weapons. August took a standard long sword from his spatial inventory, brushed himself off, and ran back to his horse. The horse looked at him in surprise. It had felt the hard fall, but now its rider seemed fine. Sensing August's strange energy, the horse waited quietly for him to get back on. This time, August vaulted smoothly into the saddle without help. Higher. He gripped the reins and spurred the horse into another charge. Swapping blades. Interesting. Owen saw the change. August had swapped the rebar for a regular, smooth long sword. The veteran smiled, pleased. He respected fighters who didn't give up after a hard hit. Show me what you're really made of, kid. Owen snapped his reins, driving his roan forward. Higher. The two horses thundered across the dirt, closing the distance in seconds. Blades flashed in the sunlight. Steel clashed against steel. Owen's broadsword technique shifted into an even more aggressive tempo. Good. Just like that. Let's see how much you can take. They fought up close in the saddle, sparks flying as their weapons clashed again and again. August clenched his teeth and faced the attack. The rebar sword is terrible for mounted combat, he shouted, pulling his horse back to open some distance. It's built for heavy, two-handed swings. Against a master like you in a one-handed duel, the threading on the steel is a massive liability. It just gives your blade something to catch on to. He explained why he lost earlier. He thought the heavy rebar would help, but the threads made it easy to parry. Owen caught the edge on the grooves and used the force to disarm him. Unless someone had superhuman strength to break the lock, the rebar was useless. August wasn't built for that. If he had that kind of power, he'd already be a legend. Looks like your brain works just fine. Not bad at all, kid. Owen rolled his shoulder. He was old, but his willpower kept him going. Facing a tough, determined young opponent without holding back was the best feeling he could imagine. The two fighters looked at each other, respect clear in their eyes. It was a classic standoff. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, Major J's colleagues had to hold him back. Take it easy on them. Those are our regiment's prized roan horses. Do you know how hard it is to breed those? You're going to ruin them. His eyes were red. Why couldn't these two calm down? Those were the regiment's best military horses, purebreds better than any racehorse and carefully raised by the army. Using them for rough combat drills felt like a huge waste. Relax, Jay. They only borrowed 2 horses, the logistics chief scoffed, holding him back. You're acting like they took a kidney. If he remembered right, the base had plenty of horses in the stables. Shut the hell up. I handpicked those 2 myself. I personally fed them. How the hell was I supposed to know that old geezer had the eyes of a hawk and would grab my best stock? Major J roared. He had cared for those horses like his own children. Watching the old man and the reckless kid push them so hard was heartbreaking. You've got issues, man. The other commanding officers rolled their eyes. Out on the field, August and Owen ignored Major J's furious shouts. Owen, especially, was very pleased with his choice of horse. In the sunlight, they sent their horses into another fast charge. The sound of steel rang out across the field, marking another tough fight. The top-quality horses kept going, making the duel possible. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https:/p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 142, Chapter 142, War Game, The Duel. 1857 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. 3 days passed. The abandoned city had become a battlefield. The Apollo Familiar entered through the west gate and took over the northwest area. The Hestia Familiar settled at the east gate. Lily led the 3 newcomers directly to the southern residential district, rather than guarding the perimeter. This low-lying area, surrounded by water, was the safest place on the map. Once both sides finished setting up camp, the war game officially began. For Orario, this event was a big festival. The Apollo Familiar was up against the Hestia Familiar, led by the famous monster Rookie. Everyone in the city was watching. August was more popular than ever. Finn Daimler and Otter were known as the strongest in Orario, but August was like a supernova, so bright that no one could ignore him. Most people supported Apollo. Everyone knew August couldn't use his heavy weapons. With only a sword and magic, many believed he was much weaker. Without his artillery, he was just another level 2 adventurer. It was 100 experienced fighters against a rookie team with strict rules. All the bets were on Apollo. Inside Babel's divine viewing room, the gods gathered to watch the event. Hestia sat quietly in her seat, arms crossed, looking remarkably calm. "Hestia, are you sure it was okay not to let me train August?" Takumi Kazuchi asked, looking a little guilty. He saw that Hestia had been away for 2 days. When she returned yesterday, she spent her time shopping for expensive jewelry in the North District. Seeing her sit so calmly now, he wondered if letting August enter a sword fight without proper training was a mistake. "I'd trust your swordplay any day, Take. It's just..." Hestia smiled apologetically. He meant well, and she didn't want to brush him off. But this was a fight in the city, and she needed experts for such a tough battle. "Take, urban combat is chaotic," Mayak reasoned from the side. "More importantly, Apollo is confident for a reason. He wouldn't pick this format without an edge. Don't forget, he specifically targeted August's weakness. He drafted these rules to neutralize him." Mayak sighed and glanced at Ishtar's seat. She had pushed for this during the last assembly, putting Hestia in a difficult position to get back at her for an earlier embarrassment. "Is that so?" Takumi Kazuchi rubbed his chin. That made sense. If Apollo was changing the rules, he had likely considered the possibility that a fighting god like Takumi Kazuchi could train August. Apollo entered the viewing room with confident steps and a smug smile. He waved to the other gods. "Aho! I didn't expect you to be this resilient, Hestia. You didn't even beg Takumi Kazuchi for help." Apollo mocked, noticing the war god standing nearby. He was surprised that Hestia hadn't asked a fighting god for help. But it didn't matter. He had prepared for everything, and his familiar was ready. TCH. Mayak and Takumi Kazuchi exchanged glances. Apollo had set the trap perfectly. If August wanted to get better at close-range fighting, asking a combat god for help was the obvious choice in Orario. "Looks like he read us like a book," Takumi Kazuchi muttered. "Apollo is sharp. He found August's blind spot and hammered it," Mayak said, sounding helpless. Hestia did not answer. When Apollo came in, she scoffed and looked away. Oddly, she wore thick clothes today, making her look almost like a padded dumpling. "Speaking of which, Hestia, why are you wearing all those clothes?" Apollo raised an eyebrow. "It isn't winter." Her outfit was unusual and nothing like her usual style. "Chmph." Hestia ignored him. She had zero interest in talking to this guy. Hermes watched the argument from his seat and enjoyed the drama, but time was running out. Lord Uranos, requesting permission to utilize divine power, Hermes called toward the ceiling. Granted, Uranos's voice echoed through the room. This time, Hermes wasn't watching the match from the ground. He watched from above. He snapped his fingers, and the divine mirror turned on, showing the event on huge screens in Orario's public squares. Ibri Akar, a member of the Ganesha Familia, grabbed the microphone to provide live commentary. The screens came to life. The first image showed the Apollo Familia advancing. They had seized the North and West districts, and their 100 fighters, split into squads, moved cautiously, testing the East Gate. This classic pincer maneuver cornered the Hestia Familia with no escape routes. "Aho! Look at that coordination. The Apollo Familia is systematically eating up the Hestia Familia's operational zone," Ibri Akar commentated. "At this pace, The East District will be fully overrun in less than an hour. They came in with a flawless tactical plan. He praised their tight formation. They were putting a lot of pressure on their opponents. But what about the Hestia Familia? Hermes switched the camera feed. The screen now showed the southern residential district, where 4 young women stood. Lily stood next to Nodoka Manabe, looking over a freshly drawn map of the city defenses. Incredible. To think a new recruit could draft an accurate topographical and defensive map of the city in such a short time, Ganesha noted, watching the screen. She has a sharp eye for environments and logistics. A very good child. He noticed that the handwriting and layout belonged to the new girl, Nodoka Manabe. She was very skilled at organizing things. High praise from Lord Ganesha. Ivory Akar hyped the moment. It seems the Hestia Familia's new blood brings some serious tactical utility to the table. But the commentary paused. Hermes moved the camera, and both the gods in the viewing room and the crowds outside noticed the same obvious problem. August wasn't there. Wait, where is the captain of the Hestia Familia? Did he disappear? Didn't they enter the city together? Ivory Akar shouted into the mic. Hermes moved the camera around, looking confused. Where did he go? A grown man had just vanished. Ah, Hestia. Hermes looked over at her. Where is your child? Only the 4 girls showed up on screen. Even Mayak and Takumi Kazuchi looked surprised. Did he run away? No, that wasn't like August. He never avoided a fight. He was always direct and never backed down. Ha ha ha. I can't believe it. Apollo burst into laughter. Hestia, it looks like your prized child abandoned you. He once saw August as a big threat, but now he just looked like a coward. Without his favorite weapons, it seemed like he chose to run instead of fight. This won't do, Hestia. Those soft little girls are going to get trampled by my familia. If you surrender right now, I'll be merciful and spare them the pain. The only condition is that you leave Ororio immediately, Apollo offered with a smug grin. HMPH. Hestia just snorted. Loki, sitting nearby, watched the screen closely. Shrimp, where is he? She frowned. He isn't the type to run. August had given her familia a lot of trouble lately, so the thought of him running away didn't feel right to her. He's on his way. Hestia lifted her chin proudly, addressing Loki directly. Then she gave the order. Bring it up. Hermes used his divine power, and the image changed. It moved away from the empty city and showed a forest almost 5 kilometers from the battle area. A pristine white unicorn Xenos with a beautiful flowing mane trotted leisurely down a dirt path. August sat in the saddle. While the Apollo familia searched the city in a tense, organized way, August rode calmly through the woods. He wasn't just riding, he played a slow, sad tune on a wooden flute. The sad music came through the broadcast. It spoke of distant sorrow and made August seem like a man with a buried past. His eyes showed a quiet sadness that drew everyone's attention. So handsome. Ivory Akar fumbled with his magic stone microphone. The sudden change was shocking. The Apollo familia was working hard in the city, but August looked as if he were in a peaceful movie scene. He stood out. He didn't wear normal adventurer clothes. Instead, he wore a fitted athletic shirt, dark joggers, black boots, and a long sword at his side. His days of hard training made him look calm but dangerous. He was handsome in a different way from the Apollo familia's captain, Hyacinthos Cleo, who looked refined and proud. August seemed like a wandering swordsman from another time. The difference between them was striking. I don't recognize those clothes. But why does he look so cool with that sword? A wandering swordsman. Stop calling him that, it sounds cheesy. The women in the Ororio crowds were charmed. His sad expression and sharp outfit made him instantly popular. Apollo couldn't hold his tongue any longer. Hestia. Weren't both teams supposed to deploy inside the city? What is he doing all the way out there? If he remembered the rules right, both sides were supposed to enter the set combat area. Hestia rolled her eyes at him. When did I ever agree to that? The rules say we deploy at our own gates and fight for the city. My familia is in the city. Besides, The rules never said horses were banned, did they? You just didn't bring any mounts. My child entered the city, realized he wanted a horse, and left to find one. That's perfectly within the rules. She crossed her arms like it was the most obvious thing in the world. She was correct. No one had set a strict time for when the gates would close, and leaving the area to get resources wasn't against the rules. Apollo didn't expect Hestia to use a loophole so well. No one had even seen August leave. Damn it, Hestia, this is cheating, Apollo yelled. If I'm not mistaken, that unicorn is a deep floor monster. It's not a normal level 3. That counts as reinforcements. It violates the rules. A Xenos class unicorn was an anomaly. Hestia glared right back at him. Who told you the unicorn was fighting? It's functioning strictly as a mount. It won't participate in any combat whatsoever aside from running. It won't throw a single attack. What, are you saying my familiar isn't allowed to hitch a ride on our own tamed Xenos? She argued fiercely. Her answer made the other gods nod, even if they didn't like it. Everyone knew the Hestia familiar protected the Xenos. Using only one as a mount was a big compromise for August, since he could have used it to attack. Apollo opened his mouth to argue further. But Ibri Akar's voice boomed through the divine mirror. His moving. The final notes of the mournful melody faded, and the moment August lowered the flute and gripped the reins, Ibri Akar yelled in excitement. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 143, Chapter 143, relentlessly rubbing it in. 1914 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. The East District of the War Game Arena. A 20-man squad sprinted down the cobblestone streets. Where is everyone? Didn't the scouts say they were moving through the East District? I don't see a single person. Each man carried a curved short sword as they moved carefully, checking every corner. The streets were deserted. Their scouts had said the 4 non-combatants from Hestia Familia should be hiding here, and their mission was obvious: eliminate the support. Their weapons were meant for quick, close-quarters kills, but all they found were empty alleys. Did they already relocate to the South District? A masked Apollo Familiar member asked. The enemy had likely noticed them coming and pulled back. With only about 100 members, their Familiar didn't have enough people to cover the whole map like a big faction, so there were gaps in their search. If that's the case, we head south. The Elven squad leader turned to a subordinate. Go notify the captain. We are pushing forward. Yes, sir. Before the runner could go, the sharp, steady sound of hooves resounded throughout the quiet streets, coming quickly from the east. What is that? Where is that sound coming from? The elf frowned. A white blur rushed through the alley, and the squad saw the shape right away. A unicorn. Impossible. Why is there a monster here? They knew what it was right away. A unicorn, a striking and dangerous creature that usually appeared only in the big rooms on the lower or deeper floors, with level 3 to level 4 strength. Why was it here? Before they could react, the unicorn charged right at them. Only then did they notice the man riding on its back. The masked elf's eyes widened in horror. August. Someone had brought a dungeon monster into the fight. Even worse, it was their enemy. August didn't say a word. He let his sword speak for him. The unicorn closed the distance in a flash. August drew his blade and slashed smoothly as he rode past an Apollo Familiar member. Gah! The man flew backward, his light chest armor cut open. One hit was enough, he hit the ground and passed out. August didn't finish him off. He didn't have to. The wargame had a safety rule. The whole city was filled with divine energy from the neutral gods, so a fatal hit wouldn't kill. It just puts the person into a safe, unconscious state. There was a practical reason for this rule. Gods often took in members of the losing familiar after a wargame, and adventurers were valuable. Killing them would ruin the reward. No god wanted to lose good recruits. Besides, this was still a game. Real war is harsh, but a war game is just a contest for the gods. If people died for real, it wouldn't be a game anymore. The divine barrier made sure that death here only meant being knocked out. One strike. Where did he learn swordplay like that? So fast. The elven leader stared in shock. To him, August's sword skills seemed crude, but they were still deadly and efficient. Most of all, he hadn't even seen the attack coming. August wheeled the unicorn around and spurred it into another charge. Scatter. It's a unicorn. You can't outrun a monster of that caliber. Get on the rooftops. The elf shouted orders, trying desperately to scatter his squad. But the unicorn was far too fast for level 1 and level 2 adventurers to handle. August shifted his weight, leaning precariously off the side of the saddle. Holding his balance perfectly, he thrust his blade forward and pierced straight through another assassin's chest. A second Apollo member dropped. Damn it. He's using cavalry tactics. Now the elf understood. August had expected an assassination squad and brought the perfect answer. Cavalry easily beat foot assassins. With a unicorn this fast, trying to run for the North District was hopeless. 2 legs would never outrun 4. With no way out, the elf started his magic. Sparks of lightning flashed around him as he chanted quickly under his mask. The rest of the Apollo members rushed at August to give their leader time. Chanting. Looks like someone here actually has a brain. Too bad long chants are useless against me. August pulled the reins and sent the unicorn charging into the group. His sword flashed as he quickly took down the Apollo members. Lightning orb. The elf hurled the sphere of crackling energy straight at August. Instead of blocking, August jumped smoothly off the unicorn's back and dodged the attack. The unicorn lowered its head and ran away from the group, staying out of danger. Impossible. Seeing August dismount and land safely, the elf drew his weapons and charged the rookie head-on. Orario. What an amazing show. The Hestia Familia saw the ambush coming. Rather than risk their weaker members, Captain August went out alone and used cavalry tactics to beat the enemy's stealth squad. It's a true lesson in tactics. A great battle of skill and strategy, Ibriakar shouted into the Magic Stone microphone, and the crowd was fired up by the impressive tactics they were seeing. He learned quickly, Ganesha said seriously from the viewing room. Riding and fighting on horseback isn't impossible to pick up. The real challenge is putting them together so smoothly in such a short time, fighting like a seasoned cavalryman. Ganesha could see the purpose behind August's attacks. He chased down the enemy like soldiers on a real battlefield. All his hard work and tough training had paid off. Lord Ganesha, Ibriakar called out. Is deploying a unicorn Xenos in a war game permissible under the rules? It was the question on everyone's mind. There is no issue, Ganesha confirmed firmly. Taming an intelligent monster to serve as a mount is perfectly legal in a faction duel, especially one that provides mobility but refrains from directly attacking the opposing familiar. If a familiar lacks the capability to tame such a beast, they cannot blame their opponents for using it. August earned the assistance of the Xenos through his own sheer charisma and character. Ganesha backed the decision with the straightforward reasoning of the strong, and the other gods quietly agreed. Thank you, Lord Ganesha, for the expert insight. Loki familiar. After Ganesha spoke, the executives nodded in agreement. August's character really stood out. It was obvious that convincing a dungeon monster to ignore its violent instincts and act as a mount took real personal charm. Acting like it was anything less would just be petty. Finn Daimler, Reveria Ijos Alf, and Gareth Landrock watched the screen with approval. He gives us endless headaches, Gareth chuckled, but earning the loyalty of intelligent monsters is a real talent. Gareth admired August's way of fighting. There were no cheap tricks, just straightforward, honest duels. He both loved and hated it. TCH. The guy just wants to look cool, Beat Loga scoffed, folding his arms in jealousy. He knew August was showing off on purpose. Even so, he had to admit he liked how direct and honest August was in a fight. In a way, this guy's temper matches mine perfectly. I really want to fight him. Beat thought. Finn rested his chin on his hand. It seems he's bringing a completely new vibe to Orario. Finn saw what was going on. August worked hard, but he was also shameless. Using a war game just to make a flashy entrance. He would probably win over half the women in the city. No one could beat him at showing off. Just as Finn expected, women all over Orario were swooning. August rode in on a spotless white unicorn, played a sad song, and beat his enemies easily. It was the perfect romantic fantasy. Ishtar familiar. I want to sleep with him, Tilda. The Amazonian warriors could hardly contain themselves. August was handsome, dangerous, and full of rugged charm. Winning over a man like him would be the ultimate achievement. As they watched him on the screen, the Amazons made their interest obvious. Why the hell is he acting so cool? This time, Ishtar was in a terrible mood. She wasn't enjoying the show at all. She had set everything up to see Hestia embarrassed, not to make August the city's latest heartthrob. Watching him look so impressive made her furious. The other members of Ishtar familiar wisely ignored their goddess's outburst. They all remembered that Hestia had beaten Ishtar in a fight a few days ago, and mentioning it would only get them in trouble. So they stayed quiet and kept admiring August from afar. The divine assembly. Apollo frowned as he watched August make his dramatic entrance. Damn it. Why does he get to look that good? He felt a wave of jealousy. Apollo could admit when someone looked good, but seeing August get all the attention really bothered him. Still, Apollo wasn't an idiot. Not bad. It seems they specifically anticipated our strategy. He quickly figured out what had happened. The Hestia familiar had seen right through his assassination plan. They were definitely not helpless amateurs. TCH Apollo, you threw everything you had at my children. Did you really think your little schemes were that hard to guess? Hestia didn't hold back, crossing her arms. Since Apollo had specifically targeted August's weaknesses, predicting his next move wasn't hard. The other gods realized she was right. August was the only frontline fighter in her familiar, the rest were support. Naturally, Apollo would target the vulnerable backline. Looks like your plan fell apart. And now, Apollo, you have to sit here and watch your children suffer. Hestia said. On the screen, August was taking apart the Apollo squad, with only the elven leader still trying to fight back. She wasn't about to miss the chance to rub it in. She had seen August go through 3 days of brutal training, barely sleeping while the weapon masters pushed him to his limits. Now, all that pain was being paid back to Apollo's team, and she planned to gloat as much as she could. Damn it. Apollo clenched his teeth, putting up with the constant taunting. He hadn't thought August would see through his tactics so easily. The rumors were right, August really was as good as people said. Still, it hurt to watch his own team get taken apart like this. What's wrong, Apollo? Don't you have any confidence in your children? Hestia raised an eyebrow, throwing the exact taunt Ishtar had used on her days before right back in his face. The other gods watched the heated argument, clearly enjoying the show. It was obvious Hestia had been holding in a lot of stress lately, and now she was letting it all out on Apollo. Feeling the mocking stares of his peers, Apollo snapped. Don't underestimate me. I have plenty of confidence in my familiar. He was angry. The tables had turned, and now Ishtar's old taunt was stuck in his mind. You'd better pray they actually put up a fight. But from the way things were going on screen, it was clear that Apollo's confidence was misplaced. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 power stones this week. Tilda every 200 power stones equals bonus chapter. Tilda 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-patreon.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, Bonus. 1846 words. Thank you all so much for your incredible support this week. Hyacinthos Cleo sat in his room inside the Apollo familiar's stronghold, sipping tea with a bored expression. Report. A wounded beastman rushed into the camp and fell to one knee, breathing hard. Lissos's assassination squad is pinned down on the front lines. Requesting immediate reinforcements. Kchem. Hyacinthos paused and put down his teacup. What was going on? Why was the vanguard already having trouble in the first fight? What happened? Didn't they follow the deployment plan? Lissos isn't the type to mess around. Daphne Lauros, standing nearby, looked at the beastman. The enemy didn't have enough people. The plan was to quickly take out the non-combatants to isolate August, then corner and defeat him. How did that go wrong? We followed the plan. Lissos led us into the East District, but the rest of Hestia Familia was nowhere in sight, the beastman reported, keeping his head lowered. August was waiting instead, mounted on a unicorn from the deep floors. We were about to head south when he charged through the east gate, tearing our formation apart. 5 men died in the first charge. We cannot hold him without reinforcements. A unicorn. The Xenos. Daphne blinked. Everyone in Orario knew about the intelligent monsters in the dungeon. Hyacinthos. Daphne respectfully requested permission to lead a subjugation squad. Hyacinthos put down his teacup and held up a hand to stop her. Stand down. Sending more men is a waste. That unicorn likely didn't attack our members directly, so protesting its presence won't work. Hyacinthos was proud, but not stupid. With so many people watching the war game, the lack of protest meant the guild had quietly allowed the mount. August made sure to use the monster only as a ride, so it stayed within the rules. Yes, the unicorn didn't attack us. Captain August did all the fighting, the beastman confirmed. That settles it. Their first plan had failed. August used Apollo's strict rules against them, and repeating the same mistake would only lead to defeat. Daphne, assemble a mixed squad of 50 mags and swordsmen. Set up a kill box at the intersection of the East and North districts. If August's cavalry tactics could beat Lissos, they needed a counter made just for that. And if the unicorn got close, August's sword skills would cut through their infantry easily. But what about Lissos? The beastman stared at Hyacinthos in horror. He was ordering them to abandon the vanguard. They aren't coming back. The man has a terrible temper. After enduring our god's targeted harassment for days, he won't be satisfied until he chops us into meat paste. Hyacinthos knew August well. He always paid back both favors and grudges. Since Apollo had forced him into a corner, August would take it out on their familiar. The best choice was to cut their losses and leave the assassins behind. Have Luon take the scout unit to the South District. If he spots the rest of the Hestia Familia, probe their defenses. Hyacinthos thought like a true commander. He could easily beat a weak, friendly familiar. But underestimating someone as dangerous as August would be a fatal mistake. He knew better than to look down on the monster rookie. Yes, sir. Daphne bowed, then left to organize the defense line. The beastman had no choice but to follow her. Hyacinthos didn't blame Apollo for causing this mess. He accepted his god's wishes without question. Even if it brought big problems, he would give it his all. Just as they guessed, in the East District, August's blade sliced cleanly across Lissos's neck. I lost. The male elf collapsed, eyes wide with disbelief. He was an elf. Elves were known for their magic and sword skills, but he had been defeated by a rookie. August sheathed his sword. It was a total defeat. All the Apollo assassination squad members were knocked out on the cobblestones in the alley. They didn't send reinforcements. He noticed how quiet the streets were. The fight was short, but it should have been enough time for the Apollo familiar to react. No one was coming. They had left their vanguard behind. Cutting their losses? Fine. I won't bother chasing them. The unicorn trotted over and snorted softly, staying alert and watching the area. Thanks for the ride, August said, patting its neck. The unicorn was the fastest Xenos in the group, and it was the only reason August had reached them so quickly. Nay. The unicorn snorted, communicating in its own way. The unicorn was happy. With August protecting it, it had run freely across the open fields outside the city, feeling a joy it never experienced in the dungeon. It seemed to ask, "Do you want me to carry you further?" With its speed, they could easily take out the rest of the enemy camp. No need. They didn't send backup, so they've probably set up a trap further in. Rushing in now would be foolish. August had already guessed what Apollo would do next. He wasn't about to risk the unicorn's life. Unlike Lily and the others, who were protected by the war game's divine ward, if the unicorn died here, it would be gone for good. The unicorn turned around. Its saddle made it clear to anyone watching that it was a tamed creature, not just some wild dungeon monster. "See you later, Rose." August smiled and waved. He watched Rose gallop out through the east gate, then turned away from the unconscious Apollo members and started walking toward the southern residential district, where the rest of the Hestia Familia had set up camp. August followed the tracking beacon Lily left for him and soon reached a group of houses in the South District. Lord August, Captain, Lily, Yui, and Nodoka smiled as he came in and hurried to greet him. They already knew the first wave of enemies was gone, and seeing him return safely helped them relax. They walked further into the house. The girls had already unpacked and made a cozy command center. Thanks to Yui's great housekeeping, everything was clean and welcoming. "Good job, everyone," August said, giving a thumbs up. Just making the area safe was already a win. Of course, Yui cheered. This was her first war game. She knew there was a chance she could get hurt, but with Nodoka, Yui, and Lily handling the tactics, she quickly got used to her role. She didn't have much stamina, so staying alive was her top goal. Nodoka had seen August take down the assassins on the live broadcast. The violence made her a bit nervous. Still, with Yui and Yui's futures at stake, she refused to just sit by. Scared or not, she was all in now. "Captain, considering the Apollo Familia's situation, they will likely come looking for us again," Nodoka said. "But sitting here and defending for 3 days won't solve the problem. If they heavily fortify their position, we can't touch them. The match would last 3 days, and the first had only just begun. After losing so many fighters, Apollo would definitely play it safe to keep their remaining strength." "You're right," Lily smiled. "The Apollo Familia will definitely fortify their defenses. But they're still going to lose more men." "Hey, are they really that stupid? Why would they send more people?" Yui asked. It didn't add up for her. They had just lost a squad, so why risk more people? Hestia Familia didn't have many members, and a well-defended enemy was tough to beat. Why waste more lives? "Bingo, Yui," Lily chuckled. "Don't forget, they couldn't find us in the East District. Naturally, they'll send scouts down south. Locating the enemy's base camp is crucial intel. They have to send people to find us." Lily had carefully learned how the Apollo Familia usually operated well before the match started. "And when they get here, we ambush them," Yui declared seriously. She got the gamer logic. They send scouts to check the area, and we catch them at the choke points. Hee. Nodoka and Yui both smiled, realizing that wearing down the enemy gave their small familia a big advantage. The girls were quick thinkers. With Lily, an experienced tactician, leading the group, everyone joined in on the planning. "Let's sit down and have some tea to recover," Yui said, bringing over a tray of freshly made tea and snacks. August had just finished a fight and traveled a long way. He needed a break. "I'll massage your shoulders, Captain." Yui trotted over dutifully. She guided August into a chair and started massaging his shoulders. She knew she was the weakest on the team, so besides helping with chores, making sure her captain could relax was her main way to help. "Thanks." August didn't decline. He leaned back to rest. Traveling from Rio and jumping right into a fight had worn him out, so he needed a moment to recover. The warm, relaxed mood in the Hestia Familia was completely different from the tense, strict feeling in the Apollo camp. On the Divine Mirror broadcast. To think the Apollo strategy was predicted this early. It seems the Hestia Familia recruits are not to be underestimated. The former Soma Familia member, now the tactical core of the Hestia Familia Little Light, she is demonstrating strategic brilliance. Anyone who survived descending into the dungeon with Captain August is no ordinary supporter. Ivory Akar hyped the crowd. Lily had seen the assassination plot coming and moved the non-combatants before the match began. She was clearly the brains of the team and was already planning how to deal with the incoming scouts. Keeping a group of rookies alive in a war game showed just how strong her survival instincts were. Indeed, the power gap is massive. Aside from August, The rest are rookies with zero combat experience, yet through sheer intellect, they've secured their safety and maximized their utility. Ganesha praised from the viewing room. Excellent domestic management. Meticulous reconnaissance. The ability to keep morale high and tension low. Every member brings a distinct, vital skill to the table. It is a wonderfully balanced familiar. Ganesha recognized what they were really worth. Everyone did their part well. Hestia familiar didn't have many people, but everyone mattered. Crucially, look at that atmosphere. There's no trace of panic or fear. That is the hallmark of absolute trust in a captain, Ibri Akar added. The Apollo familiar acted like a strict, tense army. August had not only stopped their first attack but also created a warm, relaxed space for his team. They might have looked like a group of laid-back misfits, but with August leading them, their morale stayed strong. Lily's confident, smug grin on the broadcast naturally drew the admiration of Palams all across Orario. Bulk upload of 6 chapters if we hit 1100 Power Stones this week. Every 200 Power Stones equals bonus chapter. 30 advanced chapters available on Patreon. https://p-atarion.com/dragonnx. Just remove the hyphen to access Patreon normally. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Novels Wonderland.